Hey, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Hey. Okay. Right. Right. I guess. How's everybody doing on this Saturday? I hope everybody's all right. Brother Sanchez will be here in a little bit. What's going on, everybody? Let me see. Let me turn this to the chat. Okay, now I can see. Hey, Original Intech, Anthony Lowe, Lady Burko, Bucky, Wingo. What's up, Elise? Oh, there he is. Hey, bruh. There you go.
Good.
What's good, bruh?
Y'all hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. Let me turn this YouTube off. What's good?
Oh, man,
good?
everything. I'm trying to
out there.
send something.
My bad. Salutes to everybody. Let me.
Hey, y'all, shout out to Brother Sanchez. I'm going to give it to him for a minute while I take care of something. Go ahead, Brother Sanchez. You got it for a minute while I take care of something. Can you hear me, Brother Sanchez?
Yeah, I can hear you. Did you drop the link?
To come on the panel?
Yeah, did you drop the link?
Can you hear me, Brother Sanchez? You want me to put the link in the chat now?
Yeah, they can come up at any time throughout the show. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me pin it. Let me pin it now. I forgot you be ready for the smoke. That's a fact, Brother Sanchez.
Not just smoke.
Okay, let me pin it.
Good questions too.
Yeah, that's true. Good questions. So how's everybody doing today? I sure do. I'm taking care of something, y'all. We're gonna be right with y'all. I'm just taking care of something.
Okay.
And it doesn't take that
everybody
long.
In the chat. I'll be camming up here in a minute.
Me too. Last minute stuff.
Yeah, salutes to everybody in the chat room. I'm not a stranger over here to Sister Bethy channel. If you subbed up to Sister Bethy, then I'm sure you probably know about me. So salutes to y'all. I know about y'all. I know Sister Bethy got an awesome community over here. A lovely chat room of people that I would consider to be conservative black folks. Good, upstanding conservative black folks. Did I get you right, Sister Bethy?
You sure did. But you know I'm Indian.
That's right. That's right.
But we're gonna talk about that too.
You know, when Columbus showed up here, when he thought that we were Indians, it's because the original copper-colored people of this land, the form of Christianity that we practice was similar to Hinduism. So Columbus wasn't a Christian. Yeah, Columbus wasn't a Christian. He was a barbarian and a pagan. They believed in human sacrifice and blood sacrifice to remove evil. Don't that sound familiar? Yeah, that's the papacy.
Yeah, that sounds crazy.
Oh, yeah.
That sounds crazy.
If you ask these folks, man, do you believe in human sacrifice? They'll say nope, but they'll praise Jesus after that. Now, Jesus was a human sacrifice. So that's what I was saying.
Because he died on the cross.
Right, to pay for so that people can cheat on their wife and that they can gamble their damn money and stuff up, you know? So my whole thing, yeah, Sister Bethy, these people in power are under our people are under the papacy. And when I say that we're Indians, I mean it in every sense of the word. We practice Hinduism, or what we call Hinduism. When Columbus came to this land, He thought he was in India because everybody was meditating, wasn't nobody praying. You can see these Olmec statues all around.
Wow.
Yeah. Everybody was practicing like a form of Buddhism. That's the oldest spiritual system. And it lets you know we
Wow.
go all the way back, Sister Bethy. We go back. If when Columbus showed up, he thought our ancestors was Indians, that lets you know how old we are, because that's a testament to the spiritual system, which predate the pagan Christian stuff that everybody under today. Because that word
That's very
Indian,
interesting.
uh-huh.
No, I'm saying that's very interesting because that just explains. So people think I'm crazy, bro, Sanchez, because I connect. They laugh at me because I connect with Asians and they practice Hinduism. I particularly like Taoism. I do. I really do. I feel Taoism. And I like it because it teaches you about your inner self and how to connect with it better and understand it.
There we go.
But
There we
you
go.
raising some very interesting points. And I don't need a group of people to sit in a Christian church and tell me about myself. And I feel more comfortable learning it on my own, meditating with the guidance of Taoism. I like it because Taoism doesn't teach me to pray to another human being. Doesn't teach me that. So, and I don't want to learn that. So, and I believe in immortality too.
Me too. It's deep that you
I
brought up
really do.
immortality. And you also brought up, like you said something about Taoism giving you the knowledge of self. And what I like about that is our people can tell you everything about a God in the sky. They can quote scriptures all day. They can't tell you how many organs in their body, what they bones make. There ain't no knowledge of self. So my whole thing is, without knowledge of self, it don't matter what other knowledge you got, it ain't gonna even work for you because you don't even know how it'll apply to you. So my thing with what you're saying now, I just want our people to know that it ain't even really about the Democrats, the Republicans. It's really about Zionism and the papacy. See, I don't care if my brother a Democrat or they're a Republican, long as they know. See, because long as they know who the real threat is in this country. And to me, you know what? I'm FBA, right, Sister Beth, and we talk about how tethers be undermining our people, which they do. But out of all the FBAs, not only do I talk about that, I talk about how the Zionists are undermining Americans, period. And I'm not going to even go too deep into that. I'm throwing that out there. But if I do speak on it, I'm going to speak in code, because we know when we go down that road how it get. I'm going to cam up in a minute too, Sister Bethy. I'm burning some incense, if you know what I mean.
Okay, no, that's good. That's fine. I know. I particularly can't say that it's one group of people that's undermining our country. I say it's a mixture of everybody. You know what I mean, including
Yeah, I agree.
ourselves. I
Maybe
blame it. I cannot.
maybe I should have
I
rephrased
think
and say, like, the group that's undermining us the most, because they sure ain't by themselves doing it. I made it seem like it was just them.
Well, that's when you say that, Brother Sanchez, and with me, I mean, I know when they was going heavy with talking about Jews, I can say Jews, like 2 years ago, really bad, and hard. They was going in on them, and I had a very hard time relating with it. And I even told Candace Owens this. I don't have a bad Jew story. I
Right.
truly don't.
Me
I
neither. I
grew up
can't.
with Jews. Yeah, I grew up with Jews, and I've never been treated differently or felt different from not one Jewish soul. So people have a tendency to blame, not you, but people in general have a tendency to blame things on a whole entire race of people. When the way I look at life is we have ugly people in all races. It doesn't matter what race it is. And we have beautiful people in all races, no matter what race it is. Because I just never been one to be a groupie when it comes to things like that in life, period. And I know you're not either, but
Yeah,
it's just
I got
hard for me to judge other people based on somebody else's personal perceptions. I love all
you. So
until they push my button.
let me ask you a question. Do you think that for example, let me go to some we both can identify with. Okay, there was a time in America where black people were being treated less than a human. They were being hung on trees and, let's say, castrated, right? Let's go back to that time. Do you think
Mhm.
that the group of people that's responsible for that should always be judged or ridiculed or shunned for it? Because that'll get to my point with what I'm saying about the Zionists, right? Because one thing is for sure, people like to blame the white man on giving us the Bible, blame the white man on giving us, the white Jesus and stuff. But what they don't realize, it ain't really the white man. It's a certain kind of white dude, and he don't really consider himself white. I mean, they consider us goyim. But what I'm saying about this group, the dude who on your oatmeal box, they dress like the guy on your oatmeal box. They brought what I call, in my own words, leprechaun culture onto our people. Now, you ever watch this scary movie called Leprechaun with the little monster? Where's me shillings? You ever
I
watch that?
never had an opportunity to watch that movie. I
Hey,
never
drop a
watched it.
one in the chat if y'all. He's a little funny guy too, because you know how Freddy Krueger is scary, but he make you laugh too. This guy right here, the little
Right.
leprechaun, they're gonna be tripping in the chat room. But the reason I brought him up is because he is literally the spirit of this fiat government, the power behind this fiat government. See, Sister Bethy, when our presidents say that they're gonna do something for us, when we put them in office, we give them our vote, and we tell them that they are obligated to the people who put them in that seat. You know what undermines that obligation? The moment they put their hand on the Bible and they put that yarmulke on their head and they go to the Wailing Wall. Now, give me a minute to cook for a minute, Sister Beth. I'm just starting. I'm going to go somewhere with this. How are they going to do the will of the people if when they put their hand on the Bible, what they're telling the small hats is, we're going to do the will of God? This is why everything that play out in the world, Christians say prophecy is being fulfilled. Every time we go to war, every little thing happen. People open up the Bible. They say, look, the Bible prophesied it. The Bible is a holy book. The truth is that the world is a stage and the president is acting out the script, what script? The scripture, the Bible. So it ain't prophecy, it's planning. When they put their hand on the Bible and see, the truth is we live in a theocracy. And a theocracy is a government that is divinely inspired to act out its actions, not to do what the people say, but to say, do what God is telling me to do. Now, when your president put the yarmulke on, he go to the Wailing Wall, he swear in on the Bible. When he swear in on the Bible, he's taking an oath. That oath undermines everything the voters just put him in office to do. And that's why presidents don't do what the people want them to do. They do what the Bible says. Everyone know prophecy is being quote unquote fulfilled, but it ain't the fulfillment of prophecy. It's the acting out of the scripture in real time. And so everything about the Bible, what's written in the Bible, is for Israel to control the world. And if you look at every policy that's being pushed, everything that's being implemented right now, the Bible is undefeated. The Bible is undefeated because everything that's playing out on the world stage is pastors all over the world that's been saying, see, it's in the Bible. But why is the Bible right? Is it because the Bible is magical? No, it's because they're intentionally acting out the prophecy, because the Bible is a code book of how Israel is going to take over the world. At the end of the book, Israel builds a kingdom all over the world. And guess what we see happening right now? The beginning of the kingdom of Zion. So that's all I'm saying. I just wanted to throw that out there, set the temperature with that, because if we want to really be truthful with ourselves and be grown up about this thing, we live in a Christian country, they say. But the Christian part of it is dealing with manifest destiny and a colonial agenda that's being carried out by the Roman Empire. Sanchez, the Roman Empire ain't even around no more. You're wrong. They call it a Roman Catholic Church today. And this is the religious entity that has our politicians in their pocket. And the man's with the deepest pockets got the most control. And because we don't print the money, we can't even compete when it comes to owning puppets. You can't afford a puppet. We can take all of our rappers and football players and comedians and all that and put your money in a pot. We still won't be able to afford the kind of puppets that these people afford. And see, this barbaric system of people for sale has undermined the Constitution. It has undermined any ideas of equality. So my thing is this right here. The system is corrupted because it's based upon capitalism. And the problems that we see in our country is really due to the system we all agreeing to, which is fiat in nature, by the way. It's fiat in nature. And it will only lead to more and more inflation for more generations that'll collect the debt for the rich. And the richer get rich and the poor get poor. Now, we want to play with ourselves and put our head in the sand and act like kids, then we'll be naive and act like I'm not telling the truth. But if we want to be adults and just talk sincerely about what we're facing as a people and come together and really plan based on what it really is, then that's the kind of time I'm on. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of time I'm on. That's what everybody.
You raised a lot. You raised a lot of very interesting points, and I've never heard it explained in that manner. I guess it depends on how you were raised, the environments you were raised in, what you were told, because we were all told something different, and we all receive it differently, meaning we all understand it differently. I, for one, of course, as a child, my family did produce the Bible, okay? And we went to church as little children, and I'm sure you probably did too. Now, I'm a kid of the 70s. So my life recognizes this church is not like it was back when I was little.
Right.
And we're talking in the 70s. I was just a little girl, 4 years old in 1970, and by the time I turned 10, 11, and understanding the Bible, my era is the era where morals began to just like drastically leave our communities. So morals changed in our community. We began to see things different. I'm from Gen X, so I was raised by a boomer, and a lot of boomers taught us superstitions, church, religion, the shouting in church. And by the time it reached my generation, we grew up on it as children, but as we became adults, questions couldn't be answered. And so we became, as Generation X, that's when we began to become the troublemakers in the church, because one of the rules was don't question pastor. You're in trouble when you question pastor. And starting in my generation is where we became the troublemakers, because the teachings didn't make sense to us. Our education levels, right. We received better education than our boomer parents. And as the generations,
I'm gonna just briefly interject. The people that was pushing that Bible to you and pushing it to me, it wasn't even their education while they was pushing it. It was their traditional upbringing, because you have lawyers, doctors, surgeons pushing that Bible, believing in it. And I'm with you. Like, how y'all this smart and believing in like talking snakes and stuff like that, taking it literally. I'm tracking with you for sure.
But that's actually different. It depends on who you're referring to. Now, in the 1930s and 1920s, and my generation, they went to their school was church. Their school was the Bible. They didn't learn what we learn today. So they were raised on the Bible. When it was time to go to school, that was their school, right on our plantation, the church. That was school, Sunday school. That's how they learned. It was not a thing of going to school going to school in a building and writing on a chalkboard. No, school for my great grandmother was church.
Mm-hmm.
That's all they knew was the Bible. Yeah, I mean,
just taught me something, because I thought we had to go back so far, and you only got to go back to your great. Okay, so just not that long ago,
right? Their education was the Bible, the King James Version Bible. So when they went to school, it was the Bible. It wasn't going to school to learn how to do math and spelling like we did. No, it was the Bible. So that's why by the time my grandmother is raised, she's born in 1930s. She didn't go to school either. She didn't go to school.
Dang,
she learned the Bible. Yeah. My grandmother was born in 1931. Right. Our schools was the schools on our plantation. See, it changed the language. It was Indian schools. And the whole thing that you hear in politics, remember, kill the Indian, save the man. Remember hearing that?
I've heard that plenty of times.
That's what it was. We got the Bible, and that's how you save the man, and that's how you kill the Indian. You change their culture, their way. So it's very interesting. So I look at things from generational standpoint. Like, Brother Sanchez, you're a millennial, so you see way more than what we see. You actually are the generation that make us strong, Gen X. Because you're a millennial and they're the Y generation. And I'll be damned if the millennials, you got to tell the millennials why before they believe anything. Because now we're getting into the digital era and things of that nature. And that's y'all's life. See, we grew up with pencils and pens and writing on chalkboards. Totally different for millennials and Gen Z. Y'all, everything is computer. You know what I mean?
This gonna make me sound kind of slow, but I don't care. I'm gonna keep it real. I never really knew the difference between like a millennial, a Gen X, or a boomer. I never got into that. So if I'm born in 84, you saying I'm a millennial, 80s baby?
Oh yeah, let me show you. I'm gonna pull up some things for you. Let me get it up here for you.
I never really got it. I can't even lie. I wouldn't know who is who. And I hear everybody using these terms.
Really?
When I was young, Sister Bethy, they just said you're an 80s baby, 90s baby, stuff like that. Then it turned into like these new terms. But I miss them days when we was just like, he's a 70s baby, 60 baby, because after a certain year, you stop having these babies and it just become like Gen Xers, boomers.
Stuff like, let me go out and come back in. This pisses me off. I'll be right back, Brother Sanchez.
Drop a 1 in the chat if y'all miss the baby days when we used to say like you're this baby or that baby or that baby. It was easier to understand. But I'm gonna figure this whole new terminology out though. Because when you say, well, them the 60s babies, soon as you think
Brother
of the
Sanchez,
60s,
when you're in the back here and you go to the media assets, why won't my screen scroll up? Maybe, I don't know, I'm doing something
what you
wrong.
trying to do right now?
Oh, I got it. I
Okay,
was wondering why my screen wouldn't show up where I got all my things, my overlays.
right. You about the screen
Why
share
won't it
phone?
scroll up? No. I'm not going to screen share. I'm trying to get something. How do I get it to show? Like these overlays. See, I'm trying to get it to scroll up and it, for some reason, won't. This is really weird to me.
Are
Oh
you
my
sharing with
goodness.
us right
I do
now?
not like it. No, I'm not sharing, honey. I'm trying to get my media things to show up. My overlays, they won't, I can't get it go up to the top. I got so many overlays and it's not cooperating properly. It won't roll up and down. Hey, Deanna Warren.
If I can see what you was talking about, I probably can help you.
How here in the back in StreamYard.
Okay.
Oh, this is terrible. I don't like this. It's something that they did with I don't like how they did this.
He shout out to D
chat.
Allen, OG Philly. I'm just, hollering at him till you troubleshoot your stuff, Sister Bethy. Do your thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Shout out to Red Tail,
it?
to Von Hall, 80s babies. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, it's something special about them 80s babies because we right there in a fire transition. Like before the 90s come next, 2000s. Then before that, you had the soul, the 70s, the 60s. And it's like a fusion between the 70s, 60s, and 80s. Then what happens in like the 2000s and all that, the 90s, the music mutate. Like with Kanye West, we start flipping all that old music from the 60s, 70s, and 80s, reflipping it, sampling it with hip-hop. Man, listen, I'm telling you, that was 80s babies that brought us that era. That's crazy. For real. To 80s
Okay,
babies.
so I can't find it. Normally I'm able to pull this up, and back here it's not letting me. YouTube did some kind of upgrade where I can't get to the back, and it's really irritating me, but I'll Google it at this point.
Yeah, I'm sitting here on my 80s babies ego trip because I think that the 80s babies made the best era of hip hop.
Okay, here we go. Image. Share screen. Oh, I don't like the way they did this. Anyway, here is by generations, okay?
Okay.
Now, the silent generation. These are the people born between 1928 and 1945. And they were born during the Great Depression and World War II. The baby boomers, which is what my mother is, a boomer, born between 1946 and 1964. They're the baby boomers. My mother was born in 48. Generation X, this is me. We were born between 1965 and 1980. Often described as independent and the X. I don't know. I don't know. They just gave it these these generational names, and we're often described as independent and technology transitional. So after we began the technology transition, because we dealt with all the old machines, like the Wayne word processor, everything we dealt with was old. Being factory, in the 80s.
Y'all the factory babies that really worked, like, because y'all was one no robots. They was literally on assembly lines and like Whereas today we the warehouse babies just lifting boxes and they got the factories overseas. So y'all was more mechanical and we're more like digital. I get where you going. Yeah.
Right. So that would be you coming. Your generation is after me. And a lot of my girlfriends in my high school years, we are the mothers. A lot of us are the mothers of the millennials, which is Gen Y. And y'all were born between 1981 and 96. My daughter was born in 92, so that makes her a millennial, known as the first generation to come of age in the digital era. And that's facts. That would be y'all. And then the era after y'all is Generation Z, born 1997 to 2012. These kids are in college right now.
Them kids right there, whew, man,
they're scary.
Yeah.
You have your good generation, just like you have your bad millennials, you have your educated millennials. You have your bad Generation X, and you have your educated Generation X. We all have these in our eras.
Hold on, Sister Bethy.
So if you want to
confuse me. You said bad and educated, not bad and good, but you can be educated and be bad and be educated and be good, right? You make educated synonymous with good. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, you're absolutely right. So why don't I say good and bad? You're right. Thank you for correcting me. You are absolutely right. So in my generation, which would be Generation X, as children, we played harmoniously in our urban communities across the 50 states in the hoods. However, it was my generation that, excuse my language, that fucked up all the hoods across the 50 states. It started in my generation, which is Generation X. You want to know why? Because you got the rap, you got what is it? Biggie, you got Big Meech and all of them. That's my era. Yeah. And we had our Big Meeches in all the 50 states.
But see, that's what I'm saying. I'm from that era, though. I'm from the Big Meech era.
No, you was a baby. Oh, you not. Think about, Big Meech is my age. Big Meech is about to be 60 years old, bro, Sanchez.
But the reason I say that is because check this out, right? Now, maybe not Big Meech, but definitely Blue Da Vinci is from my era. Like, because I remember, do you know who you talking about? BMF, right?
Yeah, Black Murphy. They're my age. Terry and Big Meech and Bobby Brown and
I got you.
Those are my era.
When I was a teenager, right? The record label that I was a part of was affiliated with BMF. So my CEOs was kicking it with like Blue Da Vinci and all them. But I ain't gonna lie. I know that Blue Da Vinci was BMF and he was with like Big Meech. But Big Meech wasn't my generation. That's why I keep bringing up Blue Da Vinci. But I'm saying like they right there though. It's like, because you like 10 years older than me. That's what it is. It's like it's right there, but not quite.
Bruh Sanchez. Listen, honey bun. Sister Bethy is about 20 years older than you. I think you got your numbers mixed up and you smoking something real good. Because Big Meech is 20. Wait, let me take this down for a minute. Explain.
You 50, because I'm 50, right, Sister Bethy?
Listen, bro Sanchez. I know Sister Bethy is gorgeous and beautiful and don't have saggy skin. But baby, I'm old enough to be your mama. I'm old. You're in my daughter's era. All right, let's do the math. Big Meech is my era. For real. Big Meech. Now, and 50 Cent, they're my era. Now, 50 Cent's a younger Generation X. But Big Meech and Terry, Bobby Brown, who was the dudes he danced with? Bobby Brown, you know. Candy Girl, you are my world. Who was that? They're my age right now. That's why his little fat butt can't dance on the stage now, because he's too old. But Big Meech and we were all in the same era. Who else? oh God, all the old rappers, Heavy D, or all of them. What's his damn name? Tupac. They're my age.
Yeah.
Bro
And it's
Sanchez,
like
I'm
they
59.
have
I'm 59. I'm old enough to be your mother. My daughter is 33. Do the math. My
right.
son, before he passed, he would be 40 today. 41. He would be going on 40. Yeah, 40. He'd be 41 if he were alive. So how are you hanging out in my era? You was a little doodle butt. Yeah. But I appreciate you make me feel good. You just blew my head up because he said I'm about 10 years older than him, y'all. No, Sister
Yeah,
Bethy
I'm
is
tripping.
59. I'll be 60 in September.
Yeah, Sister Bethy, you do
So
look younger.
I know most people think I'm in my 40s, but I tell them no, 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 no. No, I just take care of myself. But no, honey, I'm Big Meech and I'm era. I'm really a Gen X.
You just gave me
Um,
some hope too,
you
because what you made me say is, damn, okay, so I'm still, black don't really crack. So when I get 60, I hope that I have, the Sister Bethy effect.
okay? So all I'm gonna say is don't do drugs. You're not a crackhead. I'm gonna turn my camera on in a minute. Don't do drugs. That's all, bro Sanchez. Don't drink alcohol. I never drank alcohol before. Because I
Wine,
don't
not
like
even
it.
wine.
No, I sip a wine, but I never drink it all. I just sip it to fit in. Me, to be perfectly honest, and a lot of my behavior is acting. I'm a geek bookworm, and I'm very concealed. I live literally in a box in my life. My circle is a complete dot. And I like reading and research. That's me. And my daughter, she tells me I need to get a life. She's been telling me that since she was able to talk. Because I
I can
read
relate.
and I study, and that's and I'm mom, and I tell her I'm mom. You don't tell me what to do. But I had my days, when I hung out in the club. But back in my club days, I was designated driver because I didn't drink. But in my club days, I shut the club down because I was a dancer. I was literally a dancer and I was a terrible show off. But that's what they loved. They wanted entertainment. So back in my days, you hear Salt and Pepper. Remember them?
Mm-hmm, for sure.
You remember Salt and Pepper?
In
Okay, they're my
Spain, for sure.
age. Yeah, those sisters are my age. And then when I became a woman, like 23 years old, then Tony Braxton came out. Those are all folks in my era. Jay-Z, he's my
But
era. Me and Jay-Z are the same age.
we grew up listening to all of them in my generation too, though.
I was babies because that's what we played in the house.
Yeah.
So when my daughter was growing up, and you was little too, I was playing Escape. Them girls from Atlanta, Tiny and TIE. Remember they came out? Escape.
Yeah.
They're my age.
SWV,
That's
all of
my
them.
era.
Yeah.
Those are my era. They're my age. 50 Cent.
L-
Don't he look like me?
LSG,
Yeah.
Gerald Levert, all that. That's the same.
Right. And
Nah, yes. I'm trying to say, is these the same era? I not already forgot about the terms Gen X, Boomer, which would be which. Can you go through like the music artists that I'm familiar with? So let's say like
absolutely. I'm gonna put the thing back up so you can see it. This is very important. So in 1980, I graduated from high school in 84.
okay,
So
yeah,
I was 17 years old. I graduated, and I'm gonna email you it too. I graduated from high school in 1984. I was a cheerleader. So right here, just when you guys started being born, I was just getting out of high school. And I wasn't old enough to get in the club yet. In 81, I was 18, 19. So I lied about my age to get in clubs. So I didn't have, I had my daughter in 1992. 1992, I was 26, 25. I'm sorry. So these are my hanging out in the club days. 96. I stopped hanging out in the clubs after I had my daughter in 92. I said, nope, I will not. I gotta go back to school. And I did. I went back and got my college education, finished it out, and I raised my daughter. So now you understand. When you're looking at this era, you're when you hear 50 Cent, Ice Cube is a boom. Ice T, he's a boomer. The may she rest in peace. What's her name that passed away? Angie Stone. She's
Yeah.
a boomer. She's older than me. She's in my mother's era, but she's a young boomer.
Post
Smokey
World War.
Robinson, he's a boomer. Yeah, they're boomers.
That's
I came
crazy though.
out. I'm the same age. All right, me and Janet Jackson are the same age.
Okay.
We were born in the same year. Me and Janet Jackson.
So that puts you. So that's Mike too, right? Mike would be the same thing too. And then so
No, Michael Jackson's a boomer. Michael's almost going on 70 years old. It's hard to believe, but yeah.
Damn,
Michael Jackson's a boomer.
Damn.
He's almost going on 70 years old. Well, look at JJ the times. He's almost 80.
I'm trying
Remember,
to see. So after World War II, check it out, right? Because I'm looking at this what you sharing. The baby boomers, it's crazy how after a war, humans want to mate. We do a lot of mating after war. You know what I'm saying? Because it was like a boost in the population from 46 to 64. And it was right after the war. It was like, that's so crazy how like we lost people in a war and then naturally we just start booming babies out. That's crazy, man.
Yeah. A lot of babies were made during those years. Facts.
And they probably, I'm sure that,
when you're talking about baby boomers, you're talking about James Brown and all of them, the Whispers and Gladys Knight in the Pits. That's my mother's era. And the Temptations and all them groups, that's them. We call them old school. Now, when you get to my generation, you're talking about Tony Braxton, Janet Jackson, Salt and Pepper, all the hip hop, and you got Heavy D. Anybody born in the 70s is a Gen X. So that would be Biggie, Tupac, all of them. They're all my era. Okay. That's the era. My generation is when all the bad gangs and killings and crack epidemic babies began being born. And my era, that's why I said the destruction of our hoods that used to be safe to play in, no shooting, no murders. It started in my era in the late 80s. That's when the bad gangs and the Big Meechers, as a matter of fact, that's around the time Big Meech went to jail. It was just crime every day, murders. I ran from my own municipality, Bridgeport, to Hartford because I was so scared because all the deaths and, gangs and drug-related crime. And then we had to raise y'all up being in love with dudes like Big Meech that had women all over the damn place. Yeah. And then we had y'all millennials because a lot of millennials, not all of them, a lot of millennials were raised by their boomer grandparents. So a lot of them were detached from their parents because their parents, Brother Sanchez, were drug addict. A lot of them were in prison. So they didn't really get the actual love from their mother. So when you hear a lot of millennials jumping up on the panel and they cuss out women real bad, it's because they lost that connection with their mom. They don't have respect for people my age because these are the people that hurt them. So
Can I ask
I
you?
forgive them and excuse them. Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm a millennial, so I can speak to that, right? And
Yep.
I always been like a what they consider a simp. Even now they say I cape for women, you know, a lot of stuff like that, because I ain't never been that way toward women. Even the only way I'll say is if I'm rapping, I may say the B word or whatever. But the thing is this: a lot of that come from what we learned from what they call the black exploitation. Am I saying it right? Remember the Jackie Fly, Suit Dolomite,
Yeah.
the pimps. See, what are those guys? What's Don Juan? What's his? He's a what will he be on the chart?
Who?
Bishop Don Juan.
Who are
the
you
pimp.
saying?
What, you know, pimp
Bishop.
culture.
Let me look him up.
Yeah, because what I'm saying is like pimp culture come from like Generation X. Well, now a lot of pimps are baby boomers, though, right? I'm talking about because when
He's
you talk about
75 years old.
yeah,
He's
because
75 years old. Don Magic Wand.
right, because the disrespect of the women, that's who we was emulating. we were the
Yeah.
new generation was emulating the disrespect of the women from like the pimp culture, like bitch, you know, like Too Short, and like we was just
Yeah.
trying to emulate the OGs and stuff. But
Right.
I ain't
Well, now we
even
had our
disrespect women like that.
in the 70s. But see, Brother Sanchez, just by speaking with you directly, you often know how people were raised. See, you have what you call Southern morals that are very strong in you. And Southern morals is mannerism. You have really great manners. You try to hide them, but you can't because your tone and the way you speak. You have what we I was raised on Southern morals because my family came from the South. I was born in the North. My grandmother was the first one to be born in the North in Connecticut. Everybody else was born down South. So no matter what part of South you're from, we call it Southern morals. And Southern morals are known to be people that were raised with good manners and morals. A lot of Southerners, good morning, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Yes, sir. No, ma'am. Those are our mannerisms. And you still have that. I know when you walk up to a woman, you don't say, hey, Jean, you always call somebody miss or sir, right? You don't call anybody first name.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Somebody like 70
at
years
one.
old, you gonna walk up to them and call somebody. If you see a 70-year-old woman in the store, and you know her name is you gonna say Miss Betty, right? You're not gonna say, hey Betty. That's
right,
Southern morals. Whereas see in the North, right, in the northern states, a lot of them don't have, they're considered rude because we can be very rude. And our speaking tone is different. A lot of us in the North, we were in the South, you wasn't allowed to sit at the table in front of grown folks talking. You had to take your ass outside somewhere. And by the time it got to millennials is the first generation to allow the child to sit in front while their parent grown folks is talking. And that's why it's so many problems with these kids because they were not raised with Southern morals. It broke by the time the millennials got around because the millennials, a lot of them just didn't have respect for adults. Not all of them, but a lot of them, because they were hurt. They were very hurt children. A lot of them grew up in foster homes because the state took them away from their parents because their parents were either on drugs or in jail. So they suffered a lot. That's why I love millennials. because of all the generations, I think millennials were the most neglected. Gen Z is a straight up group of beasts. They're smart, they're educated, they are making money, they're just wise. And but see, it started with millennials. Millennials was money makers. They are like it's like they were born to start business. They was like F college. They already know how to make money. And that's just a millennial. And see, we was trained to go to school, go to college, get a job, be competitive. Millennials? Oh, hell no. I'm opening my own business. That's millennials. Millennials came out business minded. They're not working for nobody. They want their own business. That's a millennial mindset, and that's awesome. That's what we needed. But see, when you're trained differently, you do differently. I was taught to go to school, be good, don't get no criminal record, get a good job. You guys, look, I did a lot of bad shit, but I'm working my own business. And that's a millennial mindset. Millennials stand on open their own businesses, and I love them for that. So then now we got Generation Z. They don't understand nothing what we be talking about. Like when Jim Crow laws and all that, they looking at us like, why is you living in those days? I think you should spend more time getting a job and not worrying about what happened in 1920. We're in 1926. Hello, wake up. That's millennial. Gen Z mindset. They're like they don't understand, and that's across the board. Whether they're white, whether they're
You know
brown,
what I
whether
find
they're
interesting?
Asian, they all alike, and that's good, huh?
You know what I find interesting about all of this, Sister Bethy? They've basically created a classification system based upon not just when you were born, but what technology was in on the earth when you were born. And I'm saying that this chart, one determining factor of what separate one generation from the next, other than just time, is technology. And that makes a lot of sense, but it also is something that makes me worried about the later generations that's born like in like the post-internet, like the TikTok. Like this chart really gives me a visual of like, man, it makes me so glad. I hate to say this if you young listening, I wouldn't want to be born in like generation Z, alpha, or beta, none of that. It's like we losing something every generation. And I think I can't say I want to say technology is taking something away from us and giving us something each generation. It's like technology making it easier and faster for each generation to do something, but it's taking away that old school, take your time, perfect your craft. Like when the Temptations was making music, they didn't have AI and all this help. They had to really come together. And I'm saying we're losing something though every generation. You know what I'm saying? But
I
we
do know what
gaining
you're
something.
saying, and
Yeah.
right, it's a transition in time. I'm very scared with the Generation Alpha because that I believe, and they're just now being born. Alpha generation, were being born in 2013. My grandsons are alphas, and I'm so scared for this generation, bro, Sanchez, because this is the generation where, to me, and you showed this on your channel, but I just looked at it differently when you were showing those AI people, those robots that aren't human but they look human, and that
Yeah.
shit scared me because the first thing I thought is this the era that they're gonna put batteries in our kids' head and control them and put
Gonna be
chips in
they
their
kid.
head, and that's what I'm thinking, and I'm so scared they're not even going to be human anymore, and it's going to be something out there that they're going to sign and agree to become immortal. and meaning that the computer is going to take over their bodies and they'll be living forever. They'll be immortals. But you showed that on your show. I just looked at it differently. Remember, you were showing those people that was sitting in the audience, and I don't know, I guess it was a football or baseball game going on, and
Yeah.
they were that scared me, bro,
Nope.
Sanchez. I had to sit up when you did that segment.
And the thing about
Because this
those
makes me
people,
think
now that they said that was supposed to be some kind of exercise or something like that. It's a lot of theories about it, but I'm gonna tell you the technology that they're suggesting with that is that in the future, like right now, I'm sitting in my studio, whatever. If I wanted to go to the Raiders football game but not leave my house, I can send my little drone body. It can have a little doll, little walk, it can walk and everything, look like me, all of that, and it'll go to the game. And it'll sit there, watch the game. It got camera in the eyes. I can really be there. I can have on this little, like this right here. And it's like remote viewing. Like I'm sitting in my chair, right, and I'm chilling. I got this little like virtual reality stuff on. And basically in the future, people can be anywhere they want to be without leaving their house. And they can literally lift something. They can be like, "What up, man?" They can, because they'll be doing it right here in their house, and their little bot will be doing it in Singapore or Australia or this. So
see, that's what scares me.
Yeah.
Well, that's what scares me, bro, Sanchez. When you did that segment, I had to watch it. I had to keep scrolling it back so I could say, "Oh my God, where did bro Sanchez find this?" Because I was so scared. I'm like, "Oh, you scared the crap." That show that you did scared the crap out of me because it made me start thinking like,
I don't be wanting to.
No, it's not scaring us. It's waking us up because eventually we're gonna have to know, because when you think about saving the lives of police officers, and you know what I mean, and they come to your door, but it's really not a police officer. It's really a AI app, whatever you call it. What do you call them?
Yeah, a drone is what
a drone, and they're reading you your rights, and they will arrest you, and they can detain you. And I'm thinking, if that's the case, could they be making millions of those to fight in our wars so that the original person is really not dead? Which if you're using it for that purpose, yeah, hell yeah, why not? But I just worry about our generation being test subjects to donate their body and life to them experiencing how to make you immortal by taking over your brain and putting a chip in it. You no longer have your organs anymore. You don't need them to function anymore, but we're going to take your brain. You're still going to be alive. You're still going to feel like you're alive, but we're going to take over your body. That's scary to me. And I'm thinking that that's going to happen to Generation Beta at this point, because I think they will have perfected immortality by then, if they haven't already done it.
Yeah. If it ain't by Generation Beta, it'll be the one after them. And these gonna be, and that's my thing. Like, I believe that we already transhumans right now, because our whole life is infused with the digital world, the internet, even us millennials and all of us. You know what I'm saying? But my thing is, we haven't fused biologically and physically with the technology yet, which is why you can't call us a technical transhuman. But when it comes to what a transhuman is, it's a human that can't function really without technology or some sort of computerized fusion with itself. And if you think about it, That's kind of like us, but we ain't fully there yet. So it's like you can see how it's slowly getting there to where, you know, they're going into what they call in the tech world wearable technology. And the next step from wearing your technology is just fusing with it biologically. We seeing that with Neuralink, because Neuralink is being hyped as to heal cancer, to heal diseases. But ultimately, it's not really a healing device. It's the first device of its kind that people would get who don't have any problems, just to acquire superhuman abilities. That's where we're going in the medicine of tomorrow, to where people in the future will be willing amputee. We can see it even with women getting BBLs right now. You see what I'm saying? That this generation is willing to go under the knife. They're willing to transform themselves surgically to manifest whatever version of themselves they think is better than the one they mom and dad had created. So once that go beyond just I'm going under the, if we'll go under the knife to look good, we'll go under the knife to perform good. So if it came down to you competing with transhumans in the workforce, you'll start perking up. I think these generations are so easy to just become transhumanized. And I think that they've been slowly leading us here. You know what I'm saying? And we've participated. So each parents from each generation, like when I was young, right? I'm a millennial. I'm the first generation to come of the age in the digital area, right? And I know when I was a little boy, my mama bought me a Nintendo. That was Mario, Sega Genesis, all that. Before my generation, you had to go outside. You had to kind of, my generation represent the first generation of, well, going outside is optional. You can stay in the house and play your game. And that started to get so much deep to where kids don't go outside at all now. They just all in the house on and like this all day. And it's like we disconnected, and it's creating a whole different, you can't call them a human after so many generations, Sister Bethy.
I have to agree, because we was dying to get out the house to go see our boyfriends. And our idea of games, when I was little, we played, what do we play? We played checkers. We played, what is that game? You go around the world and you collect $200. Monopoly.
Monopoly.
Whereas we play Monopoly, we play Sorry, or all these table games with the family. Yeah. Now it's the child in the cell phone, and 5-year-old getting angry if you take that cell phone from them. They don't want to play on a computer. They want that damn cell phone. And it's something in these games that's drawing these babies. They really start flipping out. And it's scary. It's very scary. And they're the generation that are being.
No, I was just going to
scary. It's doing something.
I'm sorry, Sister Bethy. I keep stepping on your foot and cutting you off.
No. You got it. I think we have a delay. That's what it is, bro, Sanchez.
Oh,
I think it's a delay. That's what it is. Go ahead. You got it.
No, you was cooking about the kids and the technology. I'm going to be in and out. You know, it's a term for that. I forgot to tell you. They call it brain rot. They did a experiment to show that this is making us dumber. But I'm going to fall back.
What? Wait, no, I want to hear that. It's making us dumber. Whoa, go.
There's a term, it's called brain rot. And they were showing like what you were saying about the little kids. I've been, that's how I know you do a lot of research, because you've been watching these videos where they take the phone for the kids and the kids act abnormal. They go into these little crazy. That's a thing, right? They showing that the content that the kids looking at it switches scenes every 5 seconds. And you know, when y'all was coming up, like you entertainment was slower, like it was more like a comedy show, like you said, Monopoly. But a kid on a screen, that screen got, in order to keep their attention so they won't go to the next video, you got to keep doing something new every 5 seconds or they'll get bored. You see, it's harder for kids today, Sister Bethy, to have fun in a digital age, because you know back in the day we could have fun with like sticks and rocks, water guns, you know. Or I'm just saying, they showing that the more technology we get is like the dopamine fixes we getting. The stuff that we did to have fun will bore the hell out of these kids. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
My bad for cutting you off. That was
no, you're fine. We got a delay. That's scary. You know, and in my day, we played, you know, a lot of these kids don't even like playing basketball. And it's very, very different. And I don't know, but anyway, there was something that I wanted you to touch on, bro Sanchez.
Yeah.
Bat was talking about how the Epstein or somebody paid or funded something where they eat babies and all that. Did you read the Epstein files that Trump released? I didn't either. I'm scared to read it.
You know what? I haven't had time to follow the Epstein situation. And the reason I chose not to follow it, because I pretty much know what's going on with that whole situation. I know that the people in power are part of sick circles that go on out here, right? And I know that when they get mad at each other, people start telling each other dirt. And yeah, I've been prophesying a lot of this stuff, saying how, you know, but my whole thing about it is how Trump reacting to it. I ain't gonna talk about. Hold on, let me let my dogs. Hold on.
No, take your time, bro Sanchez. It's okay. Let him bark. He's just a doggy. That don't bother us. He's just a doggy. Let him bark. That don't bother us.
You don't think that Trump is reacting weird to the Epstein situation?
Well, all right, let me be honest. Okay. I can be very honest and say I'm a Trump supporter. Okay. Now, I can honestly say that even I feel people's spirits, and I in a million years would never believe that Trump would be the type of man to engage in that kind of life. I know Brother Sanchez is holding his head, but hold up. I really don't believe our president would indulge in that kind of behavior because of the type of man he is.
You ever met him?
No, but when you hear people's interviews and you can connect with their spirits. Hold on, I'm gonna let you share in a minute. Let me get my point off first. Let me stop sharing.
Sorry.
No, bro Sanchez, you take your time. I just want to point this out. Trump is the first president that wants to get, illegal immigrants out our country from taking away jobs for millions of Americans who are here legally here. And I like that. To me, that's protecting the country in the best interest of the United States citizens, taxpayers. Now, what I won't believe is that he would indulge in such a yucky lifestyle. I cannot get that vibe from President Trump. Now, what I do know about his mindset is the total opposite of Obama's. This is why I know that Trump would not indulge in things like Epstein. indulge in, which is gross. I just cannot see it. And if he was part of that, President Trump would not be president today. I don't believe that is the mindset and thought of our President Trump. I can't see him being a part of anything of Epstein. And if he learned about it, and if he probably was his friend and he learned about it or got whoop of it, he got the hell away from it because it was shit that he don't connect with. So I like Trump. I do. I like a president with a business mindset. We have not had a president that understands business, and that's what America was lacking. A president who did not understand business. We needed a business-minded president, and we got him. And you know, I can honestly say he's the first, now not the first Republican that I supported, but he's the first president that I went hard for getting in office on all three terms, even though he lost the second one. And I like him. I do like him. But now you got it. You got it. But I can say this, no matter who is the president, whether they win and be a Democrat or a Republican, I'm very patriotic. It's all right. We got to align under this president. That's the way I go. But I do like Trump. But you got it.
Yes. So I don't know if you know, when it comes to illegal immigrants, and a lot of people ain't going to like what I'm going to say, but I'm going to verify what I'm going to say right now before I say it, because I don't want to repeat what somebody told me. But what I was told was that Barack Obama deported more illegal immigrants than Trump.
Okay.
I don't know if that's true. I'm finna verify it now. I'm gonna type it in now. Because if that's true, then the whole argument of us saying Trump is the first one to do something about the illegals is wrong, because even ChatGPT saying right here, yes, based on the data, Barack Obama did deport more undocumented immigrants than Donald Trump. And a lot of people been saying that, and I don't think they would be saying it if it wasn't true, because it would be easily debunkable. But I'm looking at here, ChatGPT giving me 5 different sources where they showing the data saying that. So what I'll say is this: everything, and I don't even think Obama is a black man. I look at him like Kamala Harris. Like, I think they cosplaying black. I don't really like Obama for real. I think Trump more blacker than Obama. I'm gonna be real with you. When it comes to when it comes to relating to hip hop and like black people culture, I think Trump can relate. Now, black folks may not agree, but check this out, right? My thing is this: I still know who Trump is too now. You know, I know that Trump, whose side he on, and I'm just saying, like what you brought up, illegal immigration. Barack put out more illegal immigrants than Trump. But one thing why Trump get more credit for it, because I'm gonna give Trump his props, Trump just got more swagger than Barack Obama. So anything Trump do, I'm just keeping it, anything Trump do gonna look better than if Biden or Obama do it, because they characters just suck. Like, and for Obama to be black, he ain't got no soul. Like Trump got more soul than him. When it comes to character-wise, I can see why people gravitate. Everyone know Trump a people person. He good with people. So anything he do gonna look better than Obama. But according to the data, Obama did get rid of more. And then Trump got more political and marketing power behind him. He's in a bed with more people who own TV networks and all that, so they can make him. He's been part of media before all of these cats. He come from Hollywood. So Hollywood is going to always make everything one of their own do better than just some Sigma Phi member like Obama, who's a South African for real. You know what I'm saying? But my whole
Well,
thing, yeah, I don't, yeah, yeah, you can take over. I'll take it after you.
well, first, let me say this. Trump is born in Queens. He was born in Queens, New York. So that's where the socialization comes from. He's from Queens. He was born and raised in Queens, New York. So he knows the streets. He knows diversity very well. Um, I like him, and I have to honestly say that I feel more safe with him being president than I did with Obama. I have to keep it a buck. I feel more safe with Trump being president than Obama. And because of the
Yeah,
direction we're going in, oh, and because the direction that the country seems to be going in, I have to say that I feel if Obama was in office leading this, I had to pick. Look, who's going to be our chief and commander? I would pick Trump. I feel more safe with Trump, and I'm keeping it a buck.
You feel most safe with
If
Trump.
Trump was I feel more safe with Trump being president during these days in the direction the country's going in. I have to honestly say I feel much more safe with Trump being president. If I had to vote for him, if we had to put him in the third term, I'd be the first one at the poll to make sure he stays in office.
I already know that.
I really do. I'd be the first one at the polls. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm speaking my political truth, you know.
Hey, look, you acting like I don't know who I'm talking to now. But let me ask you this real quick, right? You feel more comfortable. You feel more comfortable, right, with Trump being in power right now, even though everyone know when Trump is in power, we having pandemics, we going to war on the Gaza Strip. Trump doing a lot of agendas that don't really benefit me and you in Gaza. That benefits Israel. Like a lot of our resources and a lot of the people we pissing off, it ain't to really help black folks, it's to help these Zionists. And that's because if you look at how much money Trump have taken from Israel, man, dude, I'm talking hundreds of millions, billions of dollars, man. Sheldon Adelson gave 90 million in 2016 and another 75 million a year after that. Miriam Adelson, all of these is Jews, 150 million to Trump. Like if you follow the money, you can see why Trump doing what he doing. He ain't doing what he doing for black folks because ain't none he doing on the Gaza Strip and what he doing over there in the other country with our military. Them our babies that he got going to carry out an agenda that ain't serving us. I got a problem with that because I was in the military. So that's
okay. So let's take it back. Let's take it back, bro, Sanchez, because I'm gonna get you to understand why we are standing with Trump for hundreds of years.
I want to know why Trump's standing with Israel.
Where because brother Sanchez, kill the Indian, save the man. We were raised on Christianity, so we're going to stand behind a president that enforces Christianity. And Christianity in the Bible, it talks about Israel all through the Bible. Oh Israel, oh Israel. That's what we learned. So the country that's raised on the Bible, to what you're saying, I don't have any proof of that because I don't study that. But what I do know is the Bible speaks about oh Israel, and we were taught to defend Israel. When we're
Sister Bethy, let me please, and I'll be brief. Black people.
Okay, you got it. No, I'm gonna cut it off.
No, look, we the real Israelites. We the ones should be getting. Listen, when they got the Zionist flag flying next to the American flag, they should be having the Native American flag. The people, don't you know that the Israeli flag is a foreign flag? That's a whole nother country. The only reason we support them is because we believe the Bible. But when we believe the Bible, we think that it's talking about these synagogue of Satan. The Bible talked about two different Israelite groups. It talked about the real slaves that was hung in Rome and the ones that forged a fake history for themselves. And guess what I'm going to tell you right now? One of them in the Bible called a synagogue of Satan. The other one, the Bible said those are the real children, and you're going to know them because they at the bottom of society. Now, these people who we calling the Israelites, they the richest people in the world. How them the people the Bible talking about? When the Bible said that the children of God going to be getting oppressed, they going to be suffering and all that, not running everything. So I'm telling you right now, these books are the synagogue of Satan. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't believe that we're the children of Israel. And I know the Hebrew Israelite brothers in New York teach this, but I'm sorry. I just don't believe that we are.
Bethy.
But
I'm not going with Hebrew
wait, let
Israelite.
me finish. Let me finish. And anybody that want to hit the panel, the link is up at the top. I'm willing
Bethy,
to listen to anybody.
Be able to break stuff down to you and have like a lecture.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm gonna fall back.
No, you got it. I'm sorry,
sister. You wasn't finished though. I want you to finish. I was just saying when I get the mic back, let me break down why I said we the real ones. You got it.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. Like I said, I think it's a delay.
It is, and
I love this, and I hope you give it on your channel.
Oh, yeah.
I hope you give another one on your channel because I want it. I'm gonna be listening in. I don't think that we are the real Israelites, and I'm gonna tell you why I think this. I believe it, but I'm gonna tell you why I don't think we are. Because the Bible was brought to our people here. It was convert or die. I know I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I'm just telling you what I believe. I don't believe that we are the real Israelites. I'm American Indian, Aboriginal to the Americas. I do know that the Bible was brought to our people. It started with the Geneva Bible, then the King James Version Bible. Let me just finish, and then you told me to finish. Let me finish, and then I'm gonna mute and let you have it.
Right,
I don't believe that we're the children of Israel. I don't believe it, and the reason why I don't believe it, Brother Sanchez, is because the Bible was brought to our ancestors, and we were told convert or die, convert or die. So now we're studying this Bible, and all of a sudden we become the characters in these Bible. We become the Israelites. Wait a minute. That book was handed to you. So now you're the characters in this Bible that was given to you. So I have a hard time believing that we're Israelites. Do I believe that the white Jews are the Israelites? Yeah. The one that are your, I do. I believe they're the real Jews. They already suffered in their country, and there was a great exodus, and they're here. And I don't have a problem with Jews, but now you got it. But I don't believe that my ancestors are true Israelites. But you got it. You break it down. I'm not going to interrupt you.
I'm going to need the screen share, and I'm going to
Hey, Jeremy, you got it.
Yeah, I'm going to need the screen share, and I'm going to need for you to give me at least about 5 minutes.
You take all the time you need.
Okay. Tell me if you see my streaming when we up.
You got it.
All right.
Yeah, so it's real little on my end.
I got you. You can hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. I'm staying quiet. I'm muting my mic. You got it. I'm not talking. Y'all listen to Brother Sanchez.
You ready for it? All right, so check it out. But Sister Bethy, don't mute your mic because I want to ask you some questions before I go in. I'm gonna be asking you some questions.
Oh, I'll unmute it. Go ahead. You got it.
Hey, Sister Bethy, are you familiar with the idea that Christianity existed before Christ?
No, I did not know that.
All right, so let me. That's why I got to respectfully say, sister, you're wrong about them being the real Jews. I'm finna share some with you. When the Jews came over here, the pilgrims, we're talking about the people on your oatmeal box. Let me show them to you. They weren't Christians. They lied like they were Christians, Sister Bethy. They weren't Christians. They were polytheistic members of the Roman Empire. This is who the Roman Empire sent to our people. Listen, these pilgrims are owned by the Roman Empire. Now watch this. The Roman Empire didn't believe in resurrection. It didn't believe in no Jesus Christ. The Roman Empire believed in Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. These are all Greek gods of Olympia. Are you familiar with the Greek gods of Olympia?
No.
This is what we named our planets after: Mercury, Venus. The Greeks, when they looked up in the sky, they said that it's the 7 Greek gods of Olympia. When our ancestors looked in the sky, they said those are our ancestors looking down upon us. That was Christianity. The Greeks didn't have Christianity. They didn't believe in resurrection. What the Caesars and the Roman Empire believed in is that when you die, you just go to hell, no matter if you did good or bad. Go look it up. They call it Hades. That's why they had a peasant society. That's why their society didn't have a moral system. That's why we call these people barbarians. Because what is a barbarian? What is a buccaneer? What is a raider? What is a Viking? It's a person without a moral system. How can they be a Christian when they was killing people and torturing people? Now, when they put up on our land, they came in contact with the Christians, and I'm about to prove it now that these people who calling themselves the children of God, they met the children of God. We the children of God. We taught them about resurrection and all that, and I'm about to prove it right now. My screen still sharing?
Yes.
Before Jesus was on the cross, which is what you see on the left right here, Sister Bethy, right? Before that, there was a snake on the cross. You see that on the right? That snake was lifted up by Moses. Because Moses wasn't a Christian. You know why, Sister Bethy? Because Moses was living before Christ. So how would he be a Christian? The question is, how the hell was people teaching about resurrection before Jesus if we couldn't get resurrection without Jesus dying? It's because we've been lied to. And this is what I'm about to show you right now. The first form of Jesus on the cross, Sister Bethy, was the snake on the cross. Jesus ain't nothing but the pilgrims coming to our land and turning the snake into Christ. That's why when you talk about the devil, guess what? The devil is the light bringer. Guess what Christ is? The light bringer. The devil is called the morning star. Guess what Jesus called? The morning star. Guess who was before Christ? The devil was. Let me teach you something real quick, Sister Bethy. Here go an image of Lucifer in the top. There go an image of Christ at the bottom. We was worshiping Lucifer. But guess what? I know that sound crazy to you because how it sound, but just stay with me. Let me show you something. Before the pilgrims came over here, there were black, white people of all different cultures talking about the serpent being lifted up. Guess what we read in the Bible? That Moses lifted up the serpent. Guess who the serpent is? The devil. Guess what was the name of the serpent that Moses lifted up? Right here. The Nehushtan. Guess what Shtan mean? Shaitan or Satan. Satan. That's what Nehushtan mean. Now watch this. The snake ain't nothing to be scared of. Guess what our ancestors was? They were so damn smart. They personified our soul as a snake on a pole because your spirit is a spiral that revolves around your spinal cord. And you can look this up, the Berkeley Institute, Harvard, Stanford. They know that there's an immortal part of us. It's a sine wave of energy. I'm going to show it to you right now. I'm going to show you what the serpent on the pole represent. So we won't think about no spooky stuff, right? Let me show you some. This is science. Watch this. They said we were born into sin, right? The word sin is the word sine, as in sine wave. They cursed the sine wave. This is what Moses was teaching, science and vibration. Check this out. Our ancestors turned this into a snake wrapped around a tree, y'all, because they wanted to tell us about energy and vibration. And when the papacy took over, guess what the papacy did? The papacy started making us interpret these symbols literally. And when we started interpreting these symbols literally, the serpent got cursed. No one wanted to mess with the serpent no more. That's why people in Western culture, we're scared of dragons. We're scared of snakes. But watch this right here. Watch this right here. If you go in the Eastern world, like Sister Bethy says, she loves Asia, right? They love snakes in Asia. They love dragons and serpents. Bruce Lee called himself the dragon. Guess what? Jet Li called himself the dragon. You know why? In Asia, the dragon means the God inside of you. Let me show you something. The dragon represents the chi energy. The snake, the serpent, the dragon right here inside of you represent the force within you that's giving you what you call your soul, your energy. You know what I'm saying? So this was your vibration, your sine wave. They turned that we just like today, we call it the Kundalini serpent on the spinal cord, which is just saying the central nervous system, which is a sine wave. Our ancestors, when they was teaching about resurrection, they was saying that the serpent got to be lifted up. Guess what they said about Christ? Christ got to be praised. Guess what you get when you take the P off of praise? Raise. When they was saying that the serpent got to be lifted up, guess what they was teaching? That man's vibration within him got to be lifted up. That the soul of man must be lifted up to a higher realm and a higher dimensional plane that we call heaven. There are parallel realities that were spoke of by the Maya and the Olmec. And this is what early Christianity was based on. Early Christianity was based upon the serpent knowledge, the wisdom of vibration, the chakras, and the Kundalini stuff. This is what our ancestors was into. This is why Columbus and all of the Europeans and the Greeks, they say our ancestors was communicating with the dead. Now we praying to a white man in the sky. They've disconnected us from our ancestral ways. Guess what the Bible teaches us, Sister Bethy? That Moses learned everything he learned from the Egyptians. I'm going to give you the scripture now so we can be clear. We got to quote him. Acts chapter 7:22. Moses was educated in the wisdom of the Egyptians. What does this mean? Now, Moses is the father of Christianity. And the first symbol Moses lifted up was the serpent staff. This is before Christ. Where did Moses learn this from? The Egyptians. And what were the Egyptians teaching? Resurrection, way before Christ. But guess what? I'm pointing y'all to Egypt right now. Y'all know we Americans. I'm an Aboriginal, right? Let me show you that the Egyptians and the early Americans was on the same page, y'all. Watch this. When Columbus came to America, this is what we was teaching Columbus. Bam! Look at this. Here go Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent wrapped around his sacred pyramid, Kukulkan. They turned this into Jesus on top of Mount Calvary with his arms open. And guess what? If you look at this pyramid, Sister Bethy, from a top-down view, it's a cross. So when the pilgrim came to America, we taught him about the serpent wrapped around the cross. He didn't teach us nothing. They keep talking about that these Christians taught us about the serpent wrapped around the cross. They didn't know nothing about no resurrection. And it gets under my skin because guess what? This is the most profound knowledge in the universe. People all around the world respected us because we knew this knowledge. And now these imposters took it over. Look at what Moses lifted up right here. Moses lifted up a serpent wrapped around a cross. But guess where Moses learned that from? Right here in America. And guess what? See, the Americans, the Egyptians, all of us was part of one worldwide empire. We had already created a worldwide spiritual system that everybody was synced up together with. It wasn't just in Egypt. When you go to Egypt, we can see the serpent wrapped around the cross, but we can see that in America too. I can show you that in other places too. The Egyptians don't own this. People all over the world knew about this before the papacy corrupted everything and split us all up and got us taking these symbols literally, because that's how they hid the truth, with the literal interpretation. What I'm showing you now is proof that the people who calling themselves Christians and children of God wasn't even monotheistic. They had several gods. Ask them which God they're a child of. When they came over here, they had a god of wind, a god of fire. The Roman Empire was dumb as hell when it comes to spirituality. They were peasants. Their only real spiritual system was money and buying and selling. And the fact that we think that these people are the real children of God, when the Roman Catholic Church is the same institution that would have put Jesus to death. The people we saying are the children of God, these are the same people in the Bible that was working for the Caesar that would have put Jesus Christ to death. They was working for the church, the Caesar. That's what you call the Roman Catholic Church. That's the false, that's the Antichrist. That's the Antichrist. Now that church system is in bed with the scientists of the day, and the scientists of the day are telling you we can't even prove life after death, but your pastor telling you heaven is when you die. So they conflicting with each other, because the Roman Empire told their people there was no life after death. And when you are a Christian, if you go to school for science, you got to go against the Bible. The Bible contradicts itself. But you know why? Because the people who teaching from the Bible didn't write it. The Bible condemns their actions. Even the Statue of Liberty condemns their action. Let me teach you something real quick, Sister Bethy. Don't you know that the Statue of Liberty is a westernized form of Krishna? Look at this right here. The Statue of Liberty is when white folks in America, when white folks in America came to America, we were Indians. We were practice. Do you know what Indians practice? Indians practice Hinduism. Like, how are we calling ourselves Indians? What I'm telling you is that in Hinduism, they revere the serpent. Their gods are Nagas. That's where the word nigger come from, because the knowledge of resurrection was being told through the serpent people, which were the Nagas, the niggers. And guess what? This Naga right here is what they call a genie. The white man call him a genie. And they got a genie coming up out of a lamp. But let me show you something real quick, Sister Bethy. This is why the white people removed the book of Enoch from the Bible. Let me show you something about Enoch, because Enoch, believe it or not, Sister Bethy, Enoch is the Statue of Liberty. See, before Jesus Christ, we was teaching about liberation in America. Resurrection is liberation, liberty. The Statue of Liberty is an old god called Enoch, and I'm going to show it to you, Sister Bethy. Watch this, Sister Bethy. When the pilgrim showed up here, we was teaching him about Enoch, which is the first form of Jesus Christ. This was Jesus Christ before Jesus Christ, teaching about how to leave the earth and the knowledge of resurrection, the knowledge of the soul liberating itself from the body. They turned this into the Statue of Liberty. Liberation is talking about liberating the soul. We're immortal beings. The papacy didn't like this. They didn't like that, man, these people are immortals. They didn't want their people to know how divine the spirit was in them. They wanted their people to be consumers, barbarians, buyers and sellers, just merchants and capitalists. These people who took over our land, their religion system is money and capitalism. They didn't have a spiritual system. Barbarianism is just buying and selling. May the strongest man win, the rich get rich, poor get poor. They brought that corrupted system over here, and we're at the bottom of that system. You know why? We're foreign to that system, Sister Bethy. We was never capitalists. When these people came to our land, we was practicing something called the guild system, We didn't even have money, Sister Bethy. Everything you built, everything you did was contributed to the community, and your status in society was directly related to the work of your hands. That's why when we look at the Statue of Liberty, the Eiffel Tower, we see we can't even rebuild this stuff. Let me show y'all something, right? The Pilgrims said that they built the Statue of Liberty, but it was there before they showed up. When Columbus and them showed up, it was buildings already here. They talking about we was in the jungle with skirts on and walking barefoot. We was building stone pyramids, man. Look, this stuff is older than Columbus, yo. We was living in stone utopias with electricity and all that, because you had to carve that stone. The Pilgrims told us we was brushing rock against rock. Look at them 90-degree angles in that intricate work. You ain't doing that with hammer and chisels. We had technology. And guess what they ain't telling us? When the Pilgrims came, Sister Bethy, there was a reset on the earth. They wiped out all of our tech. They took us back years in technology. They burnt up libraries and books. We lost technology. And the Pilgrims are just now reverse engineering all of the deep technology our ancestors had. Because for our ancestors to know about the central nervous system, it meant that we had MRI technology, brain-computer interface technology. Look at them big-ass hats that the Pharaoh wearing. Look at them hats that the OWENS got on. Elon Musk didn't invent Neuralink. He get that from our people. And I know y'all think because the Pilgrim lied to y'all, he deleted our history. Watch this. If you look, they said that the OWENS were time travelers. They were communicating with the dead. And when you ask them how, they say it's a bunch of magic and voodoo because they don't want to give you technology. If you look at these intricate hats that these, that one for protection, this was technology, y'all. It was ancient, primitive Neuralink technology. This is how they read in history. Kings were communicating with each other all over the earth, right? Let me share some with you, Sister Beth. I appreciate you for letting me do my little show.
Oh, no, you cooking. I'm loving this. I'm loving this.
Let me share some with you. I'm gonna pull up another slide here. I'm gonna show you what I mean about Neuralink because I want to give a visual. When they said Jesus was immortal and that the Pharaoh in Egypt was seeking immortality, they said that the Holy Grail represent immortality. I don't believe in fairy tales. I'm non-religious. I believe in technology and science. And one thing I know, if humans want to achieve immortality, we can do that. We will achieve it by 2050. Elon will be the man that do it with Neuralink. With Neuralink, we can upload human consciousness out of the body and put it in a computer. In other words, we can transport human consciousness into anything we want to put it in, a computer, another body, a drone body. And in Egypt, the Pharaoh was fascinated with immortality. Guess what, y'all? They cracked the immortality code in Egypt. They cracked the immortality code with the Mayans and the Olmecs. Don't you know that the stuff you see on the Olmec's head, the stuff you see on the Pharaoh head would have weighed anywhere from 10 to 15 pounds? Don't you know that the crown that the king weigh 15 pounds? Don't you know if you go to any, a king's crown back in the day, they got them in museums. If a delicately laced king's crown on minimum gonna weigh 10 pounds. Now go put a 10-pound weight on your head right now and tell me if that's comfortable to walk around all day with. So we know this.
No, I could put a bag of sugar. That's right. Crazy.
It'll give you back problems. So this technology wasn't made for you to walk around and look good. The king was seated at his throne. He would put his Neuralink crown on and he would be able to talk to other kings worldwide. And when you read in history, they can't figure out how kings around the world was communicating within days before we had phones and mail services and all that. And they try to say, well, it was telepathy. And people, Sister Bethy, people will believe that our ancestors were voodoo magicians before they believe that our ancestors were just tech gurus like the white man is. I don't want to think of my ancestor as a damn abracadabra magician. I'd rather think of him as a scientist. And so when we realize that a lot of the things we can't figure out about the past is because they deleted history. We are just reinventing all this technology that was already in the world, from telephones. I can show you carvings on the wall with people talking on telephones back in Egypt, right? And folks will laugh at you because they believe the history that the white man gave them. But guess what I believe, Sister Bethy? Ain't none new under the sun. History just repeat itself. The world been here for trillions of years, and you think we doing something new. Everything we do is just rediscovered stuff. Now, check this out. They said that the Holy Grail cup on the head it meant immortality. People rather believe that a magical cup will give a dude immortality. But if I tell them, hey, man, our ancestors were geniuses. They created Neuralink before Elon Musk. That's how great we was, black man. And guess what? We was giving immortality to the world before Elon did it. Now, guess what? People ain't going to realize that when you say the name Elon, you're saying alien. Elon is alien. Elon is the root word of elongated. When you elongate the skull, they say you were a god or an alien or a king. Guess what they said about Jesus? They called Jesus a god. They called Jesus a king. You know why? The kings that walked the earth were gods because they had become immortal. They become transhumans with technology. Everything we doing now, Sister Bethy, we already did it before. This is the sin of Babylon and Egypt that they bringing back. We've already did this before. Wow. The Grail cup. Yeah, I'll fall back. I was talking a minute. I got to fall back.
No, don't fall back. Keep going. This is
I
good.
Can go now.
The chat is loving you. Let me give you yours.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that. Our people knew. So look, what I'm telling our people is that the Statue of Liberty is Krishna, y'all. Here we go right here. Everything you read about the Statue of Liberty is the same thing about Krishna. He's a light bearer. The light mean the consciousness that's lifted up. I'll show y'all what I'm talking about right now so we can be clear here. The light bearers are the people with souls, because some people ain't got a light inside of them. They're barbarians. They pineal gland calcified. Some people can't connect with the universe and they don't got a damn soul, and we call them mankind because they're a kind of man, but they ain't really a man like us. They ain't really our species. You know why? Because they are transhumans. We got a soul inside of us. They got a chip inside of their head. Now, I know y'all don't believe that, but it's some people walking on this earth that are indistinguishable from humans, and they don't have a soul in them. If you cut their head open, you will see technology. This is facts. Now, watch this.
Scaring me. That's what scares me. This is what's scaring me. No, but I need to hear it. I'm going to have to hear it.
I'm going to prove to y'all what I'm talking about these people, because they telling you who they are, but we ain't really looking at the symbolism. So I'm going to pull up the symbolism and show y'all who these people are. Hold on. And while I do that, let me show you what I mean about Olmec technology. Sister Bethy, look at this collage and tell me what you think about this. Because in the middle of this collage, Sister Bethy, that's Elon Musk Neuralink. And on the right is an Olmec hat. Now, guess what, Sister Bethy? Everything they said about the Olmec hat, they about the mythological powers of the Mercury wing helmet, like what the Pharaoh wearing, the wing helmet. They said his helmet can take you to other worlds. They was putting us to death for using this technology, Sister Bethy. Listen, Sister Bethy, here go the Egyptian hat right here. It's it ain't a beauty. When we look at this big old hat that the Pharaoh got on, we think it's just a beautiful little hat. Ain't nobody walking around with nothing like that on all day, man. Look at this. This is Neuralink technology. There was a pharaoh named Aten. Aten created the technology in Egypt that cheated death and made man immortal. So there are some people ruling the world right now, Sister Bethy, and these people are thousands of years old. These people been living on the earth since ancient Egypt, and they ain't telling you that. This is what we call mankind. I'm telling you, there was a great war fought on the earth between humans and machines, just like the Terminator movie. When the transhumans got the neural, let me explain something to you, Sister Bethy. Don't you know that what we call government today is nothing but the first world dynasties rising to power? And you got to ask yourself, who put them in power? And I'm going to explain something to y'all. Listen up. Who put these people in power, right? I'm going to share some with you. Check this out. Look at this collage right here. The dynasties that rose to power in ancient Egypt and all over the world, they weren't human. They was not humans. They was the world's first superhumans. And we're doing the same thing today. The first people that get the Neuralink chip, guess what, Sister Bethy? We ain't going to be able to compete with them because they going to be gods. If you want to compete in the workforce and not become obsolete, you're going to have to either join them or join or die. Meaning in the future, Sister Bethy, if we don't all become transhumans, we going to be poor as hell. We ain't going to be needed because people going to be able to do more work than you. They're going to be smarter than you when they get the chip in their head. And you ain't going to be able to compete if you don't get the chip and become. So humans ain't being wiped out. We're just what they call evolution. Ain't really evolution, is terraforming. Just like the humans we see today, we don't live as long as the humans back in the day because our genetics have been terraformed. We slowly been terraformed to become cyborgs. That's the end goal because it's taken away our spiritual power. And this is what I want to share with y'all. When we found out about technology a long time ago, transhumans were created on the earth. And that was a war between the first transhumans and the humans. And that war is still being fought right now. That's what we call the war of good and evil, or the war of Armageddon on the earth. What we call in good and evil is just really natural and unnatural. It's the war between the natural organisms with souls, with a light inside of them, and the children who accepted the chip. They no longer have the light, and I'll show y'all who they are. Check me out. Here go another collage. Whenever you see a person wearing a tefillin on their head, some of them just practicing a ritual. But what the tefillin mean is that you're mankind. Religion wasn't created for the gods, Sister Bethy. We didn't need nobody to tell us right from wrong, because we got something called a spirit of guilt and conviction. When I'm doing wrong, I know I'm messing up because I can feel it. You know why? Because I got a soul. The people that was hanging us on them trees and castrating our men, ain't no way they got a soul and they can do that to Emmett Till. And they telling you that they the children of God and that they the real Christians, Sister Bethy. Ooh. So the children with the light inside of them are on the right. That's, you got a pineal gland. It ain't a gland. It's the seed of God. And then there's another group on the earth. They don't even know how to dream. They can't have dreams. They don't have deja vu. They can't astral travel. They couldn't talk to their dead. Some people talk to their dead all the time. They dream and said, look, I saw grandma in the dream. And she said, we do that all the time, black folks. How the hell we ain't the real children of God? We got a connection to the stars, to the universe. These people that hung us on trees, how dare we let them say that they the real Christians and the real children of God? You see that activated this whole lecture, huh? But see, look, the feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl, they turned the feathered serpent into Jesus with a crown of thorns on. But the Indian with his feathered hat on, let me show you what I'm talking about, right? This is what the Statue of Liberty is. When you look at the Statue of Liberty and you see all of them spikes coming from the Statue of Liberty head, when Columbus came to America, he got us thinking that, well, he saw the Indians in the jungle, right? And the Indians had on leaf skirts and they were barefoot, right? Guess what, y'all? When Columbus came to America, he saw the Statue of Liberty. The Statue of Liberty was here before Columbus. It was built by a group of white people that was already established here before the Pilgrims. That's why the Jews don't call themselves white, and they telling y'all the truth. The Zionists, the people who, the synagogue of Satan, these small hats that run the world, they ain't white people, right? They ain't even human, because white people still can have a soul. But these people, let me share some with you real quick, right? Real quick. Let me share this with you. If you ever saw the movie The Matrix, right? In this movie, there's something called the agents, right? And if you look at these agents, everywhere they go, they just wear black all the time, black suits, right? Watch this. Watch this. If you look at, they telling you who they are. These people are the machines. They're what we call mankind. These, what did they say, Sister Bethy? They said Freemasons founded America, right? They said Masons found America. They didn't find nothing. Well, actually, they found it, but they didn't build it, is what I'm saying. We already built America. It was already big buildings and statues and all that here, y'all. These Pilgrims didn't build none of that. Sister Bethy, let me show you something real quick. Check this out. This is what the Pilgrims was building for their housing. If the Pilgrims built the Statue of Liberty, why was they living in wooden shacks? I can show you Pilgrim houses. Watch this. Watch this. The Pilgrims that was cooking oatmeal and grits out of witch pots, like the dude on your oatmeal box. This is what they was building, Sister Bethy. Sister Bethy, these people was telling stories about Paul Bunyan, who is a wood cutting lumberjack. Listen at this, Sister Bethy. Let me show you something real quick. Watch this. Watch this, Sister Bethy. You talking to me about a white boy cutting trees down when our ancestors cutting stones like butter. You talking to me about a wood. You talking to me about a wood cabin shack. When you came over here, our people had stone monuments, you little pilgrim. Talking about you, man. Listen, man, this stuff needs to get out, Sister Bethy. It's amazing how they traded places with us. These people came over here on wooden ships. We was working with steel and stone like it was butter. And they was working with wood like it was a headache for them. Look at these houses. These folks was working with wood on a primitive level, and we're working with diamond, granite, stone like it ain't nothing. And look at what they doing with wood, and look at what we doing with stones. You can't compare these two species. Yep, I said species, because they ain't built like us. We're from the Victorian area, Sister Bethy. We are the true Victorians. When they came into our land, they saw beautiful spotlights and street lights and stone rows of brick and beautiful statues. And these motherfuckers was building mud roof houses. You got to think, when the Pilgrims showed up, he said we was building mud teepees, and that's what he was doing. Why would we be building mud teepees, Sister Bethy? Why would we be living in mud teepees if we doing stuff like this right here, Sister Bethy? Why would I live in a mud hut if I just built a pyramid that looked like, let me pull this up for you, because this is killing the ones in Egypt. I don't care what the Egyptian pyramids is not messing with this. Look at this, man. It was, and the people who telling you
That's
about
in
history,
Mexico, right?
right? And it would have been just America, what we call it. All of this from Canada all the way to South, it would have been one people in one land. The pilgrim came over here. The pilgrim saw this right here when he showed up. And think about this, Sister Bethy. He saw this, and guess where he built to live in, Sister Bethy? Get ready to laugh. This where he lived in.
I never understood that. And I'm like,
right,
why would our people build? I'm looking at the Capitol buildings, and I'm like, why would our people build those and then turn around and build a teepee and hut to live in?
Man,
when you build a Capitol,
Sister Bethy,
doesn't make sense.
Our people were living in luxury when Columbus came. We all had on like beautiful clothes, stone. Let me show you how we was living. Watch this.
We lived in mansions. I do know that.
Right. We weren't in no huts and in no jungle barefoot. We were civilized. This is, let me show you something right here, Sister Bethy. Do you know what we looking at right here, Sister Bethy? You know what this is?
I remember this building, and they talking about they built it and then tore it right back down. They only built it to take a picture.
Right.
I remember this. Is that right? They said they tore it down. They tore it down right after they built it. It didn't make any sense. I'm like, why would they build that beautiful building and then tear it down?
Well, they were saying that the Pilgrims was saying they renovated this stuff after the 1800s. Now, excuse me, after the early 1900s. These buildings right here were built in the 1800s right here. So this is the San Francisco Arts Institute. It was built in the 1800s. Let me show you what Pilgrims was building in the 1800s. Watch this. Watch this. The Pilgrims said they built this. Y'all about to laugh, right? The Pilgrims said they look at what they was building. Look at this. You telling me that a person that was building, look at this shit right here. You telling me a person that's building this right here, Sister Bethy, saying that they built this right here. Now watch this, right? The truth is that what we call the founding fathers, Sister Bethy, they were just that. They didn't build nothing. They found an old empire that was wiped out. Our ancestors was wiped out. It was a huge reset. A lot in the 1900s, from anywhere from the 1800s to 1900s. If you go do your research, the human population on Earth was being reset. So that was a great reset, a cataclysm that took place. The population had reduced down to millions of humans worldwide. That's nothing compared to 10 billion a day. So in a world with just millions of humans walking around, that's an empty world. Where did everybody go? So there was a big cataclysm on the earth, something like a Carrington event, because these buildings were built by people who was pulling electricity directly from the ether. They had a free energy system. That was a threat to the barbarians, Sister Bethy, because the barbarians believe you should buy everything. Nothing should be free. There should be an inflation system. And this is why they hated Nikola Tesla, because Tesla learned his knowledge from our ancestors on how to create free energy. He was studying ancient, what we call Tartarian information. That's basically a code word for the part of the empire that Black people was part of. It was an integrated empire. Like if you look at a lot of this stuff, is white statues too, and you will see Black statues like the Olmecs. So it wasn't just a certain skin color. It was America been a melting pot, is what I'm telling you, with all kind of people here before Columbus came. That's why he thought he was in India, because the Hindus had already influenced this land and connected us with the worldwide network of Tartaria. And when I say Tartaria, I'm talking about the prehistoric civilizations that was deleted from these people history books, which don't explain the stuff I'm explaining now, because their historical record says America was just built by pilgrims, and we know that ain't true based on what I'm saying.
Right.
So they wiped out some civilizations that was here for Sister Bethy, the concept of an ancient world is a false ideology. Ain't nothing ancient. I would say this: in the 1600s and 1700s, the pharaohs in Egypt would have been walking around. The Olmecs and Mayans, their children, they would have still been practicing that same system. So what we call Mayans, Olmecs, Egyptians, that ain't ancient. That is a close pack. That's closer than what we think. I'm talking 1600s. You had Egypt at its prime with pharaohs ruling, the people in America that we call the Olmecs and all that. And when the Pilgrim took over, he deleted all of that history. He deleted all of this knowledge of what I'm showing you here. Think about this, Sister Bethy. The people that built this is at least 10 generations of architectural knowledge, because we can't rebuild this stuff today. We can't rebuild the Statue of Liberty. We can't rebuild Giza. We can't rebuild Kukulkan. We can't rebuild anything that's built prior to the 1800s, Sister Bethy. That's because we are a post-apocalyptic civilization. We are, the world we're born in is after the golden age, meaning that the earth we know today is a wasteland. It's a post-apocalyptic earth compared to what our ancestors lived in. It was a Victorian, it was a luxurious, it was like everybody and their mama lived like we in Beverly Hills. Everywhere you went, everywhere you stepped at was like Beverly Hills, all on the earth. So it wasn't no such thing as rich and poor. It was equality for all. It wasn't no zoning system where the poor people here, the rich people here. In the golden age, which was just here not too long ago, everybody was rich. That's why the Statue of Liberty, and I'll end here. That's why the Statue of Liberty means equality and justice for all. We know that the Pilgrims weren't teaching about equality because they didn't treat us equal. So they didn't build a Statue of Liberty, and they don't embody none of the things that the statue represent. That come from the civilization that was here living with us in harmony before these barbarians showed up with their fiat system.
That's interesting because, you know, when I was a little girl in the 70s, elementary school, we were taught that the Statue of Liberty was brought here by the French.
Right, a lie.
And given to us. So that was a lie.
A big one. I can actually play you a little documentary that I made to debunk that, if you want that on this stream. It's a viral one. I don't know if you saw it, but that thing is really viral. And but I can play that for you.
Did you make it? Because I don't want to. I'm monetized.
Yeah, it's
I'm monetized.
Oh yeah, it's my work.
So I won't. Okay. But your channel would strike me, right?
No, because I made this for my Facebook page and I didn't put it on YouTube. So you would have this as an exclusive on your channel, actually. So if it'll be the only on YouTube on your channel if it were to go on here.
Okay, then I'm fine with it. Do you so is it fair to say that because our ancestors were so far in technology and building things like this, is it possible that they knew that a war was coming on between them and the mankind, that they had an escape and they left and went somewhere else that we can't get to?
Yeah, so even
Did
modern
they run underground and
yeah, so modern science is proving right now that time travel is possible. And this will explain deja vu, right? The Mayan, the Olmec talked about that the past, present, and future is already happened, and that we just shifting through them. And because of that, it's possible for us to go to the past, go to the future. And basically the ancestors were saying that when we go to the future and we come back here, basically it was saying the future is a parallel reality next to ours. So there's another me, Sister Bethy, that already exists in the future. And that when that day come to me, my consciousness shift to that version of me. That's how the Mayan perceived time. And that explains deja vu. Pope Gregory's timeline don't. Because what happens is what the ancestors say, when we go to the future, we go on projecting our consciousness into an alternative version of ourselves that's already in the future. But when we come back here, because this version of ourselves hasn't experienced that yet, we don't even know we went to the future come back to us, because the memory of us going to the future is in our soul or our mind, not our brain. And the thing about that, we finding that out with science, right? That when you have deja vu, you're remembering the future. You're having a memory, but you can't remember something that ain't never happened before. So this proves that our ancestors was right when they said that the future, the past, all of that already happened. Now, the people that wrote the Bible, guess what they said? They said, in the beginning was the word. Our ancestors was trying to tell us that our world is a simulation and everything is scripted out, and the script gonna be fulfilled whether we like it or not. And guess what? The thing is, this is what, to answer your question, why our ancestors knew and prophesied that they would be overtaken and conquered, but couldn't do nothing about it. And I'm gonna give you another example, Sister Bethy. If you ever have deja vu before, you always try to be like a prophet. I know I do. I always try to anticipate deja vu, like when it happens, to like try to stop it, or like, hey, I know what you about to do, but you never can. No matter what you do, you never can be a prophet and be ahead of deja vu. I don't know if you ever experienced deja vu, but you always late. You always a second late. You can't edit, even though you know what's gonna happen. You got to act it out because it's written out. And we're in a digital program. Our world ain't physical. It's literally a matrix. Deja vu proves the matrix, because the fact that we got to act the shit out before we can even say it's deja vu show what the Bible said. It must be fulfilled. It's written out. So our ancestors said, every thought you having in your mind is not original. You just tapping into parallel realities, even when you dream. And life is a continuum. When we die, we just leave one timeline and skip to another one and dream on, just like falling asleep dreaming. You don't even know you just fell asleep. So that was the thing about death to our ancestor. They say it's a continuum. The reason we lost that knowledge is because the Catholic Church wanted to scare everybody with hell so that we can follow and pay tithes and do all that. But I don't want to talk too much. I'm just showing you the deep stuff that we knew about before, and they just learning about it because they've been reverse engineering the stuff they took out of our ancient libraries for centuries. We had cracked the code of immortality and all that back in Egypt. They about to crack immortality code in 2050. They late as hell, man. We've been cracked that code, but it lets you see that we're not moving forward in time. We're just getting back to where our ancestors was, and we calling it the technological world. But the truth is that the version we're creating is one that makes us slaves versus the world our ancestors created with all this beautiful technology. because I'm not bashing technology. Technology in the wrong hands is what build hell on earth, because it ain't the technology, Sister Bethy, it's the intent, right? If you got good intentions, you gonna build a better world with that technology. But if you got bad intentions, you gonna build hell on earth, not heaven on earth. So we once built heaven on earth, and heaven on earth was when we used all of our geniuses and technology and smarts to make life better for everybody. That was destroyed because barbarians don't like everyone having equality. They like the rich up here and the peasants down here. That's how Rome built its infrastructure. Rome had bougie people up here, poor folks down here. But when they came to our land, there was no rich and poor. That was tribal, communal spirit. Everybody was balling out. If you hurting, I'm hurting. Sister Bethy, we think that way today. We the same way today. Look, if I'm hurting, you hurting, my nigga. We think like that today. That was our tribal system where we looked out for each other. But guess what? Now we look at the small hats looking out for each other, and they was fighting with each other in barbaric. Now they got us fighting with each other, gang banging and barbaric, and they working together. So they learned how to be gods from us, and they taught us how to be barbarians, because that's what they was when they showed up, filthy barbarians. And just like they said, these pilgrims, they learned from us. They went to our schools. We taught them how everything they know, and then they turned on us and took it over. That's how they empower now.
Wow. 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 You said a mouthful. So, all right. Do you believe that once they came here and it was a terrible war that broke out, do you believe that our ancestor had an escape because we were so far advanced in technology and they went underground and got away and are now in an area that nobody can get to? Do you believe that? Because I mean, with that type of knowledge, Brother Sanchez, that you're sharing, that our ancestors had, I find it hard that they wouldn't have had an escape and be somewhere in an area that we can't get to.
Well, here's the thing. You can't superimpose your idea of what the past was, because that's how you'll make that mistake. I've researched this, and what I found out is that the people Columbus would have came in contact with wouldn't have had a government, a military, or nothing like that. When we look at the Statue of Liberty, it represents a free world. When they talk about America, it's the free world. They was talking about that before Columbus. Let me share my.
Oh, he hit himself off by accident. Wow. I love to have, people come up and share their research, and it's really helpful. I like to have these kind of conversations. There he is. He hit himself off by accident. You hit that red button, didn't you?
Yeah, by accident. So look,
go ahead, Bro Sanchez.
We know that the people who keep talking about land of the free world, freedom and liberty, equality, they didn't practice none of that. You agree with me, right, Sister Bethy?
Yes.
So the people who enslaved us on this land, when they showed up here, we was already practicing liberty, equality, freedom and justice for all, which is why I'm telling you, in our old world, it wasn't no rich and poor. Everyone was equal, because what is being rich? Being rich means I live in the best part of town, and because of that, I got the best resources, best water, and all that. But let me share my screen with you real quick, Sister Bethy. Let me pull this up.
Take your time. Take your time. Cosma, anybody, y'all can come on the panel. The link is pinned to the top. Go ahead, bro. This, Sister Bethy. You got it.
Why I said everybody was rich back in the day, because if you look at what I'm sharing with you on the screen, Sister Bethy, you would have lived in this society too. So it wasn't no rich and poor. because everybody that walked outside before the pilgrims came here, they experienced this beautiful, well-built world of Victorian architecture and all that. So it'll be different today. It's like the only way you can experience some kind of luxury like what I'm sharing on the screen right now is if you go to Beverly Hills or some uppity place. But if you live in a hood, you will never see no architecture like this. But what I'm telling you, Sister Bethy, this architecture was the standard norm for the Victorian era that our ancestors lived in. No, this was like our sewage systems looked good. Let me show you something real. I can't make this up. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Watch this. If you look at this sewer system right here, a person will live in this, Sister Bethy. This is a shit pump. This is where we handled our waste at. Let me.
Oh my goodness.
So, Sister Bethy, before the pilgrims, and all of this architecture that you see right here, the Roman Catholic Church didn't build this. The Roman Catholic Church is a squatting organization. They are a group of pilgrims that squatted on all these ancient cathedrals and beautiful temples like the Sistine Chapel. They didn't build this because if you look at how the Roman Empire was building when they showed up, I showed you mud huts. They were barbaric. So the thing about this right here, all of these fancy buildings that look Victorian or like with gargoyles, and they try to make it scary and Catholic looking today. The Catholic Church ain't got nothing to do with that. That's our stuff. We the real Christians, Sister Bethy. These were our buildings. When the pilgrims showed up, they saw these beautiful buildings and they was building mud huts. So we got to quit thinking about ourselves as feather-wearing Indians with running around in the jungle, because guess what? Let me show you what the feathers mean real quick. The feathers, right, represent technology that made us liberated. So when you look at the Statue of Liberty, the Liberty got these feathers too, or these spikes, just like Quetzalcoatl, the spiky dragon, the feathered dragon, the crown of thorns, right? What this meant was liberation of the soul. Now, why did it mean liberation of the soul? Because we had figured out immortality with Neuralink. Our ancestors said, look, Sister Bethy, our ancestors said long time ago in Egypt, in Babylon, in early America, we said, listen, death should be an option. Death shouldn't be my fate. And our ancestors said, listen, God gave me a mind, and I'm not going to let the reaper be smarter than me. I'm going to cheat death. I'm going to show the reaper I don't got to die if I don't want to. And our ancestors cheated death with this technology, and they outsmarted the reaper. That's why the feathers was liberation, because they were saying, look, we're no longer in bondage to death or Satan, which is why Jesus get the keys over life and death. They just retelling our story of how we achieve resurrection technologically. But at the same time, we are immortal beings. That's why we were able to create this technology, because we were reverse engineering our own powers. And I'll show you what I'm talking about. We were taking spiritual concepts and bringing them into the physical realm. So when we was making Neuralink, we was just remaking the crown chakra in a physical way. Because if you look at the magnetic field of the heart, let me show you why these guys got a cup on their head. Check this out. Let me show you what the energy doing. If you look at this right here, Sister Bethy, this is why Nefertiti, let me show you now. Let's pull her up. Let's pull her up real quick. Nefertiti. This is why Nefertiti got this crazy hat on. She's teaching us about the crown chakra. And if you look at Jesus, right, he got the hat on, his first form. Most of these gods, like the Pharaoh, they got the little cup on. This is called Moorish fez. Our brothers who are Moors, they still wear the fez, right? And this is what it meant, immortality. The cup on the head is showing you on a spiritual level, when our soul leaves the body, it leaves out the top of the head, it liberates itself out the crown, and we can test that in with MRI scans and brain data, that when a person dies, there's more brain activity in the brain, more neural activity than when they was alive. You know why? Because their soul is even leaving out of that point. The light that was giving them life in their body is withdrawing itself from the body out of the head. So we see what we're detecting is a lot of traffic, a lot of light exiting the crown, or what the ancestors call the crown chakra. This is how the soul leaves the body, through the top of the dome. And so the soul leaving the body was called liberation. So they turned this into spikes on the head. They turned the soul leaving the body, the knowledge of the crown chakra, into liberty spikes, or what we call Indian feathers. This is what we doing when we wear the Indian feathers. We're acknowledging the fact that we are immortal gods. So whenever we wear our feathers, guess who we make mad, Sister Bethy? Mankind. Because mankind ain't got a soul, so mankind ain't got no doggone crown chakra. So when we wear our feathers on our head, right? When we wear our feathers on our head, we're taunting them like, aha, look at what we got. You ain't got this. That's why they don't want us.
Oh my goodness.
We showing them, listen, we can liberate we have a soul that can leave our body and live on. That's called liberation or resurrection. Jesus, the new Jesus word, resurrection. Because the Statue of Liberty represented resurrection before Christ, or liberation. That's why I told you, that's why they removed Enoch, because Enoch is the Statue of Liberty. Here go the Statue of Liberty right here. Here go Krishna. Look at Krishna. Krishna is called the light bearer. And Krishna is a blue deity busting out the water like Lady Liberty. But if you pull up Enoch, Enoch is the Statue of Liberty. Look at this. It was the same. They hid this from us, Sister Bethy. This is why they deleted the book of Enoch from the Bible.
The dog is fine, Brother Sanchez. Don't worry, we're fine. Keep going.
I was just showing you the reason they deleted the book of Enoch from the Bible, because Enoch really, the Statue of Liberty is Enoch, or Krishna, a form of Krishna. Because what we call in Krishna or Enoch wasn't a real person. It was just a symbol that we use to teach resurrection. So Enoch is showing us the soul being liberated. And guess what, Sister Bethy? I can show you that. Watch this. This collage here in the top, that's the goddess of electricity. She's older than the pilgrims here. Let me show you some other versions. Look at this. This is a Yoruban version. Her name is Oya. And guess what they teach about this goddess in Africa? They said she's a symbol to represent your soul being liberated. Now, guess what's crazy? They call the Statue of Liberty in America the light bearer. And they call this goddess, right? They call this goddess the light bearer too, because she holding that light. And that just showing you like the soul, she's securing the soul, the light within. It's a comforting image. Like, I'm holding you up. Your soul, I got you. Like, she's the one that's making sure your soul transitions safely. This was before Jesus. So when we look at the Statue of Liberty, Sister Bethy, the Statue of Liberty ain't a man or woman. It's an androgynous deity. Because guess what? Krishna is androgynous, because it's a form of Krishna. And Krishna ain't a man or woman. Krishna is a man/woman. And it ain't don't go with me with all the gay stuff. It was nothing about that. What this meant was these were the first anthropomorphic forms of the yin-yang symbol. The yin yang symbol is showing us balance, equality. Being equal is ma'at. That's why the feathers that we wear, Indians, it relate to Egypt and ma'at, because liberty means equality. Equality means balance. Krishna represents balance, equality, and all of that. And guess what? Krishna got a feather in his hat, just like ma'at, because it represents liberty, equality. What does Lady Liberty hold? Scales, right? That's ma'at. That's balance. And balance is in the yin yang symbol, showing you the unity of man and woman in one symbol. But when they started to turn the yin yang symbol into human forms, then you get Krishna, Lady Liberty, which ain't really a lady. It's an androgynous being like the Baphomet. See, today we look at the Baphomet and get scared, but the truth is that the Baphomet ain't nothing but the yin yang symbol. It's just another form of the yin yang symbol, where you taking the black and the white and you showing the unity between both of them. One represent up, one represent down. 6-9, man, woman. That's what he's showing you. Heaven and earth. So this stuff was never spooky to us. We understood it. The barbarians didn't. Now we don't understand it, and we bowing down to white Jesus, and we don't understand these lost occult symbols. The Baphomet is a she-male because it's a humanized form of the yin yang, but it's the same thing that the Statue of Liberty is, which is the light bearer, because it's holding up the light. You see, Sister Bethy, how it's holding up the light right there?
Yes.
That's why he's called the light bearer. Just Enoch is called the light bearer. You see how they kind of appear to be holding up light? And Enoch got one hand up, one hand down. This was what Lady Liberty was before they changed all the knowledge. This is what we was teaching. And what this shows you is how knowledgeable we was about the central nervous system, psychology, psychiatry. We were too advanced to be skirt-dwelling jungle people. For us to know all of this about the soul and human consciousness and the energy field around the body and cheating death, come on, man. We were so technological. Sister Bethy, I don't want to hog the mic. I'm going to land my plane here. They said
I was enjoying this. This is interesting. Very interesting.
Oh, this really going to blow you away. They said Masons founded America. They didn't lie to you, because these Masons are squatters. They didn't build nothing. They just showed up claiming stuff. I found it. That's my finders keep. Sister Bethy, when we talk about finders keepers, don't you know that was a real law that they passed during this time? You know that?
Yes.
They call it the age of
some really weird laws.
They call it the age of exploration, but it was really the age of stealing stuff and claiming it like it's mine. Because what was happening was these pilgrims was going around the world squatting on these old civilizations that had been wiped out, reclaiming them lands and reinventing the technology. Like everything they doing now, they're just looking in ancient work, reinventing it. And we're going back to the future. The future ain't in front of us. Everything we doing now is us going back to the past, rebuilding what once was. But when you look at the word Mason, guess what the word Mason come from? I can't make this up. I want to show you. Look at here. You see that, Sister Bethy? The word Mason is the word Mason is the word machine. So when they say that think about this, Sister Bethy, after the reset, there was only a few million humans on the earth. Then after that, Freemasons founded all the new world governments that we know of today. All of these governments was founded by Masons, not just America. So you ought to think about that. How did Masons end up finding governments? Because they didn't build them. They just said, we the founding father. We found this shit, right? So watch this, Sister Bethy.
God.
I'm telling you, Sister Bethy, these Masons weren't even humans. They were what we call mankind. That the founding fathers of the New World Order papal system that we're in, they were machines and they ain't like us. And you want to know how I can prove it? Every agenda that they passing in the world is anti-human. It's almost like we live in a world that they terraforming to be suitable for robots and not humans. We breathe in plastic, barium, aluminum. If I was a robot, I would love the world I'm living in, but I'm a human, so it's dangerous to me. These people in power cannot be human because the stuff they doing to the air, the water, is almost like if I was a machine, I would do everything you doing. I would put plastic in my diet, barium, aluminum, but I'm a machine. You can't be human if you're terraforming the earth to be more compatible for robots than humans.
Wow. Oh. Oh.
You can't be like me. I'm a human, and I know I don't want the world like that. If you ask any real human, they gonna tell you, yeah, man, I miss the good old days when the air was cleaner, the grass was greener, when the weather was predictable, and we had all 4 seasons. Yeah, but a robot or a new, or like you said, Sister Betty, pull your chart back up, because we reach a certain generation, and all of them gonna go against what I'm saying, and they already with the beast, because they born with nothing but technology. A child that's born in the world without the internet, without video games, they don't know what the hell I'm talking about and shouldn't even speak on it, because we ain't from the same damn world. Let me tell y'all something. I don't argue with children about what I'm saying, because they don't know the world I was born in. They only know the world they was born in. But guess what? I know the world I was born in and the world they was born in, so I can make a comparison, and they can't. Children are speaking from what they know, and guess what? They don't know a lot. That's why after a certain generation on here, I would say Generation Z and above, y'all should listen more to the generations before y'all. It should be a hierarchy system of who talk and listen more. And the later your generation come, the less talking your ass do, because you TikTok generation.
Yeah, we're gonna run that back again. You said the older we are, the more we should listen, right?
Yeah, it should be a talk listen hierarchy based upon this chart right here.
I agree. Because I have to, and I always say this, we learn more from the future generations, and if we don't stop and listen to them, it's gonna always be an issue. So I agree.
Yeah, and it's crazy because the word Mason come from the word machine, and the word machine was the root word MACH come from the root word mag, and it's crazy because we hear the words MAGA today. The word mag means to need, to fashion, to bind. So when we say like magnetism, right, there's something going on with that mag word, but this is etymology and stuff. I'm not gonna go down that road, because I'm gonna tell you something. Our people participate in politics, and not all of our people get into etymology and connect with a lot of ancestral knowledge. Because when you just trying to deal with day-to-day issues, it's hard to find how the past can be relevant. And that's probably a conversation we should have. But I wish Sister Bethy that brothers would join, some people would join, but I'm gonna fall back and listen a
Yeah,
bit.
yeah, come on up. I'm trying to tell them. Cosmon was in there. Anybody that wants to come on the panel, Brother Sanchez, tell them to come on up.
Yeah, man, come
Y'all
on
can
up.
come on up now.
I'm gonna bite you. I think it'll make
Come
the
on
show
up, y'all.
lit. Because when I'm not here, they come up, but when I'm here, they on. Let me stop.
Are y'all
Man.
afraid of Brother Sanchez? Come on the panel. He's always open for smoke. So anything you say to him, it don't bother him. Come on
Not
up.
at all.
Let me play a little music for him. Let's take like a little 60-second break, Brother Sanchez, and maybe somebody will hit the link and come on up. The panel is open, y'all, so come on up, Brother Sanchez. Get your smoke on. The panel's open, so I'm gonna play some music for a little bit, y'all. Hello, welcome to the panel.
Hi, how you doing?
Okay, how you doing? Is that you?
Yes,
Mulatto,
yes,
is that you?
Peace, this is me.
Oh, okay, good. All right, welcome to the panel. So we got Brother Sanchez up here, we got Pan Mulattoism, and we got Carnelli. So y'all got it.
So how y'all doing today?
Good. Anything you want to talk to Brother Sanchez? He's open.
Yes. So he was going into the etymology and stuff, which is cool. But one thing that that popped up in my head that I wanted to get clarification on was like the morning star and the shining star. You was going into that with the Statue of Liberty, and the morning star, or the it was another reference, and I was trying to get clarification on that. That's all.
Brother Sanchez?
My bad. Yeah.
Your mic
the morning star, the shining star, there may be different variations of it, but it's the same thing. And I'll show you an image of it too for more clarity. Let me reload my little screen share here.
Sure.
I'll show y'all what this star is, because this is called a Star of Bethlehem too. But what this star is nothing but our own crown chakra, assuming you got a soul. Now, everyone don't have this star that they said Jesus had. But let me show you what this is real quick.
Right.
The morning star, the shining star. Let me go to screen share real quick. All right, here we go. Here it is, right? It's just the light within. Now, people will say, well, that represents the sun. That ain't the sun. That's what's called the light of creation. Now, the reason they call it the morning star ain't got nothing to do with breakfast time. It's got something to do that this star rises when someone dies. So it's the morning star, like crying, mourning. I'm sad, like, you know what I'm saying? So it's the morning star, like another way of saying the Death Star, like Darth Vader. It's that same, yeah. So when they create Darth Vader, they giving you this little ball with a dent in the middle. They trying to really make this third eye concept in another way. But it's the Death Star, morning star. When you die, it rises up. This star within this light within you, it rises up when you die. And that's why
Kundalini, right?
Right.
Like the Shakti Kundalini in our base spine or our root chakra or whatnot, and how that travels up to the crown chakra. So that's the symbology.
They giving you this little ball with a dent in the middle. Somebody got their YouTube on, Sister
Ski
Bethy, but
Hayes,
this brother,
you got to turn your YouTube off. Ski Hayes.
Oh, it
yeah,
ain't me.
Carol know his stuff, man. I'm telling you. He know it soon as he said
Nice.
Kundalini rising, because check this out. When you see these rays of light coming from this brother's head, it shows you how old we've been teaching this, because this is what the Statue of Liberty is teaching us. This is why the Statue of Liberty got spikes around the head, because this is the knowledge of liberation.
Right. Thank you. That's what I wanted to expound on, because I was having a blank on it. I couldn't connect because they confuse you with terms and words a lot. And one thing that I learned about looking at history and reconstruction of history is they confuse you with, people and history and how they backstories. So you really got to delve deep into stuff. So thanks for, expounding on that. You connected some dots for me, Sanchez. Good looking, man.
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah,
for sure.
For sure.
Okay, so we got Pan Mulattoism.
Peace. And thank y'all for having me up. To the brother Sanchez, and I will never attempt to mischaracterize your position, so I'll ask you, do you support ICE mass deporting the illegal aliens that are in the U.S.?
I'm gonna turn my screen share off because I don't want to have on Indian totem poles while we're talking about ICE. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
You could have kept it going. I could just remove it. You could turn it back up, brother Sanchez. I could just remove it.
You forget, Sister Bethy, I make content too, so I'm treating your show like it's mine and helping you out with like what should be visualized up during each bill and stuff. So I got you. Make it easy for you. But the brother, I like where we going now with this brother. Shout out to him. That's Ski Hayes. Oh no, that's Pan.
No, that's Pan Mulattoism.
Pan Mulattoism.
Yes.
Yeah, Pan Mulattoism. You don't have to mute your mic, man. We just chilling. We gonna all, if you want. But what I would say to you is, the people, it's two ways I'm looking at this, right? Because it ain't a cut dry thing. Part of me is saying, look, if you over here illegal, you need to do it the legal way. Hey, if you jaywalk, you get a ticket. Part of me is saying, look, we live in a world where all of us follow laws. And then the other part of me know that the people giving us the laws are barbarians. They didn't follow when they was hanging us. But that don't mean I'm gonna go break the law just because my enemy giving me the law and he don't follow it, right? But to answer your question is what I'm saying. Why I'm saying that is this: the people kicking the illegal immigrants out, they should be kicked out. A lot of people who enforcing that, they shouldn't be here either. In fact, some of the people getting kicked out was here before them. Now, I'm with you when it comes to, hey, y'all illegal immigrants coming over here undermining black people. But I still don't think ICE is my friend. I don't think black people got no friends. And I think we desperately looking for them. And when you desperately looking for them, anybody that do something that benefits you, you think it's because they your friend, when I can be doing it without you even in mind, bro. I'm doing it because it worked for me. Now, it may benefit you, it may not, but that ain't why I'm doing it. So when I see ICE getting the illegal immigrants out, I say, hey, my people can benefit from them getting these illegals out of here who talking crap, trying to undermine FBA, taking away the good jobs from us, because a lot of these illegal immigrants ain't taking no jobs that we want anyway. But I really think that when it comes to jobs, if you're going to get illegal immigrants out and we're going to celebrate because you're supposed to be giving us more jobs, that's false for real. Because the reason they getting rid of the illegal immigrants is because they're going to give those jobs to AI and automated systems. And that's going to be big government contracts for people like Elon and others who are already building the technology to replace the whole human workforce. So they already said that the workforce going to be cut in half in the future because we're going to be an advanced species. We ain't going to have to be working. They already saying that. So while we talking about get the immigrants out of here to give me a job, they ain't doing that for you. They doing that so that people can get big government contracts, because they got companies right now that can go and pick fruit for you without a human. And it can pick all of your fruit. They don't need no cheap labor from MS-13 no more, bro. They got robots that'll water your grass. So they finna start bidding on all these contracts. It ain't got nothing to do with giving you some jobs. In fact, we losing more jobs. Amazon just laid off almost 1 million people. What you talking about? They giving us jobs, getting the immigrants out. They've been taking jobs away from Americans ever since they moved the factories overseas. Guess what? You can't survive off one person working in a household like a dude living in Detroit during the automobile industry boom back in the day when Motown was popular. The daddy worked and the mama can stay at home, because if he worked at a factory, that was enough money for one person in the house to send everybody to college and all that. Ain't no factories here no more. Guess what we got? Warehouses. You know, when your country start having more warehouses than factories, that's because y'all are consumers now, and they got all of the people that make your products in China, all of your Jordans, all of your Timberland. It ain't made in America. So they only store the goods in America because we buy it up more than everybody. So we got all the warehouses. They got all the factories. Stop me when I lie. So I'm telling you right now, bro, like our whole idea that ICE or Trump or some being done for black folks, again, another episode of the illusion of inclusion. We so desperate to make it like these folks doing something for us. And that's just like when they gave FBA a shout out on Tucker Carlson and all that. I was like, so I don't care. I'm bougie now, Sister Bethy.
Fuck
like,
federal business.
But like I said, I didn't hear what the brother said. I ain't hear what the brother said.
Bullshit, man.
Do I need to stop talking and let someone else interject? I'll share the mic because it ain't just a.
Did you want to say something else, Pan Mulattoism or Ski Haste? You wanted to say something? Go ahead.
I'll be brief.
No, he can keep kicking it. He can keep popping it. Go ahead. I'm listening.
I'm gonna be brief.
I ain't got nothing that important to say just
Mulattoism.
Go on, pop it.
I actually appreciate Brother Sanchez acknowledging that even though ICE may not be doing this specifically to benefit Black Americans, that deporting illegal aliens definitely has an indirect benefit to the Black American community. And I'll be concise. As the total number of immigrants increases in the U.S., the total number of majority Black American cities, towns, counties, and congressional districts is decreasing. Or in other words, if we continue to turn a blind eye to mass immigration, our future generations, our grandchildren may not have any more majority Black American communities to grow up in. And I'll say this in closing. It'll be brief. I've heard a lot of Black Americans complain that white immigrants are not being deported. My suggestion is that these same Black Americans start reporting white immigrants to ICE. Let ICE determine if they are in the U.S. legally or not.
That's what I want to talk to you about.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right. Excuse me.
Mulattoism, you asked me a question. I want to ask you a quick one.
This
hold up, Ski Haste. I'm just going to talk to him like 1 or 2 minutes and I'll fall back. The brother with the glasses on, I don't know if he can hear us or if he's on the panel, but he's got like these. What's up, Ski Haste? How you doing, my brother? Just making sure you was part of the bill with us. I don't want to talk over you. Hey, if you want to interject, cut me off, man, because I can talk.
I just jump right in or what?
Yeah, you could go now. I'll wait. Yeah, I've been talking.
Man, I just I think like I just don't it's easily for the man the system steer the narrative on anything what they want us to pay attention to and hear, lend our ear and attention to. You know what I'm talking about? So, you know, that's just too easy for them. They already got that platform and all the resources geared toward doing that. So that's too easy. You know what I'm saying? We can't get distracted by nothing what they trying to throw at us to pay attention to. That's all you know what I'm saying, gonna throw in there just for now, for the time being. You know what I mean? We gotta continue to keep thinking for our motherfucking self. You know what I'm talking about? That's it.
I got you.
Stay on top of your dean thing. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I can definitely dig that. Just to speak
Cause
to
only
the
way they could eat that's their whole game is to keep telling us what the fuck to pay attention to, listen to. You know what I
Watch
mean?
the
So
language,
all
honey.
that what no cursing or what? What we doing? What's the guidelines?
Well, no, just
What
no
word is
cursing
off
because on my
limits?
channel,
yeah, I feel you,
a
sister.
curse word.
It gotta be mild cuss
Demonetized.
words like
Oh, I
like
don't know. I'm new to this.
the
It's
F
I'm almost
bomb.
okay.
new.
Right. It's
The F
okay.
bomb is the big
The
one,
F
but like
bombs and stuff.
it's
Oh, no
hell,
F bombs. Okay, cool. So no F bombs. What
and
else?
damn, all that is good.
Who?
Hell and damn, they don't trip about that, but the F bombs,
Just no F bombs. What about MF?
that don't nope.
No, that's not good neither.
I copy that. I could
Let a few
eliminate
fly.
those. That's easy. That's not a problem. But anyway, like I say, I'm still listening, but I definitely, man, want to participate in the conversation.
I'm glad, man, because
That's
we want to.
fine.
The more people, the better. And I think what we going now in the bill is fire because I want to ask Pan Mulattoism a question. Because I'm with you now.
Yes.
I don't got no pushback with you with where you. I'm not mad at black folks who think ICE doing a good job.
And then see and all of that. You know what I'm saying? We can't keep continuing to let our competition label us with all of these stuff that, cause you know, if you know what you know, Sanchez, you know that as far as they say in the eyes of so-called law, you know they say black is dead. So why would we continue to keep feeding into their game and let them label us and categorize us? Don't even make no sense. You know what I'm talking about? They think they game is knowledge based and foolery. You know what I'm saying? Only, like I say, only way they could finesse us is to keep tricking us, programming us, and finessing us and our attention and our mindset to think how they want us to think. It's too, man, it's too asinine. Anybody keep falling for that foolery. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Stop playing, man. Get your own backbone. Get your own mind. Think for yourself. And that's what we need to do. Until we able to do that and steer our own narrative and make our own, forge our own path, man, we ain't on nothing. Stop playing. And we don't know how to challenge so-called authority in these institutions properly. We keep shucking and jiving because the people who most people listening to, man, they really ain't telling you about doing nothing but yapping. We ain't really, you really ain't trying to get active. You know what I'm saying? As far as getting in the field and challenging all of these structures and institutions that they got set up. Stop playing, man.
You can do it right now. Look, show them how to get active.
And I'm just saying, it's several different fronts. It's several different fronts because they, you know how they play. What you mean? What as far as everything, you know, you gonna get into politics. You talking about with all of these puppet politicians they put in these places, man. They ain't never talking about no grassroots business. They only talking about and put people in their positions that, you know, that's going with the agenda that they own. Stop playing. You know what I'm talking about? All over so-called America, Turtle Island, whatever you want to call it. You know what it is. Why has all of them people got all of them good leadership positions? You check, even if you happen to see a melanated governor somewhere, man, what is he on? The same old bootlicking stuff that they've been talking. yapping about. You ain't talking about getting, you know what I'm saying, really forging a way and being a force to be reckoned with. You just, you know, going with the whatever they talking about, want them to go to, because they wouldn't even have you in them position. I wonder how do them people even get in them positions, man? I don't even know them. It's like they coming from up under rocks. Cause what? Do somebody gotta pay and put you into, get you into some of these political positions, or what? How do you even get into them? I don't see where is they merit to even be in them positions. No way. I question everything, man, and all of these people. Ain't nobody above a question, man. Stop playing.
Okay, well, I can say this. Pedro, can you turn your camera on for a hot minute? I want to make sure you're not going to porn on me.
Hey, I ain't
So
fool
I can
here.
say
I
this,
grew
Ski.
here.
Let's give it. Okay, so Ski, let's give it like a few seconds, because Brother Sanchez wanted to ask Pan Mulatto something. So let's give it a few seconds so they can vibe, and we'll come
Copy
right
that.
back to
Go
you,
ahead.
Ski.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Pan Mulattoism.
Yeah, I'm here.
This right here, Pan Mulatto, isn't going to dictate, because so far, me and you, we on the same kind of energy. Like, but I think yours, I will give you more props than me. You may be a little bit more radical with ICE than me, because where I stand with ICE is that, listen, they're gonna get the illegal immigrants out of here, whether I support them or not. So if you ask me, do I support ICE? I don't. But I don't go against them either. We shouldn't be in a way. Let them do their job. And I'm not telling you to support them, but I'm telling you, don't get in a way either. Do nothing. Just stay on code with what we got going, because it's free work right now. They our slaves right now, because if the illegal immigrants is a problem for us, then they're going to work for us and get them out anyway, because why? It's helping them out. So I wouldn't let them think, yeah, I'm supporting you, because guess what? Our support valuable, man. We got to hide it in our pocket and play poker and let them know, nah, it ain't enough. We want reparations. We want this. We want, well, we got the immigrants out. Nope, you was going to do that anyway. You did that for yourself. I'm not impressed. We got to be bougie, because guess what? These other nations, and I got to bring them up again, the small hats. One thing I learned from them, be bougie. Because no matter how much we help Israel, it ain't never enough. And they'll never thank us enough for it. It's like we owe it to them. So it's like any little thing they do for black people, it's like women teach each other, right? If a man take you to McDonald's, don't celebrate, because it ain't enough. Any woman that say, oh, he took me to McDonald's, you cheap. You selling yourself short. Make that Negro take you to Ruth Chris at least. So these folks were be doing little stuff, and we'll give them our support and get behind them when they was going to do that anyway. Like, he was going to eat at McDonald's anyway, but he wasn't going to go to
make garbage.
Right, but he wasn't going to go to Ruth Chris, though.
Ruth Chris. Ruth Chris, they ain't nothing. Cook your own food. Get your own.
Let me answer that.
I believe that brother inebriated. You might want to mute his mic.
and let me answer.
The point.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You were about to say something, Sister Bethy?
No. Yeah, but you.
No, I'm waiting on you, Pamela.
It'll be brief. It'll be brief. Let me just say this. Now, as a U.S. taxpayer, of course, I suggest that all U.S. taxpayers, particularly Black Americans, put pressure on ICE to deport as many illegal aliens as possible by suggesting points where ICE can actually get the illegal aliens at. But if you don't want to take it to that extent, at least acknowledge that there will be Black Americans that are neutral. My suggestion is just don't go against ICE. If you want to be neutral, just be neutral. But my suggestion, as I stated, as taxpayers,
we all should be neutral.
Well, that's why I disagree with you at. No, the reason I don't believe that we should be neutral, but I'm not against people being neutral. But the reason I suggest that we don't be neutral is because this is about self-preservation at this point. When we speak about Black American communities, there's a correlation between the increase of immigrants and the decrease in majority Black American communities. This is not an issue that we could be neutral on. We have to get them all gone. We have to get them, when I say them, I'm speaking about the illegal aliens. We have to get them all deported eventually. This is not an issue that I'm willing to be neutral on, but I won't disrespect you for being neutral. But once again, my suggestion is whatever you do, don't go against ICE as they are deporting the illegal aliens.
This is what I'm saying, Pan Mulattoism. To be neutral is to just not waste energy. Because check this out. If I tell you I'm going to mow your grass for the whole next year for free, and I show up every day bright and early to do it, you don't got to keep hounding me to mow your grass. I'm doing it, bro. Get off my neck. So at this point, you should be neutral. You should chill. Listen, when you got these white guys that work for ICE deporting immigrants, it's a hierarchy within that field. I'm from law enforcement. I was a police in the Air Force, by the way. And what I want to tell you is this: these gun-ho white dudes with ICE and in the military, they get a kick out of this. They have bets on how many we can lock up a day. You don't got to push them with that. Now, what we got to push them on is other things in our community that they dropping the ball on, while pointing out things that we know we don't got to push y'all on. Y'all would do that anyway. That's
and brother, let's go one step at a time.
They run it right.
Because I actually want to respond to everything you're saying, and I want you to do the same. Number one, as you know, as U.S. taxpayers, ICE is not doing this for free. No, they are being paid by our taxes, pardon me, to carry out particular tasks. Additionally, when we look at our communities, there are literally millions of illegal aliens that have not been deported. So with all due respect, no, ICE needs to feel the pressure. I'm not talking about violence at all. ICE needs to feel the incentive to deport all of them. We will not accept anything less.
This is what I'm saying, brother. I'm agreeing with you. But what I'm saying is that's like saying, getting up every day protesting, saying we deserve to drink Coca-Cola. You can, ain't nobody stopping you. I'm saying is, in my opinion, ICE is going to get all of these illegal immigrants out of there on a Trump. They ain't playing about that because it's something that's in it for them. When it's something in it for the white man, you ain't got to push him on that, buddy. He's going to do that, right? Now, what we got to push them on is to quit building these data centers in Memphis and in poor Black communities, because the poor Black people that live in Memphis and in these communities where they let these white tech bros break the EPA laws, these folks is losing their property. They getting sick. People doing experiments. The mayor's selling them out. Now we got to push them on stuff like that. We got to.
Now, brother Sanchez, I actually agree with you, but
it's just certain things.
We have the multitask.
We ain't got to push them. But listen, what I'm telling you, I'll land right here. It's certain things that I'm telling you right now. We just don't even got to talk to them about. And I'm telling you right now that the racists, I ain't gonna say racist, I'm going to say the people in power in America, because I can't prove who racist or not. The people who in power in America, it's in their best interest right now to get these illegal immigrants out of here. Black people, delete it. I'm saying take Black people out the picture. If we left the country tomorrow, they would still get these illegals out of here. The agenda that they're trying to roll out for the 2045 project and all that for the tech bros, they need the illegals out of here. I just broke that down to you there. And they're going to be building data centers in Black people's backyard. Think of being a Black dude, right? You retired from the Army, the Coast Guard, the Navy. You got you a nice house family. You live in a Black retired community, other Black folks, Black chiefs. They got a data center down the block from yours, but not the white folks. See, Elon did.
But brother Sanchez, and I apologize for cutting you off, but I don't want to speed past what you just said. Brother, do you realize why we must have urgency on the mass deportations? I'll tell you one reason, just so it doesn't.
Elon, an immigrant, right?
Well, that's one of the reasons, but that's not what I was about to say. What I was actually going to say is that the longer we take to mass deport the illegal aliens, the more of them that will have birth in the U.S. and their children will outnumber our children in our own communities. So no, brother, this is an issue that we must have urgency on.
But this is what I'm telling you, bro. Us having urgency on it would look like you going to join ICE. It won't look like a
I suggest it. I actually suggest it.
Hold on 1 second, though. Hold on 1 second. This is what I'm saying, oh, brother. When you talk about them getting the illegal immigrants out of here, and you don't talk about how when it comes to housing and real estate lending, black folks are still being redlined in 2026. When it comes to banking and credit system, your likelihood of you know what I'm saying, getting loans and all that, that's still, you know what I'm saying, being
and I'm trying to have that dialogue with you, brother. The housing and the loans that you're speaking about are going to immigrants.
I get what you're saying, but what I'm telling you is this right here, bro. The people in power, they push the laws, and guess what you about to do? Because I know how y'all do. You about to now blame everything I'm about to say on the Democrats, and y'all gonna make it like this is a left or right thing when it's
no, brother. I blame us for turning a blind eye.
Let me go where I'm about to go, because I ain't say nothing yet. What I'm about to say is this right here. The people who, everything you saying about immigrants, the people in power, they let that happen because it benefited them to have immigrants over us. Exactly. They knew what they were doing. They were undermining blacks with these immigrants. So now we're cheerleading for the same people who used the immigrants to undermine us. Now that they don't need the immigrants no more because they got robots to replace the immigrants with, we think they're removing the immigrants because they like us when they brought the immigrants.
No, I never said that. Brother Sanchez.
Hold on. I'm about to land. You gotta let me land. I'm about to land. They're not moving the immigrants out because it got nothing to do with black folks. Remember, they brought them in to undermine us. So us getting behind these people is us really working with a worse enemy than the immigrant for real. Because why would I be more mad at the immigrant who doing what these folks let them do than them for letting them do it when we built this country and they know we got a better relationship with them than the immigrant. But when the immigrants was over us, they put them there and was acting like we didn't exist. So I ain't cool with them, bro. I'm not gonna forget all that, man. I'm not forgetting because guess what? Yeah, I fall back. I ain't forgetting all that, man.
Yeah, brother. To be brief,
for a minute.
Yeah, my bad. I got a phone call, but to be brief, with all due respect, no, I never claimed that ICE is deporting the illegal aliens because they like us. No, what I actually said is that ICE mass deporting the illegal aliens benefits us because demographically we can preserve more Black American communities that are being overrun by illegal aliens. Additionally, when you speak about the government bringing in the illegal aliens, not only is that true, but we also supported it by not only voting Democrat, but by turning a blind eye to mass immigration because for some reason, erroneously, we felt like we had a Black and brown coalition with these same immigrants that are ethnically displacing us. So to be clear, those other issues you brought up about the data centers, I could bring up even other issues like baby deletions. I don't want to say the A word for the sense of the algorithm. The polluted drinking water in a lot of our communities. There are a number of different issues that we must address simultaneously. But we can no longer continue to turn a blind eye to mass immigration and saying, "Oh no, the government will solve their problem. ICE will solve their problem, brother." ICE has existed. Well, let's have a dialogue. Do you know when ICE was established?
It don't matter. The people who make them up is white.
Hold on, brother Sanchez. I'm not trying to put you in a chokehold. What I'm saying is, ICE has existed. ICE has existed for over 70 years, and the number of illegal. Allow me to complete the sentence, brother. Don't be triggered. ICE has existed for over 70 years, and the total number of illegal aliens has increased exponentially in the U.S. It
Because
has
they
not
want
decreased.
you proving my
Hold
point.
on, brother. Allow me to complete the sentence, brother, because you know where I'm going with this.
I
My
just
point
let you
is,
know.
brother, allow me to complete the sentence. I'll pass the mic right to you, brother. My point is, no, we cannot depend on the government to solve the problem if we don't put pressure on the government to solve that problem. Do you understand my point?
I don't, and I'm gonna tell you why. If
All
I
right, go ahead.
say I can't depend on my plumber to fix my toilet, and all I'm doing is fucking yelling at him on my phone to fix it, I'm depending on him. If I don't want to depend on my plumber to fix my toilet, then I learn how to fix my toilet. If black people weren't dependent on a government, listen, if black people weren't dependent on a government agency to get the immigrants out, then we would just be doing it ourselves, vigilante style.
Exactly.
You gotta hold up.
Let me
Hold
respond to
on,
that,
bro.
brother.
Now my turn. Don't get triggered.
I know,
Remember.
but you about to be long-winded.
But
You see how brief I am.
now I get long-winded card. I didn't say
Brother,
that.
you know you long-winded, but go ahead, brother.
Sister Bethy, I just started talking, bro. All right.
He did.
We both
Pam a lot of wisdom. You got to give him his chance.
Watch this. First of all, I can be long-winded because it's really my show, not to sound like childish. Second of all, I don't care if you be long-winded because we talking about deep stuff and I want you to take your time. I'm not going nowhere. I'm just saying, let me finish real quick. And you can be long-winded too. I'm patient. But check this out, right? I'm saying we are dependent on a government agency because if it was us doing it, we wouldn't have to put pressure on nobody because we'll be doing it. Like they say, if you want something done right, you do it yourself. But if you depend on somebody else, you got to do what you saying. We got to put the pressure on them. And what I'm saying it is, bro, it's more small mom and pop businesses that was lost due to the pandemic and due to inflation because people just can't afford to run small businesses than illegal immigration. And my thing why I'm bringing up small businesses is black folks was never slave peasant-minded people competing for measly jobs that illegal immigrants do. We got dope boys starting $1 million record labels like Master P. What does that prove about black folks? We always been.
But brother, address preserving black American communities, though, brother.
Just told him, Sister Bethy. Sister Bethy, I'm gonna leave if he do that again.
And mulatto,
gonna run, bro.
Sister brother just told me don't be triggered. Now be quiet, bro.
Like that's true mulattoism. Right? You gotta wait.
When he told me don't be triggered, guess what I said? You right. I'm letting them trigger me. Let me be quiet. Respect the brother.
That's right.
Now, about the land, bro.
That's right.
Now watch this, right? All I'm saying is this. Black people are more of a small business owner type mind. Even Sister Bethy said that earlier, didn't you, Sister Bethy? You said we like to own our own and all that. Remember you was going into that. I don't know if you remember. You can rewind it though. But that's true. So it ain't like we really compete for little. Like if you're a felon, yeah, then you would. Okay, you compete with illegal immigrants. That's MS-13 type cats. Different. Right. They ain't got no job. Sanchez won't. I'm a bougie Negro. I wish a Negro would say, well, I'm competing with an illegal immigrant. A legal immigrant can't do nothing in America that I'm too bougie for. It's beneath me. I'm sorry. You may say I'm bougie. I don't care. I come from folks that was building something from nothing. We bosses, bro. We don't compete with doggone banana boat folks. Guess what we do? We build enterprises from scratch like Jermaine Dupri, like Jay-Z and Dame Dash did. That ain't what illegal immigrants doing. So guess how they stop what we trying to do? When it come to small businesses, they don't want to give black men small business loans because they know we got good ideas. We control the trends. See, this is what we need to be talking about, bro, because you can get all these illegals out of here and still don't treat me fair in America. You just doing the same thing the black folks you've been doing. The illegals just gone. That's my part. And my only thing with you is I'm saying, look, get them illegals out of here. I don't care about that. But guess what? I don't got to cheerlead for ICE because they doing something that benefit them. And when the Jews and the white man see he got to do something for what he got to do, Oh, he don't care if you cheerlead or not. He's going to do it to the best of his ability. So now you can refocus your energy. And people that argue with that, they just looking for a way to be a Republican. They just want to be on the damn far right for no reason at all, just because they like Trump or whatever cult type reason. Because I'm telling you, you encouraging and you pun-punning and cheerleading for somebody to do something that they gonna do anyway. That's free support. Who gives away anything for free in this world today? We don't even support each other for free. And I'm gonna give them some free support, and it's free because they gonna do it anyway. So all this lie you telling about we gotta put pressure and all, bro, we ain't got, bro, they didn't start getting illegal immigrants out of here until they wanted to. We was telling them to get these folks out of here years ago, and they was ignoring it. They don't move till it benefit them. So quit thinking your cheerleading making them doing some or not. That's the illusion of inclusion.
You done, brother?
So Pan Mulattoism, you go, and then I'm gonna go after you.
Well, let me just ask the brother Sanchez. Could we go point for point moving forwards? So you can actually respond to what I said.
I'm just saying we don't gotta support.
No, I'm asking, could we go point for point? Could we go point for point moving forward?
Do you whatever you want to do, we can do it. Let's go.
No, yeah. Let's go point for point. Number one, myself, I got over 500 illegal aliens deported by simply picking up my phone and reporting them to ICE. Yeah, well, anyone listening, just go to my page. It's called Pan Mulattoism. You'll see the actual phone calls I made to ICE. Additionally, brother, you tried to run. You tried to run away. You see him booty clapping. You see Sanchez booty clapping. Now I'm asking a simple question,
right.
brother.
Let me mute my mic. Yeah,
mute up, brother, please. The question I asked you that you tried to run away from, I'm asking mathematically, how will we preserve Black American communities if we continue to turn a blind eye to mass immigration and allow illegal aliens by the millions to encroach in Black American communities?
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you something right now. I'm from the South. I'm from Birmingham. I'm an hour and a half away from Atlanta. When you come to where I'm from, it ain't nothing but Black baller and Black greatness. When you come to the Southeast where I'm from, right, you see Black folks with businesses, Bentleys, Rolls Royces. So all of this stuff about preserving the Black community, it's immigrants in Atlanta. But guess who run it? Black folks. Maybe y'all need to learn from what we doing in the South if you ain't from the South, because illegal immigrants ain't never been niggas threats in Atlanta. It's been inflation and a bigger level like the Zionism, terror. You got Black folks in Atlanta doing trade directly with overseas entities, and they ain't going through no white entities. They bossing it up. But when you go to putting tariffs, inflation, all that, you're hurting the business-minded people who want their own, not the day-to-day working people. And guess what? All of your arguments is they taking jobs. I don't care about jobs because Black folks, we create jobs. We business owners. We ain't never, like all of this stuff you talking about, maybe.
Brother, I thought you said we could go point for point, brother.
I'm going to land my plane now. I'm dealing with your point. And I'm landing right now. We two different kind of people. Where I'm from in the South, damn near every dude I know, and I can go on my Facebook right now, show you my friends, everybody bosses, millionaires and shit, own businesses, Black folk, Black greatness. That's what I know. This narrative they telling you about Black folks, bro, I just don't know that. I'm from Black. I know Black ballers and CEOs. I'm one of them. So only thing I'm saying is, bro, illegal immigrants ain't my threat, but I know what have threatened what I'm trying to be. I know what have threatened other business owners. It's the stock market. It's deeper than illegal immigration. It's the people that's controlling our economy. That's the Zionists, right? So my thing is, the bosses I know, illegal immigrants ain't no threat to them. They'll laugh at you bringing that up. But they'll tell you bigger threats than Felipe, bro.
And watch how brief my response is. Number one, you'll see I never mentioned jobs, not once. Additionally, Atlanta is no longer majority Black American. So back to what I actually asked you, brother.
which means we
Back
got slaves.
back to what I actually asked you, because Atlanta is no longer majority Black American. The question
Black.
is, how will, brother? You said I didn't cut you off. I never cut you off.
But
The
we right
question
though.
is, the
You
question
hate
is,
that.
how will we preserve Black American communities if we continue to turn a blind eye to mass immigration and continue to allow illegal aliens to encroach in Black American cities by the literal millions? Simple
You want
question, bro.
okay? And I just answered, and I'm gonna answer it again for you. Mute your mic up, right? I think that it's crazy to think that illegal immigration is the reason why Black families ain't being preserved, right? I think it's propaganda that's being programmed in the children to push homosexual agendas and all kind of other stuff like that. Even the toxicity in the music that's making us not want to have families no more because everybody independent. But the thing is this right here. When I think about the Black family being preserved, the last person I think about is a dude came over on a banana boat. I just come from a community where it's bigger issues than
Brother, you
police.
didn't hear the question.
But I'm about to answer you, bro. So
All
guess
right, go
what?
ahead.
Us turning a blind eye to illegal immigration allow us to turn that eye toward things that's really affecting us, because ICE is dealing with illegal immigration, whether we look at it, turn a blind eye or not. That's my answer. You turning an eye to it or not ain't going to
Allow me to address
control
the
their
host, brother.
behavior.
Allow me to address the host respectfully. And I see someone else on the panel, so I'll pass the mic after saying this. What I realize is, and brother Sanchez, I used to have a little bit more respect for him, but he's also delusional. But I realize in Black America,
First
when you
one to
ask them,
name call. First
when
one.
I ask them, when I speak to Black Americans, and I ask them, hey, do you realize that the faucet is on and the house is flooding? The
I answered your
typical
question. You just too
brother, allow
stupid
me to
to
complete the
understand.
question, brother,
Hey, get him out
respectfully.
of here, Sister
Wait
Beth.
a
It's
minute.
my
Allow,
Wait a
show
minute.
allow me
anyway.
to complete this question.
I don't gotta be forced to
Okay.
talk to no panelists, do I?
Okay.
I
Hold
can
up.
control. He acting
Okay.
like it's
No.
his shit.
You no.
Let me show him. I don't gotta be
Okay.
interrogated by this dumbass nigga, because his nigga
Okay,
just told
hello everybody. Hello, how
you want
y'all
a
doing?
name call. We was respectful, but you
Okay.
want a
Hang on
name
one
call,
second.
and we can get disrespectful. Support ICE, but you want to suck off ICE, but disrespect your brother who telling you, bro, we can turn that attention toward what matter, because they gonna do that anyway. You looking for every excuse to suck them niggas off, nigga, weirdo. And I won't
Okay.
give you no
Oh,
excuse,
So here's what I want to say. And no name calling, fan with a lot of wisdom. Now I want to speak because I stay quiet the whole time, right? Can I say something now? Is it okay, Brother Sanchez?
Get that man out of here, bro.
oh,
Oh, okay. Okay,
okay.
so here's what I have to say about it. One, all right, when we're talking about ICE, the first thing that comes to my mind, period, point blank, when we're talking about controlling illegal immigration, that is a federal issue that has to be taken care of. Because when we're talking about controlling illegal immigration, we're talking 14th Amendment. That's constitutional. So the
Exactly.
person who can put a hamper on that is the president of the United States. So we do have to respect the fact that when the chief and commander sends ICE agents out, those are federal agents. They're not state agents, because it's a federal issue. Only the United States government can determine who can be a citizen and who can enter these gates. That's not up to the individual states. It is only a federal law. It's a constitutional law. So when we're looking to put a hamper on it, only the United States federal government can handle that. The states have no authority to give people citizenship. In fact, they're entering our country is based on federal law. They have to follow it. Now there's an issue. And so when you see ICE agents, they are federal agents. They're not local to the states. And when they come into individual states, they have a right to do raids and get them the hell out of here because that's their job. So I can say that. And I can honestly say that I respect the ICE agents. And my thing is, they're at the federal level. If we didn't have a federal level, we all be fucked no matter what our, excuse my French.
Exactly.
I use the cuss word on my channel. If we didn't have a federal, a central government, if we didn't have DC federal level, we'd be fucked. We're not as bad as we would without one, because the states already do what the hell they want to do with you. They do. No, really. Listen, the reason why you are black, the reason why you are colored, the reason why you are Negro, the reason why you are mulatto, the reason why you are everything who you are is because these are state imposed.
Exactly.
It's not federally imposed.
I'm not disagreeing with none of that. I ain't even getting into none of that. What I was trying to tell the brother,
the federal government. No, but I'm just saying, Brother Sanchez. My point is, and I stayed quiet for a long time for y'all. I'm glad we have a federal government to put a hamper on the illegal immigration, because the states won't. The states always are the ones that wanted to replace you. It is not the federal government. It is not. All that. It has always been the individual states. So I say that when ICE are in our communities, leave them alone. Respect them.
That's what I was agreeing with. I was trying to go somewhere else with him, and he wouldn't let me go there, and I ain't been able to get there.
I'm gonna let you go there in a minute. I promise. Our people need, and I'm keeping it a buck. When ICE agents are in our community doing their federal job, stay the fuck out their way. Now I'm gonna. No, I'm not talking to you though. I'm not talking to you. I'm saying because we have coverage now, and I'm saying not to you personally, Sanchez, or anybody on the panel, but I'm saying when you see ICE agents in your communities and in the state, they are federal level. Stay the fuck out their way.
Yeah. Stay out of
their way. Leave them alone. If they pop your ass, no, but I'm just saying, if they pop your ass with a bullet 2-1, you deserve it. Respect the federal agents. Take your black ass home. I'm talking to my community, by the way, because this is how we talk to them. Leave them alone. They're out there to do a job. So y'all got.
Can I say something? Can I say something? Can I say something, please?
To the brother.
Yeah, but hold up, sweetheart.
I just want to say something.
Hold up, sweetheart.
The way that the brother left,
this is the show today.
Right, and your mic loud as hell, Opal. You sound like you. It also sound like, you know what I'm saying, you got just a little static. But check this out. The brother that left, I didn't want him to leave without me giving a benediction, right? I didn't want him to leave in the spirit of negativity. Salutes to the brother, Pan Mulatto. I hate that it went that way. I'll apologize to you for it going that way. But when you led off with the delusional thing, it let me know, brother, like you getting in your feelings. I'm just coming with facts and truth. I keep telling her, like, I agree with you with ICE. I agree with Sister Bethy. Like, this conversation to me is a waste of my energy, because it's like me telling black folks, when the ambulance coming down the street, pull over to the side. When the police doing their work, get out the way. You can get killed in either one. It ain't just with ICE. You know, when the police is doing something, you can get shot. Like I was a police. So these conversations, like, I'm here to talk about, like, more so FBA, like reparations, deep stuff, like getting out the way when the police doing their work for real. We know that. So same thing with ICE, right? You know not to be in their way. When the ambulance doing their thing, let them give CPR, man. So, right, I'm just saying, why do we feel like we need to assist ICE with that now? Cool. I'm saying it's a waste of energy. We can use that with something else and put the heat on something else that they're neglecting, because apparently they got this under control. That's all I was telling the brother. But go ahead, Opal. Salute to you.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. So I'm actually going to be quick about this. First of all, Sister Bethy, thank you so much for even introducing this topic to your platform, because so many are not reaching out to the community to see what their opinions are in regards to what's going on with their communities, with our communities, excuse me. And for Brother Sanchez, thank you so much. I humbly appreciate the fact that you took time out to educate us in regards to areas of spirituality that most of us cannot even fathom. Okay, that's first and foremost. Secondly, um, the point that I would like to make, we have to come away from the black word. Black doesn't help us because it means that we're black before we're anything else. I'm gonna say that one more time for the people in the back. Black don't help us because they, in their minds, mean it when we say it or we use it as a title. To them, it's like, okay, well, they feel like they're black anyway, so therefore, why do anything for them? When the whole premise is our people are the ones that wrote the Constitution. The others wrote themselves in. Big difference. I say that to say this, that the moment that we put all BS aside and decide that we are going to go back to being the neighbors that we once were, we can reunite. It was a reason that they stepped in and destroyed our nuclear families. It was a reason. That it was a reason behind the effery. It was a reason, but we have to be the ones willing to say, all right, it's time now to put things back into the structure that it was originally meant for. Now,
Okay,
rather,
let me ask you a question. Let me ask
okay,
you a question. Who do you mean when you say they? Who's they
when I
that destroyed our communities?
people that look like us,
Okay.
because they had
So you
to,
are acknowledging.
they had to give us somebody to
Turn
dislike.
your mic, turn your mic down a little bit, sweetheart. It's real
Okay,
loud.
is that better?
Yeah, your mic, like your
Because
volume.
I'm actually in the car. Okay,
Yeah,
hold up. Let me see. Maybe it's I'm in the car.
yeah,
Is
turn your
that better?
the reason why I asked you, yeah, I guess that'll be okay. We just gotta work with it. Because I oftentimes hate to blame things on white people all the time. I
Right. It's
do.
not
Now,
them.
am I saying,
It's
no, I know. Am I saying that all white people are angels? No, because we have bad people in all races. But
mhm.
for the life of me, I just like to be clear when I say that when you say they destroyed our families. And I take ownership and responsibility for that because it was us who destroyed our own families.
Now the
We
reason why I
stepped
say
away.
they. Okay, so this is why I'm saying they. I'm saying they because they do look like us, but they are not us. So I can't call them us just because they look like us. I'm gonna use this as an example. I just saw
Okay,
something to
who are these black people? Who are they? You got to tell me who they are that look like us that
so
ain't
that's what I'm
us.
saying.
That
That's what I'm
destroyed
saying.
our
They're not us. Why? So Sister Bethy, I
who
would
are
in
they? Who are
I
they?
would so like I feel like they are what Brother Sanchez spoke on earlier, the Freemasons.
So
I
and
choose Boule,
where do
Brule,
they come
whatever.
from? Okay, where do they come from if they're not us? Who are they? Who are these black
So
masons that destroyed our families? Where
I
do they
just
come
feel
from? What
like
country?
they came from all types of countries. Like, look at what we have now. The United States of America, America is over flooded with a lot of other ethnic backgrounds, groups, and ethnicities. And
Okay,
some of
so
them
you
were not even noticed or even given an ethnicity up until what, 50, 60 years ago.
okay, so you do know that when the United States I'm talking about was
Hmm.
established, it was established as a nation of immigrants. You do know that. It wasn't established as a nation of just us. We were outside of the nation that was established, the United States. The United States consisted and always have been a nation of immigrants. When they first started with the 13 colonies, it was the English, okay? And then they made laws, and we got the English, the French, the Dutch. They're all nations of immigrants, okay? So that's the whole purpose of the United States. It's a nation of immigrants. And if we didn't want to be a part of that, the deal was for us to go to Oklahoma. That was back in 1830. But we were never supposed to be a part of the United States system. Now in 1924 is when we actually got the protections that we were needed to be citizens. But this United States was established as it has always been a nation of immigrants. And they developed before um, before we had a central government, there was no central government. It was the states sovereign to themselves, which they still are now, but
Hmm.
there were no protections. States could do what they wanted to do with you. Your protection, if we had gone to Oklahoma, we would have federal protection. But because our families didn't go, which I can't blame them at this point in 1830, who wants to leave their 200-acre farm and go live in
Right.
Oklahoma? So those in 1830 said, no, our ancestors said, no, we're not going nowhere. We're staying.
Hmm.
So at that note, the federal government said, okay, will you become subjects and citizens in the state of your residence? So their laws automatically got applied to us, but we didn't have federal protection, meaning
Hmm.
the states could do what they wanted to do with them. They could reclassify us. They didn't have to acknowledge us up as Indians because you were only acknowledged as an Indian if you left and went to Oklahoma, which we didn't do. So again, circling back to the United States government, it's always been a nation of immigrants, but there's also was a policy and a law established on how they could become citizens, being born here or naturalized. We're talking about the folk. We're not talking about the folks that were born here and that are naturalized. We're talking about the illegal ones coming in through the borders. It's illegal and they need to be stopped and they
But
need to
see,
Right.
follow the federal process to
Right.
become
Okay.
citizens.
So
I'm with you on that, Sister Bethy. I just got one question though. You just said that the country was basically created by immigrants. These immigrants that created the country were illegal immigrants themselves because they
bam.
came. And what I'm saying is, because I agree with you, I'm with all of y'all. That's what I was telling Pan Mulattoism. I was saying,
I'm
yes,
talking about the United States, not the country, Brad Sanchez. The United
no,
States,
no,
not
listen what
the
I'm saying.
actual country.
Listen what I'm saying. What
Okay.
you just talked about was when they formed the United States and we became a part of it. The people
Hmm.
that formed that was those Masons I'm talking about, those founding fathers. Guess what? This was a takeover. It was more of a takeover. And they were saying, look, this is our land. And if everybody on this land that ain't a father or part of, it's a hierarchy system that they was establishing in that territory. And if you're in that territory, that's why we at the bottom of their society. We at the bottom of their hierarchical structure because we incorporated into their system. And what I'm saying is It was that way before illegal immigrants was here, before these barriers we arguing about today was even established. Because when these founding fathers got here, they already made up in their mind that we were not equals to them. We was 3/4 of a human, right? The people who formed the union that we went a part of, they gave us an ultimatum on our own land. That show you how much they thought about us.
Agreed. And now I can honestly say that they did conquer our land. That is very true. Our land was conquered, and it's still being conquered as of this date, the entire land of the United States. That is true. And it's conquered by the militia.
Right.
What,
but it was
so
but it was
true.
So it was only conquered because lies were implemented. It was conquered by deception. And so because of the deception is now why we're seeing how senators like Ilhan Omar is getting ready to have her papers handed back to her and she's sent back to where she's going. I'm saying that because a lot of that happened, which pushed us out of the equation in most situations. So until we actually get a chance to see how things are being get played out with us being out of the way, I concur with Brother Sanchez. We do need to be out of the way. I concur with you. We do need to be out of the way. Why? Because federal agencies are in control of making sure that those that are here unlawfully, illegally get deported back to their home countries. So I agree wholeheartedly. They need to go back. However, while they're going back, we individually, if our families are in ruins, we need to go back and repair some of those ruins that our families are in order to stand on the right side of where our land allotments are meant for. Because ultimately, it is definitely going to go back to us being tribal. It's being that way. It's being put in that very existence right now.
Well, you know,
yes. All right. Oh, go ahead, Brett. No, you go, Brett Sanchez. No, go. No, go.
Only thing I was saying, I know everyone excited about the feds deporting illegals, but I'm saying, to me personally, it's not gonna yield the results we think it's gonna yield, because I know why they're doing it, and it's not to give us jobs like we think. It's because of the new AI automated workforce infrastructure they've been talking about. And this is where, listen, I admit I don't research politics a lot, but I also admit a lot of people who research politics don't research technology a lot. And I do, because AI is taking over and tech bros run the government. I know the agenda of what's going on. So I see what they're rolling out. They've been talking about this workforce, reducing the workforce, and they was selling it off to where humans basically gonna be too advanced to work little measly jobs by 2050. Think about it. They saying they about to turn us into gods. People asked Elon Musk a long time ago in the interview, they was like, so what will we do all day in a world like that? He said, we'll probably travel cyberspace with Neuralink on. He said something like that. But the whole thing, so this is the people that's running the world, they got a plan in mind, and we think that we're included in the plan. That makes me laugh, man. It really cracks me up. It cracks me up, man.
Bro Sanchez, you a mess.
But you know, the real sad thing, Sister Bethy, is this right here, right? We would talk about illegal immigrants, which we should, but check this out. You can have an American corporation go overseas like Nike or Jordan. They can be stationed in China making them Jordans for $2, and then they can still be seen as an American corporation, even though you ain't giving us no jobs, you employing our enemy, and you inflating the price against your own people. That's like treason. Think about this, right? Economic treason getting committed on Americans, and we just call it inflation, because you can have an American company. In my opinion, once you move your factories overseas, you're now a foreign company. But you can have all the perks of a mom and pop store that's right down the street from me. You can be competing with my grandma's shop, even though you got a Chinese sweatshop making your shoes for $2, selling them for $100, and my grandma making hers by hand, and she got the charge mode. Now she go out of business. This is the story of American small businesses, y'all. This what's happening to America. Everything being consolidated. In the future, it ain't gonna be nothing but a handful of companies. Amazon, Walmart, Google. They gonna run everything. Ain't gonna be no more independent, the businessman and all that. No, they gonna have a universal budget income. All that they talking about it. They've been talking about it. So we ain't really looking at what's really going on, because you got a lot of people controlling the narrative in these spaces, distracting us with stuff that's irrelevant. Like, we got to keep our foot on ice neck. Ice gonna do what they doing, man. They gonna do that. But I'm just trolling. I know y'all probably want to cheerlead for ICE, and I know where it come from.
No, you're fine, bro Sanchez. You're fine.
I'm gonna tell you why I relate to it. Because what happens is the illegal immigrants come over here and cheer when we get beat down in the street. They cheer when stuff happen to us. So it ain't really that we like, well, we want the jobs. It's like, get your ass out of here, because good riddance. You was cheering when it was happening to us. And I don't blame you for that. I ain't gonna even have you for that. A lot of our people, they wouldn't compete with these illegals for jobs because they bosses. They just saying, yeah, get your ass out of here since you talking crap about black people. And I feel it. I'm just saying. That's really where the vitriol come from, but it makes it look like ICE is on our side. But really, I'm a real nigga, and I'm going to tell the truth. It ain't that black folks loving ICE. It's that we hate them illegal immigrants because they was undermining us. If anybody else was getting them out, we'll be rooting for that agency, that group. It ain't got to be ICE. I'm tell me that ain't real talk. Y'all know it. Niggas will say, well, that's giving us jobs because we trying to be diplomatic, you know. We don't want to say, really tell the truth. Like, look, it's get back, man. They've been undermining us for years.
To be perfectly honest, the jobs that
maybe we supposed to
take.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. My apologies, Sister Bethy. I'm thinking
No, go ahead.
Maybe.
Go ahead.
So I'm thinking maybe we're supposed to create our own jobs, create our own revenue, create our own economy, create our own hospitals, create our own daycares. We did it before. So why can't we go back to that? I'm just saying, it's just a suggestion. I'm not saying that it's not doable. We were there before. So why can't we do it again?
We can. We doing
because we can do it. But the problem is us. We hate each other.
Right.
We don't respect each other. We treat ourselves worse than other races do. We won't come together. We all think that we're somebody that we're not. We're all in different religions and can't come together and can't come together with a positive resolution. That's the problem. We spend so much time on YouTube blaming everybody else about our issues except ourselves. We're the first ones to say it was the white guy, and nobody ever can point out who this white guy is. I've been trying to find this motherfucker since the 70s from when I was a
can
little
point
girl.
out list
I
of
can't
them. You
find the
ever heard-
white guy. They keep saying
List-
it was the white man. He destroyed our neighborhoods.
I can
Okay,
point him out
where
for
the
you.
fuck is he?
I can point him out.
Oh, okay. Finally, we're getting somebody to point this white guy out that's been just destroying our community. Go ahead, Brother Sanchez. You got it.
Let's start with this right here, right? Elon Musk has literally obliterated Memphis. Now, Memphis, I dated a chick from Memphis. Let me just bring that up. And that was when I went to Memphis. When I went to Memphis, I was like, damn, right? Memphis is like, it's so many black folks successful. It's like another Atlanta, but it's a bit more, it's Memphis is Memphis. But I'll say this, right? My whole thing is like, you got a bunch of beautiful houses and folks that's been in Memphis for generations. Like folks from the South don't really move around a lot. You have generations just take, and because of that, when you get to the South, you got these booming black cities like Memphis, Atlanta, Birmingham, and I'm like Jacksonville, and I'm talking about they black as hell. Everybody black. The mayor, the postman, the council is black cities. Now that's why the brother was mad. He was bringing up like, okay, Opal. I don't know if you. Only reason I'm bringing this up is these cities are being destroyed by white corporate industrial industries. Opal's mic is hot, Sister Bethy. I just want to warn you if you wanted to get clear audio to the chat, they might
I'll mute her mic.
Okay, so look what I was saying, right? If you go to Alabama, you got a city, for example, called Acipico. There's this rich white corporation got a factory that's been there for years. The property value went down the moment that factory was built. The sickness in the area is high. It's a horrible place to live in just because of that toxic factory. The places they build this stuff in is strategic, right? These things don't have jobs for the people in the community because they automated. They like did the data centers, but the pollution they put out is triple. The water that they take from the city, the power they use, the inaudible sounds that causes all kind of malfunctions to the nervous system that's been proven. So when you say like there's a war we're fighting against tech gurus right now, they ain't building this stuff in their backyard. You feel me? The data center in Memphis, and it's others, not just Memphis. And I can play news clips to you now. This is sad what Elon doing to black folks in Memphis. But what he doing to them, this been going on in America. We live downwind from where the toxic wind is blowing, from the industrial areas and all that. They zone it that way. That's a form of warfare. That's a form of, okay, you get sicker quicker, and I can't build this where my people stand. Somebody got to breed a poison for this man to get rich, right, at the expense of your health. And we got companies breaking EPA standards. You can't go outside and do what you want and set off a fire in your backyard without the police showing up. But Elon can poison all these black folks. And it's been brought up to the mayor, but he's been paid off. You got people in the city been in there for years.
How come they can't go to? Why won't they go to federal authorities about it?
Because that's what I'm telling you.
I find that
our federal government isn't holy. Our federal government is compromised. That even Trump told you that. If you like Trump told you he was trying to clean up this government in America. He ain't even halfway near complete with that, if that was true. And I believe it was true, but it's just my theory. Trump was part of the dirt too, but that's another debate. I do believe Trump. The American government is corrupted with all kind of evil folks, not just Hillary and Obama.
So you mean to tell me that the citizens, all the citizens of Memphis are aware of this, and they won't get together and put a petition and file a federal
They
lawsuit
got all, listen,
against
that's what I'm
Elon
telling you.
Musk.
Let me play the news
Have
clip.
they done that yet?
Yes, listen, there are people on the board that go to the city council. This is news, Sister Bethy. You need to follow this story.
No, I'm talking about in the federal government.
I'm
talking
saying,
about
yes, I'm
the
hearing
federal
you.
government.
You ain't listening to me, Sister
Oh.
Bethy. You ain't listening to me.
Okay.
This is a big, let me play some news clips for you. Because when you ask these questions,
I want to hear it. I didn't hear about this.
You need to be following this because you wouldn't be asking me this. It's some people that degreed up. They in politics like you. They universityed up, and they saying what I'm saying, and they saying we got to do something for these residents here. This ain't just no conspiracy theory. Let me play this for you real quick. This is a big thing. We got people on a board talking about this. We got people saying we got to do more with how these corporations got the EPA in their pocket, which is, come on now, if I'm a multi-billion-dollar corporation, you don't think I can get my pull at the EPA to get the kind of, come on now. For us to even think naive like that is crazy. But let's pull up some news clips though real quick.
This is interesting. That's crazy. I'm surprised Candace Owens hasn't spoken on that because she lives in Tennessee.
Well, we can't really expect. We got to do. That's what I'm here to do. That's why you got a platform, because don't nobody care what's happening to black folks in Memphis. I'm gonna be real with you. Who cares? That ain't no rich white city. There's a black folks full of crime. Let them get poisoned. Look at the Flint people, Flint water. Who care about Flint people water being poisoned, Sister Beth? We gotta care about this and quit looking for Candace Owens. You gonna be the next Candace Owens, Sister Bethy, because you're gonna show that you're covering topics she won't cover, and it's gonna show. See, this what, because I got people from Memphis that's subscribing to me, following me. I'm getting subs just from Memphis for covering this, for following this. But I'm gonna play this for you. People in Memphis love me for this, man. Memphis love me. If you Memphis in the chat room, drop the ones. Memphis will tell you I'm not lying. They rocking behind me on this one.
Somebody needs to get on that because that's crazy. It's not only crazy, it's very scary.
And we got proof that it's causing damage.
Mamas and babies.
Let me share this with you. I want y'all to get familiar with this young brother I'm about to show with the afro right here. He ain't playing about this.
Okay.
This brother, and like I said, this people that lived in the city for years, he got the whole city. This is a big thing. We'll play this. Is the audio? Do I got to share the audio some kind of way, or can they hear the audio?
Yeah, when you share it, there's a button that you push that says share audio. So you might need to stop the share screen and reshare it again and click that button.
I got you. Yeah. Share audio right there. Boom. Share audio. I got you. And I'll mute my mic.
Pollution, that is hurting our community, that is quite literally taking the breath from people, right, is to power a racist bot on behalf of the richest man in the world.
This is Colossus, a supercomputer that Elon Musk calls the most powerful AI training system in the world. Colossus is fueling Musk's company xAI and its large language model named Grok. The data center sits a few miles away from Boxtown, a predominantly Black community in Memphis. Some Boxtown residents say that the pollution from the gas turbines that have powered Colossus over the last year is worsening their respiratory issues.
It smells like gas now, and it didn't smell like gas before Elon came.
I literally can taste it. I can taste the difference now.
Some local leaders insist that the rewards vastly outweigh any potential risks.
They become our largest investor, xAI, in short order. People are starting to look at Memphis, and we've got this burgeoning reputation.
I just got to say one thing. See, people like him, you got to remember they don't live in Memphis. So the richest people who speaking for Memphis, that ought to be a Sister Bethy. I want to have a show with you about that. You shouldn't be able to be a mayor or nothing in that city if you don't currently live there. Believe it or not, a lot of these mayors are living like these outskirts. Like you got to be in the heart of the city because whatever you doing, you going to be affected by. But I know it sounds like I'm blabbering, but it's true. You know,
No, this
these
is
folks ain't
scary.
affected by it.
As a tech and
This
innovation
is
hub.
scary. I'm surprised that.
For the oligarchy is a really scary path to start walking.
And it is sickening that the only way we're going to be able to get any financial benefits from our government is by accepting the death-dealing, pollution-killing XAI plants tax money.
It'll be a policy of the United States to do whatever it takes to lead the world in artificial intelligence.
AI is America's newest big industry. Like its predecessors, it uses a lot of resources relying on energy, water, and land. And Elon Musk is at the forefront of America's rush into AI. In 2023, he wanted to build a powerful AI that could compete with cutting-edge models like ChatGPT. So he looked for a location to quickly train his AI and found a willing partner in Memphis, a city with deep economic challenges.
On June 5th of last
Let that sink in. The city he chose had deep economic challenges. Again, when you vulnerable, when you broke, when you poor, it's called selling out. But let's go.
last year, 2024, Elon Musk and XAI came in and built up methane gas turbines. They did it without any community input, and they did it in a clandestine way to where our elected officials didn't know the project even existed until the day it was announced by the Greater Memphis Chamber.
I found out just like everybody else, sitting in my living room, reclined, chilling, and there it was. And my exact words were, wow. The way you conducted business and neglected to get the community involved.
Now, everywhere Elon must go and do business, he don't do this. He only do this in Africa, and pro-black folks, they undermine your authority. You hear me, Sister Bethy? When they go and do business with the black cities, they treat them like, Negro, you ought to just be happy I'm billing it here with your broke butt. Now take this pollution and shut up when nobody else won't even let you bill it there. You see, if you could, you would, but that's what I'm telling you. So they do shiesty, underhanded business is cutthroat.
Why would I trust you?
Musk needed a vast amount of energy to power his data center, but the local utility did not have enough electricity to supply him with. So XAI turned to 35 unpermitted temporary gas turbines, which have been pumping out a level of emissions that, according to environmentalists, is exacerbating the health issues of an area already crushed by decades of pollution.
This area that we're in was also redlined. And so you're going to see a high concentration of Black people who live here. In those redline places, they were zoned for industry and heavy industrial uses. This polluter has moved faster, has built bigger, has created even more pollution than any other organization in the city of Memphis. And you did that within 12 months.
Our life don't mean a hill of beans to them. They come out here and put more pollution on us.
Watch this, Sister Bethy. Let this sink in. Out of all the industrial pollutant companies in Memphis, Elon Musk have already put out more waste and pollution than every industrial company in Memphis since the beginning of them being there in 12 months. So imagine how much polluted it's going to be in a couple more years. We're talking about he's competed with decades worth of pollution in 12 months. Not only that, his facility got to produce quadruple the amount of energy that Memphis has been producing, that they grid was built to produce within the next couple of years. It's finna basically suck like a vampire, electric, and then what's gonna happen, Memphis gonna look like Detroit. Is already messed up, but Memphis still got a lot of rich Blacks. Memphis like a little Atlanta, like Yo Gotti. It got a lot of big money Black, but it's like we about to see the fall of Memphis, because Elon just gonna do his thing there and move on once all the resources gone. He gonna use up all the water, suck the energy grid dry, and they gonna move on to the next pole place with resources like vampires.
So is this pollution just affecting Memphis or other municipalities?
It's like a domino effect, because when it comes to Tennessee, these cities are like networks. They do trade and do, commune with each other. So it's like saying, if one link to the chain is broken, then the overall chain is still compromised. It's like, you feel me? Because Memphis is a big backbone in the South as far as a big metropolitan hub just for Black people. Like I said, like another Atlanta. Like if you doing music, if you doing sports, TSU, you got like everybody say, well, you got to move to Atlanta to blow up in the South. No, you don't. You can go to Florida, New Orleans, Memphis, all of these, Texas. You can blow up in Texas. Atlanta ain't just the only Black city. Houston, like the Southeast booming. All I'm saying is they building all of the polluted shit in these rich Black economic cities, right? That's got good water, good air, trees, green environment. And they next thing you know, the environment ain't gonna be the same. Certain animals gonna go away. And when the bees and insects start going away, the land damn near is unlivable. It's like a toxic, it's a wasteland, which is why Elon can't build this nowhere else. Why Memphis? Why Memphis? Because if you look at Memphis economic situation, Memphis used to be able to compete with Atlanta neck to neck. Now Memphis, nobody check for it like that. Crime is becoming poor. It's vulnerable. And when you like that, you willing to sell out. And that's what we see happening. These residents ain't lying on their mayor, Sister Bethy, because the Black man in Memphis, they put him there. They liked it, that mayor, before Elon came. I'm telling you, that mayor took the bag. These people ain't just turn on him overnight like that. And they ain't lying about the air and stuff. But the mayor is saying they're lying. So yeah, if I put a Black mayor in office and he's supposed to be protecting me and his people, and he go to telling the world we're lying, you're gonna downplay our health, man, that's disrespectful. You're a traitor. Elon paid that Black mayor off, and he going out there, he basically got to say they exaggerating. It ain't that bad. They ain't moving out of here. Folks moving up out of Memphis because of this. Wow. Close to this. It's a white boy went to Memphis. He's a scientist. He did research and proved this stuff is dangerous. He got the research, the data, and all that. I got his video too, but I'll press play for you. Let me know if you want to play this out. If you do, I'll play it out.
No, I'm listening. This is wild. It's scary and it's wild.
You be breathing chemicals, smell like, rotten cabbage.
I had an asthma attack the other night for the first time in like 15 years maybe. I couldn't breathe, and I was like, Mama, I cannot catch my breath. I feel like my chest was caving in. I couldn't catch my breath. I had to use my inhaler twice, not once, but twice.
Our lungs are not for sale. Our lives are not for sale. I mean, it is worrisome that folks are willing to speak so much about, oh, there's all this economic opportunity, but then they ignore all of the health impacts that we're dealing with.
XAI did not return a request for comment on this story, but some local leaders argue that the financial opportunities from XAI are too big to pass up. So we noticed walking in that conference room says XAI Digital Delta Center. Can you tell me about that?
Well, let me tell you, we'll put your name on it for a brief sponsorship. Look, we have names over here on the wall. Little sponsorship. We're a chamber of commerce. We don't get funds from local government.
So I want y'all to think about what he just said. Now, he's part of the Memphis Chamber of Commerce, Sister Bethy, but the little young man with the afro, he's a state rep. So who got more of an incentive to lie? The dude with the afro or him? Him, because guess what he told you? They don't get money from like the people, the community, the state. So they got to barter with private corporations. So he uses his sway to, like I said, it's cutthroat what they doing. Even the EPA is involved No one gonna bring this public, Sister Bethy, because it's a federal government. It's big on a federal level. We don't want to think that the EPA is corrupted. Sister Bethy, we know that the feds is corrupted. We know most of these state police departments corrupted, but we don't want to think that the FDA corrupted, the EPA corrupted. Listen, corruption on all levels. Why don't we don't want to see that, you know?
So what this project
No, we
represents
do.
for us, it's a wonderful opportunity that's going to be tremendously beneficial to the city. Even when you look at the city's budget, what we anticipate from this company is going to be something that, wow, I can't believe that some percentage of the overall city's budget could be funded by the taxes that'll come from the company. We have folks who will go to these community meetings and complain about temporary gas turbines, half of which have already disappeared, and they'll be driving a car that we're smoking like it looks like they're cooking barbecue in the back, and they won't make the connection between the idea that there are some.
Now watch this, right? If I smoke a cigarette, I'm volunteering to put that in my lungs. But guess what? That's me in my room smoking my cigarette, and I'm choosing to do that. Elon Musk can't make me smoke a cigarette when I don't want to smoke one. Furthermore, my babies don't want to smoke cigarettes, so he just killed himself. If I was debating him, I would make him look stupid, because by you comparing it to a cigarette, you know that it's dangerous. And guess what, y'all? The shit he put in the air in Memphis is way dangerous than cigarette smoke. And I can show you another video that'll prove that. Now watch this, right? For him comparing it to cigarettes, he's saying, hey man, we finna get jobs, it's about to do this. We don't care if that little bitty baby inhale cigarette smoke, even though cigarette companies tell you don't blow smoke around children, it's secondhand smoke. But he, as a man of who knows, he's saying basically, man, the hell with that smoke. Let the whole city breathe in this pausing, because we about to get paid. But like the other brother said, our lungs ain't for sale. Our health ain't up for bartering. This dude he's evil. He's demonic. Listen to him.
Some things happening in the community that are of a bigger priority if you really want to get at air quality. And so the disappearing temporary gas turbines and the backup generated gas turbines, I would submit to you, my friend, are
not the biggest fish we have to fry as it relates to us doing a better job with the environment.
Well, I respectfully disagree in the sense that by our calculations, they were the biggest fish to fry in terms of being the largest industrial source of smog-forming pollutants over the past year. And
now this is coming from, I want you to be clear. We got to break this video down, Sister Bethy. Now we giving them classic content, because check this out. This is coming from this woman here, Amanda Garcia. She's a senior attorney with the Southern Environmental Law Center. That means she's damn near with the EPA. She's worked with the environmental laws. You see, she's like with environmental laws. So listen, this is a white woman. This white woman care more about black people health than these black politicians in Memphis that took the bag from Elon. You see what I'm saying? So, but let's see what she got to say.
fish to fry in terms of being the largest industrial source of smog-forming pollutants over the past year. And if they had gotten the appropriate permit at the appropriate time, they would have been required to install pollution controls. That would have avoided a lot of unnecessary emissions that can cause real harm to people on the ground.
Time asked researchers.
So they never got a permit.
To analyze air quality.
It's because, listen, Sister Bethy, the permit would have forced Elon to have to spend more millions to put the safety equipment like filtering stuff to make the air better. So when I think about that, Sister Bethy, hear me out. Elon, a billionaire. What's a few $1 million? It let me know he's trying to poison them people. This is like warfare. This is environmental warfare he carrying out on my black people in Memphis. We need to stand up to it, man. Because look, you can't tell me you care so much about saving a few million that you ain't gonna, because check this out, Sister Bethy. It ain't that you can't build a center there. He cut corners and broke EPA laws, and people turned a blind eye, and it got hundreds of people sick and counting. So to me, this is like warfare now. You can't tell me nothing different. Y'all trying to do this warfare because it's stupid. Spend that extra money, put the little thing. Now people got to shut up. Guess what they can say now? Okay, well, we got the safety precautions on this equipment. We got the proper paperwork. But guess who we hear from? The Chamber of Commerce. We don't hear from no scientist, no engineer with a hard hat on that's going to clear nothing. Them people in Memphis getting scammed, and folks been there for years on their property. It ain't worth nothing now.
This is devastating.
Data from satellites run by NASA and the European Space Agency. Their report showed a marked increase in peak nitrogen dioxide concentration levels in Boxtown and other areas nearby the plant. High levels of NO2 can aggravate respiratory diseases, particularly asthma, according to the EPA.
I've seen.
Now, didn't that girl who she said she having more asthma attacks? She ain't the only one. There's so many of these videos. You think people gonna lie about their health? People don't care that much to hate on either. Lie about all these people.
Crazy. That's crazy.
Garden critics. Let's have a conversation another year from now. Let's have a conversation 2 years from now. But the type of investment and infrastructure they are building out is not the type that you easily leave and go somewhere else.
That man said, listen, all the health concerns, let's talk about that later. Because what Elon offering us is just the monetary value too much. What I like about this evil milk dud chicken nugget headed dude right here is that he ain't really biting his tongue. He telling you the truth. Like, listen, the hell with their health. They smoke cigarettes, right? They drive cars. Let me pause and use some more. Right? We getting this bag. Like, he's straight up telling you. That's crazy.
You know, water innovation and water sustainability has not been in the conversation in Memphis really ever. We've got this pure, clean, cheap water body right below our feet, and we've used and abused it.
A key potential benefit involves water. Data centers use a vast amount of water to cool their computers, and Musk has started work on an $80 million wastewater plant down the road from the facility. The plant would treat sewer water.
And I gotta pause it right here. I'm from Bama. So once you start targeting the Mississippi River, it's like warfare. Sister Bethy, I'm a Native American, indigenous American. My people been on this land. I'm an Indian. Our rivers are sacred. And we've been going through this with the white tech gurus, the pilgrims and their destructive technology for years. And we've been trying to teach them the clean green technology that we had, but they don't want it because they can just build the dirty stuff for cheaper where the Negroes live at. You see what I'm saying? Because if they was doing this in an uppity community, they would spend billions more just to make sure the technology was within a certain EPA standard to where they didn't got to go behind people back and do cutthroat business that pay for the EPA, pay people off. The money you paying these agencies to be corrupted and turn a blind eye, you can just use that to do the right thing, man. So that let me know you're trying to poison these people. This is warfare, Sister Bethy. This warfare.
Terrible.
Repurpose it for XAI's uses and allow other entities nearby to stay off the city's aquifer.
So having a facility like this that would actually get some major industrial users off the aquifer and using wastewater that we aren't going to see again is a huge step in the right direction for water sustainability.
Pretty much southern half of the county's wastewater comes here.
Like, have you been thinking about what it means to get something that you've wanted for so long, but the circumstances are strained, to say the least?
Yes. I think building infrastructure for the oligarchy is a really scary path to start walking. I don't support billionaires owning all of our infrastructure. That is a dangerous place to be in, and public interest should not be based on profits. It should be based on our core needs, and one of which is clean drinking water.
Tell that to the black dude at the Chamber of
Wow.
Commerce. See, they only thinking money, the
Wow.
mayor too. And I'm going to tell you something about this black mayor in Memphis, Sister Bethy. They voted him in, and I only learned about him when this situation came up because he was capping for Elon. And I'm like, man, this city really loved this man at first. How did he just become enemy number one to black folks? Because when you start undermining your own residents, when your people say we getting sick and you're their mayor and you supposed to have you protect them and you say you ain't sick, we smoke cigarettes anyway. What? Yeah, they gonna turn on you overnight, bro. Memphis don't like him, and they put him there. But see, that's the price for taking it back. He know that they gonna turn on him, but he got that money though. That's the price you pay.
As President Trump's AI action plan calls for reducing regulations of the Clean Air Act and the Clean Water Act to speed up development of data centers, xAI is building out a second location in Memphis, just a few miles away, that's double the size of the first site. Musk's acceleration is only spurring forward his competitors to build their own big data centers too, and the Trump administration is cheering them on.
If the suffering is happening here, it will happen elsewhere. Air doesn't know any borders. Pollution doesn't know any borders. Clean air is a right for who? Everybody!
And we're not going anywhere. We're not going to quit until this issue is resolved, where black people do not have to be treated as gambling chips for massive corporations. It's a unifying issue, and it requires all of us to stand up against the richest man in the world to be able to make mountains move.
The people, united, will never be divided.
Yo, my heart, man,
That's
listen,
wild.
I fucks with Memphis. That's why, look, I'm about to buy me some TSU gear. I'm about to buy me some Memphis gear, man. Like, Memphis is at war right now. People ain't even like, Memphis is literally black people under attack by Elon, man. Talking biological warfare.
Wow. If that shit, that's crazy. You could really tell the difference between the South and the North. Something like that happening in the cities, they would have destroyed it. The people would have literally destroyed
Many rich folks, you too close to the rich, they gonna make sure the EPA do their job. So when we talk about like taxpayers' money, okay, we paying tax dollars to the EPA to make sure we can all breathe safe air, but they turning a blind eye to the tech brothers. So when we talk about, when the brother was talking about tax dollars and ICE, I'm like, bro, don't you know if we didn't even pay tax dollars to get immigrants out, they got far right groups that invest private money to get immigrants out. Like getting immigrants out, even the KKK want that. So that ain't like, that's something they are on. But what I'm saying is, look at what they dropping the ball on black people's health in Memphis. So while we're rooting behind ICE, we should be ridiculing the EPA. The energy we using to support ICE, we should be using to attack the EPA to help our people in Memphis. If you ask me, and all that energy, it need to be a big spotlight on the EPA and how the EPA is racist against black folks. And if that ain't a concern of you, if you live in a black city, it can be yours next, and it's gonna be. Because this oligarchy is a vampiric system. It suck one area dry, go to the next one. And like the brother said, pollution ain't got no boundaries. If you live anywhere on the Mississippi River, that pollution is in the whole Mississippi, not just in Memphis. You think because they dumping it in Memphis, Mississippi River, that it don't come down river to yours. Like, that's how we think.
It's insane. That's sad. Very sad.
But think about this, right?
How long ago was this? Has this been now 2 years, 3 years?
He done had it there now about 2 to 4 years. But the thing, Sister Bethy, is it ain't the Colorado River they doing it, because when you think about it, most of the black folks in America are situated along the Mississippi. We've been there.
Yeah.
So that's when they bring in this new data center rollout, They saying, okay, when America catch a flu, we get a cold. How it go when America get a cold, we get a flu? Yeah, they gonna start with the Mississippi River. That's a spiritual river to FBA, to indigenous Americans, Aboriginals.
That's sad. That's terrible. It's heartbreaking. And nothing is still being done. Are they still fighting it? Or has
Memphis ain't gonna stop fighting it. It's only you got young people. It ain't never been this big of a political movement in Memphis until now. And what's crazy about it, I remember when I think, was it Amazon or it was some company, they built the pipeline through the Dakota Indian land up there a long time ago. The Dakota pipeline, that was a big story.
And the Dakota,
the Dakota Indian was getting shot. They had a standoff with the police at that time, if y'all don't remember.
Yeah, I remember.
They was fighting for their damn river, because there was, now this is what we see going on in Memphis. And when that was going on with the Dakota Indians, we was like, that ain't our fight. Now, guess what the Dakota Indian was saying? The Dakota Indian was saying, it's gonna happen to y'all next. And now look at Memphis.
Yep. I remember that. Wow.
The Dakota Indian warned.
Hi, Christopher.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Christopher. Salutes to the brother Chris. I'm going to mute up, man.
Your mic is muted if you're talking. Okay. It seems to be, he must be away, or because his mic is muted. But we've been out for 4.5 hours there. Okay. Go ahead. Because I'm going to get out of here in a little bit.
You know we're going to experience some technical difficulties. You're getting hungry, well, hey, you might want to go get something to eat, because we just want to crank up. Y'all, if we discussing real topics, and we want to be very thorough and how we are presenting these things. But good evening. It's been a minute, Sister Bethy. Brother Sanchez, how y'all doing?
Salutes, peace, and power, Chris. Much love.
Much love. So yeah, so you guys were indulging on the topic of EPA and Memphis and everything that's going on. This is not the only political pushback that Memphis has had. A lot of things we've pushed back that necessarily has not made the national news like this. And it's not just Memphis. Memphis is in a state called Tennessee, and this stretches from west to east Tennessee. Memphis is in the southwest corner. I work with community organizations throughout the United States at scale. The groups I work with from East Tennessee, we didn't even know this was going on. They was coming in in the election years, 10, 15 years ago, paying several thousand just to be interviewed to let us know about their neighbors catching cancer from all of the mining and a lot of the industrial operations that are happening in the East. And so it's not just a Memphis thing. It's not just a down south thing. I can tell you in every state, even where you're from in Connecticut, it's happening at different scale from a different perspective. Now with Elon Musk, this isn't anything new. Because one has to ask that's not from there, how can a person come in with that scale of operation with hardly any permission? Well, he put it in the industrial zone. So it wasn't like he just put it directly in somebody's backyard to where, okay, hey, we're going to need the community's petition to see if we can get everybody's permission. Like other projects like that happen. Like I know people who have tried to bring in black grocery stores, and they took them through almost hell. They had to do favors for everybody in the district just to put up a store. But what Elon Musk did was put on what's called President's Island. If you want to type that into your search bar, President's Island. And that is an industrial zone. Now, what's unique about President's Island is that it's nothing new. For as long as we've been a part of the Union, it's been chemical contamination going into the Mississippi River. And we call it the muddy Mississippi. We don't even call it by its political correct name. We call it the muddy Mississippi.
Just Chris, just real quick, not at the rate Elon. AI data centers are a different beast. I study technology,
right,
and I can tell you right now, the stuff that the tech polluting companies in your industrial zone been doing for years, it can't even compete with what Elon done in just 1 year.
So I lived this. And so I remember when my grandfather used to fish in the Mississippi River. And the size of the fish that they used to tell us that they would catch. They said, man, we would catch fish that would be over 6 feet tall. And it was like, man, you better not fish the Mississippi River now. I got another location for you to type in, Jackson and Warford. Every peel company that is available for sale over the counter, their manufacturing facility has been in Memphis way before Elon Musk. The reason he came is because all of these things have been previously incubated over decades. And so, go ahead.
You understand why he's more of an issue than others? Because check this out. All of the industries you talking about in Memphis, they followed policy. They went through the EPA, they got permits, and they are within the limits of what pollutants they can put out.
Not everybody. It's some major lawsuits going on right now. It's some major lawsuits going on right now with companies that's been on President's Island, that's been polluting South Memphis. So
think about
what I'm saying, that's part of the crime.
Lawsuits that ain't true with Elon though. It ain't gonna be no lawsuits with him either, because he's been backed by the people that would sue him. When the president and the corporation is back, when your government saying we got to roll out AI data centers to compete with China, and we basically got to crack eggs to make omelets, that's saying, hey man, we got to build these data centers. They're gonna be nasty. They're gonna double, quadruple the amount of resources you need in the area, but we're gonna do it in black folks area. Now we know that's the case.
It's all over America. Okay, so just slow down for a second. Just slow down, brother. Every time I try to have a discussion with you, it goes to this. The first time I had a discussion with you,
I was just about to land.
Right. I'm with you. The first time I had a discussion with you, I tried to introduce Blue Oval City. What they're doing is they are circumferencing us. Blue Oval City. This is just east of Memphis, and we were on a project to help Mason, Tennessee, which is a historically black community. Memphis is surrounded. Arkansas, Mississippi, and Tennessee. We are surrounded by historical black towns that have been black. Like way before the Civil War, you had historical black families that own tens of thousands of acres of land. And so Mason, Tennessee, that's east. They're building Blue Oval City. That's the same organization that you just played. It's the same organizations. It's the same business organizations that's causing all of these things to play behind the scenes. You also got Google coming right next door in West Memphis. As soon as you cross the bridge, they're really rallying in South Haven. Once you go right south of Memphis, you cross right south of Memphis, you enter what's called South Haven, Mississippi, one of the fastest growing suburbs in America. They're also building these facilities there. So they're almost conversing us with these things. But all I was explaining is that if you type in certain GPS locations, just as a start, they have been infiltrating our communities with this negative air for a while. And it's some parts of Memphis where they have, right outside the black community, particularly in North Memphis, they have, and also in South Memphis, they have signs where they say, don't even walk on the grass. Like where Advil, Tylenol, all your all your headache medicines, they say don't even walk on the grass. If you type in Jackson and Warford, these companies have been there. And once we trace crime in our communities, it's going to go back to say, okay, 1955 is when we really saw a change. Is when they really put a lot of these industrial facilities to support World War II and post-World War II industrial infrastructure that they have since closed down because they had proven that they caused a lot of contamination down to the pipes in our schools. Our schools, they had to put crime scene tape around the faucets because they proved that it was lead in the pipes. After you drink so much lead in the pipes, it's going to cause you to go chemically crazy. And so all I was saying was, I'm not supporting what he's doing at all. I have a design that I'm about to patent that's outperforming any data center. that's totally green and that's not emitting all of these bad, harmful emissions. That way we can still have conversations like this and use technologies like this wirelessly and speak to one another from different locations. But the systems that they are bringing in are not healthy, but that's not the only system that we have to combat. That's all that I was getting at. Elon Musk is not the only situation. Every company, every game in town is coming, and it's not just our community. I can reference communities, rural communities in Texas, Michigan, South Haven, Mississippi. They're all rallying about these data centers are trying to come in. Once they come in, boom, your utility costs are going up. But that's not the only thing. Even if they go away, our area is still contaminated. They still have Monsanto seeds farms that even if you have an urban farm, even if you have a...
Hold up, Chris, let me interject 1 second. You've been going a minute, brother. It's people on here that's scientists. They study the air. They do experiments, bro. They saying if these places leave, the air will heal itself, right? These technological companies have left other areas and the environment is restored. So the idea that it's going to still be contaminated when they leave, even science and all the pros will back me up that's just not true.
I'm saying that that's not the only... People have had lawsuits against these companies before. Before Elon Musk came in.
I'm gonna get you on that. But I'm telling you, Chris, if you live in Memphis, you need to get behind your community and what they doing with Elon and all these other black people going through similar things. Need to stand with Memphis, brother, because why it's so important is that Elon is famous. He's one of the richest men in the world. If you can put the spotlight on how he's breaking laws with the EPA, all the little people gonna get justice. If they don't know, it's almost like it's a weird world we live in, Chris, and I don't like it. But all of these other little companies that's been poisoning black people for years, like in Alabama, we've been getting poisoned. No one cares. But Elon is involved, so it's a big story. And I get it, right? So if this is a big time to raise awareness on how the EPA is corrupted and on how this stuff been going on, unfortunately, it's too late, right? Because we've been telling them, but it's better late than never. And if it gotta be raised, get popular through Elon, fine, because he's just a big name. So I get it that if this is the time where we raise awareness about it, if it's gonna happen now, it need to happen now. It's like now or never, because if we let Elon get away with it, he the easiest person to blow up the issue with. So if Memphis can blow this up with Elon, everybody win, if you ask me.
Well, with that being said, I'm gonna end it right here. This was a great segment. We got to hear from quite a few people. Brother Sanchez, I know, and I appreciate you coming up here. I always have fun when we do a build together, but I will hope that you continue this and redo this on your channel, because I know a lot of your audience is not here like they would normally be, and I would hope you would run this on your segment. Run this segment. Oh wait, who is this? There's somebody in the back, but I don't want to get porn bombed. I don't want to get porn bombed.
I'm gonna show you how to make it.
Oh wait, what's your name? What is your name,
baby? What's up, man? There's no.
Oh wait a minute. Do you know who that is? I don't know who the guy is, but it sounds like he probably.
No, I'm.
And you ever had a white guy?
On a porn bomb.
But yeah, yeah.
Oh, my show is I'm multicultural. I get a lot of people. It's just that I'm not familiar with them, and I don't want nobody pulling out their personal parts, because that happens a lot when you have a good segment. But Brother Sanchez, I think you should run this again on your show.
I am,
because I'm gonna be there, and the day you do, please text me so that you could touch base better. Because I'm gonna take this back. I do. I think you should run this all the way back on your show, because this was a good bill. I had never heard of this information that you brought today. I never knew that was going on in Memphis. That's sad. I did not know that.
Yeah.
You need to
And like
run
you
this
said,
same show all over again. And also, like you taught us today about the Statue of Liberty. I've never heard you teach that on your show.
yeah,
You need to
I
run this
got a
back
couple of
again.
streams where I go into it. I don't think you probably ain't tuned in a minute, but I've been, you know,
I'll be watching your shows. I'm always there. Oh wow, these people trying to come on, and Brother Sanchez is trying to go.
who
I don't know who that guy was. Somebody named June 5th. Newark.
I just hope it ain't no.
I just don't want to get no porn bomb. You're not gonna porn bomb me, are you?
I got a channel with 10,000. I got a channel with 10,000
Open
subscribers.
the door.
I'm definitely not gonna porn bomb. But yeah, how y'all doing? My name is June.
Hello.
Everybody call me June. The guy that was just up here, he's a good guy. That's God Soldier or whatever. He's from Indiana. He's from a different sector on YouTube. I hear you guys was having a conversation about Elon Musk. That was like the last conversation that I heard y'all was having or whatever. But he actually introduced me to y'all channel. So that's why I came up to try to let y'all know that that's a good guy right there. He drank.
Oh, okay. He scared me because I'm like, wait a minute.
We're not gonna do that. I got no self-respect. We're not weird like that.
Nah. We just want to join in on the conversation. That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Oh,
that's
I'm happy to have you here. It's just
I
that
I'll be honest.
the last few segments, I've had people sitting in the back, and the last few segments, I had people sitting in the back, and it was like, oh God, I can't even speak of it. But I was able to get him off the panel, and it was just
right.
That's
I'm
crazy.
like, okay, I'm old enough to be your mother, and I don't need to see that. And from the looks, you look like you're 12 years old, and it's just horrible.
Nah, people do that.
But
it
I hope everybody in here is subscribed to Brother Sanchez, because
right. What's his channel? What's his channel? I'll subscribe right now.
Yeah, put it in the link.
Oh, he got two. Let me put it. Let me go get his channel, because Brother Sanchez be going in, and we are both flat earthers. Brother Sanchez is our flat earth guy, and because I'm a flat earther. I do not believe the earth is round. Sorry.
So let me ask a question.
Brother Sanchez.
Post his link.
Do you guys believe
I'm gonna put it in the chat now.
You guys believe in going to heaven. So at the end of the day, what's it matter if the earth is round or flat?
Okay, the Bible say prove all things. So just from I can give you a million answers for that. But I'm gonna say what now?
No, you good. Yeah, you good.
Yeah, I can give you a million answers for that, but I'm gonna just start with this one. The Bible said, prove all things. It also say, be ye not deceived.
Yeah. True.
So just for the fact, if you're a Christian and you want to be obedient to the Bible, it would matter to you.
Yeah. So my thing is this: when it comes to like the flat earth thing. So when we look up the skies, everything is in a all right. In your guys' terminology, everything's a sphere. So everything's circle. The sun, the moon, the stars, they all appear to be circle. So wouldn't it make sense that we live in a circle too?
No, it doesn't. Because
I'm just
one at a time. I got you. And salutes to you, man, because check this out, man. A lot of times when these conversations come about, there's a lot of ridicule and disrespect, and that's where the division come in. We got to keep in mind there are pilots, engineers, there are scientists and all of that who are flat earthers. These people ain't just wake up one day and start being part of some cult. So I think everything, we need to question everything we've been told. Like you said, prove all things. You never really question the globe model. Let's start to examine it now. Now, what you just said, that's a good question. Let's start there. If I did what you did, I can say I live on a cotton ball, because when I look up in the sky, the clouds are puffy, right? So my whole thing is this. When we say, well, when I look up in the sky, that is circle, so I must live on a circle. That's like me going in a room saying that the flow shaped like the chandelier. So that ain't good logic to use. Now, all of the tools we use are designed for a flat earth. We even have sea level, not sea curve. But the whole thing about the stars being circular, let me just say something to you. I'm gonna share my screen real quick. The people who telling
got
you
him started.
Sister Bethy, I know you don't normally go this long, but you know when you invite me on,
No, you the man. He's my brother. You got your share screen up?
Yeah, let me get this up for y'all. Now, since he brought up the stars and all that, I'm gonna show you how I know the earth flat. Or at least and I can prove the earth flat, but I'm also finna prove them wrong with some real quick. Hold on. Think this is it. Share that one right there. All right, so watch this. They say everything started from the Big Bang, and basically every galaxy, every star, everything we see in the heavens, in the sky, it's just a fragment that come from the separation, the expanse that started the universe expanse, the expanding universe. It all start from the Big Bang, right? Now check this out.
Hold on, real quick. Just
hold on.
I don't want to ruin your thing, but I don't believe in the Big Bang. I believe in the beginning. God created the heaven and the earth.
And guess what? I want you to know. And guess what I want you to know, brother? I'm not here to debate you. I'm here to debate the liars that's lying to our children. So if you don't believe in the Big Bang, then guess what? That's even better for me. That means I get to show why I don't believe in the Big Bang, and also agree with why you don't, because there's a creator too, and we know that the Big Bang don't include the creator. So you my man for that one. That's what flat earth bring back. Flat earth bring back the creator. Because check this out. Flat earth ain't just us believing in the creator, God, soldier. It's us proving the creator with the creation. And I'm about to do it right now. You see that this sun is a perfect circle, right? It's a perfect 360 degrees. I can't draw a perfect circle with my own hand. Look at that beautiful, perfect circle that the sun is. Now watch this. You don't get that kind of perfection from stuff that come from this. That's like me dropping a vase on the ground and getting perfect sacred geometric shapes like eyeballs and kidneys and kneecaps and grasshoppers from a random chaotic mishap with shards flying everywhere. Light becomes matter. How does light become matter? Because the truth is that the world is holographic and it ain't no matter. It's a holographic simulation. This is what the prophets knew. So you can't have a chemical reaction to turn light into a rock or some water. But that's why science bamboozled us. When they talk about the Satan, the serpent that deceived the whole world, they're talking about NASA. The word NASA in Hebrew means to deceive. If you drop a vase on the ground, you ain't going to get perfect circles making perfect 360-degree orbits around Polaris. Everything is ordered in the universe using precise sexagesimal math that's based upon 360 order. But they telling you this order come from chaos. Stuff like this universe so intricately built that if you remove anything, everything will go away. If the bees go away, everything will go away. But that comes from a random mishap. So yeah, man, if you saying that you're a Christian and you agree with the Bible, it ain't enough to believe in God. We should evolve from belief to I know that there's a God, because proof is what gets you past
Hebrews says faith is a substance hoped for.
But guess what?
The assurance of things not seen. I mean, I'm misquoting it, but I know there's a God because faith says so. And the Bible.
Hey, brother Sanchez, I got a question. I got a question, brother Sanchez.
Yeah, let me with him real quick, and I'll answer your question. Check this out. The Bible been revised. A lot of people will tell you the Bible got hypocrisies and contradictions in it. It do, but it ain't because the Bible wrong. It's because some people came along and mix their ideologies along with the original law and what the
I
original.
believe like the King James is I believe God preserved his word for all generations, that no man needs to teach another man about him.
So
I believe the Bible's perfect, bro.
Let me just land right here, right? The Bible was perfect, but what we got under the King James version is not the Bible. The original Bible say, do not add and don't take away. Once you add and take away from the book, it's corrupted, it's sacrilegious. We've got the corrupted interpretation, and we need to know that. The Bible warned us about that. When people talk about having faith, that's another contradiction. Faith is believing in something you ain't proven, but the Bible say prove all things. So somebody telling you one thing, somebody telling you the other thing, and I keep telling folks, these contradictions ain't there because the Bible wrong. The Bible was right. When the Bible said, listen, the Bible said, whatever you do, you're going to reap what you sow. That's because the early Gnostics, who were the real writers of the Bible, they taught the law of karma. The new church and the papacy teach that the law of the barbarian, which is the barbarians believe you can do bad and get rid of your evil with human sacrifice and blood sacrifice. They telling you that our ancestors sacrificed their babies to the gods. That's what they was doing. That's what the papacy and the Roman Empire was doing. They was sacrificing their babies to the Greek gods to remove their sins. And the big sacrifice was Jesus. That was the climax of their whole barbaric blood sacrifice religion. So you got two different versions of Christianity, and people got the papal version, and you got the what I call the narrow path. It ain't popular. That's Gnosticism. That's the one that the whole world gonna reject and despise. That's what Jesus was teaching. The other version come from the church, which is the people that killed Jesus. So Christians think that they on Jesus' side, but they are church members. They with the institution that's with the state, with the Caesar. They with the entity that actually crucified Jesus. I'm saying what Jesus saying. I'm saying what made Jesus.
Hold on.
What I'm saying.
No. Gnosticism means like hidden knowledge and things. And God,
that ain't what it means. The word Gnosticism means to know.
Hold up, man. Even I got that wrong. My thing is this. God gave us his word. So this is why I believe. Jesus even said, you don't need another man to teach you about me, for everybody will know me. So that's why I believe the King James is perfect to this day. And we don't need you, me, or nobody to tell us about God. He makes sure his word is going to be here forever, preserved. And you don't have to figure out what you say about God. You can figure out what I say about God. No, you can go read that for yourself and know exactly what God's saying. I don't believe in Gnosticism. If those were the words of God, then they would have been included in the Bible, bro. That's all I'm saying. They would have been included, and they're not. You know what I mean? They're rejected by God himself.
Everything that's included or excluded in the Bible, the people that excluded and included stuff were the papacy. The Bible called them the synagogue of Satan. The people who wrote the Bible say no man have the power to take some out of this book or add some to it. So you're going with the papacy, and I ain't blaming you for being papal-minded. I'm just taking the narrow path, right? And Matthew 28:19-20 say, go therefore and make disciples of all nations, teaching them to observe all that I have commanded. Teach them just as I've taught you, Jesus said. Any man that against teaching is against knowledge, and that them kind of people, they replace their knowledge with belief and faith. But look how far belief and faith got the world. Look at what the world got today with all their belief and faith. Because what are we believing in? A blood, human, evil sacrifice called Jesus. We believing in the shedding of blood. We believe in like barbarians.
Hold on. Why you calling Jesus death, prayer, resurrection,
I'm about
evil?
to land. Don't get triggered. I'm about to land. You drinking a beer, brother. Don't fake now. Mute him up. This brother drinking and like they be killing me, acting triggered. Like, are you set? Just listen. Because guess what? Jesus wasn't a literal dude that walked the earth. Jesus was a symbolic archetype. Jesus was a symbolic archetype. So we coming from two different perspectives. And I know the brother June got a question, so I ain't gonna keep talking too long to God soldier. But only thing I'm saying is this right here. You said we don't need to teach each other nothing, but you here to teach me and argue with me. If what you saying true,
you just don't believe.
just,
you don't believe in Jesus. You don't believe the gospel.
You don't know what
Jesus is a
Jesus
fake
don't
person.
need me to believe
So
in
you're
him.
not
though, man.
saved. You're not going to heaven. And June,
You're
listening to
paper
nothing
minded,
this guy
brother.
says.
You're paper
He's
minded,
a false
brother.
prophet.
You're paper
Everybody,
minded.
this guy's a
Get him
false
out of here.
prophet.
Get him out of here, Sister Bethy, with his drunk butt. He's inebriated. Quoting
I'm not
scriptures.
inebriated at all.
Get him out of here. I ain't
turn
gonna
it up.
take no disrespect. I'm too big for that.
Okay.
I'm too
Right.
big for that. Yeah.
Calm
But check
down in the
this
back
out.
a little bit, guys. I put you in the back for a minute, God soldier. Calm down.
And he drank.
Go ahead,
he drank
June.
It's always a dude with a Schlitz or a Bush talking the most crap with that cheap trailer park. Yeah.
God soldier.
You get
Here
like
with a
that
Schlitz
sometimes, man,
talking
but-
shit.
See, my question was really about the children. Like, okay, see, like I'm not young, but I'm not old. You feel me? I'm in my 30s, right? And I got 2 sons, so I'll be trying to understand how to guide them, how to teach them, right? So I just really want to know, like, what is like, okay. I'm trying to say this without you taking it disrespectful, but I'm gonna just ask the question,
I'm
right?
gonna take it disrespectful. Just said.
What?
Don't take it. I can already tell how this is lined up. I'm gonna take. Go ahead, though.
All
We're
right.
gonna be respectful with our disagreement, if that make any sense. Because
Right,
you're still
right.
my brother, right?
Yes, sir.
Salute, bro, for sure.
Yes, sir. And I don't have no bad intentions with asking you this. So I just want to know what does it matter what we teach our kids? Like, if we teach them that the earth is flat or if the earth is round, what does it matter? Like, what is it going to change in their life? Shouldn't we be trying to teach them something that's
I got you.
Like,
I got you.
That's what I want to know.
I got you. So, have you ever had deja vu before?
Yeah.
Just a little quick question. Now,
Yeah.
the CIA been studying deja vu. They've been studying consciousness, or what we call the central nervous system, right? This is ancient knowledge to our ancestors. There's some called a space program and a Department of Defense program. These programs take trillions of dollars from our people.
That's
and
true.
I'm talking billions a year, and it's to protect us from space. Now, what if there is no space? What if it's all a lie? Because if you understand how space was created, right? It was created due to us believing that they went to the moon, but I can prove they didn't go to the moon. Now, why would they hide the nature of the heavens? Because prophets like Enoch was talking about out-of-body experience, time traveling, deja vu. The Mayans were said to be time travelers. Now, science today have just admitted in the 2000s that time travel is possible, and we've been wrong about the nature of time. They're saying the Mayans been right, the Egyptians been right, all the flat earth people we laughed at, they right about everything.
Right.
So if they right about how the sky worked, and the sky is based upon what they said about what the ground shaped like, all of it gotta be right, brother.
No,
right. So
for sure.
what I'm saying is this: I can prove flat earth by disproving the globe. And they say that when a ship vanished on the horizon line, it went over the curve. But if you walk a block down the street, you vanish on a horizon line, that will put you on a little bitty globe. If I can go a block and be over the curve, right?
Yes, sir.
See what I'm saying? That's called vanishing point. We've been lied to. The Egyptians knew more about the stars than what we know. The Mayans knew more about the stars than what we know. The Dogon, all of them were flat earthers. And guess what they talked about? Earth being a free energy device. Now, I'm a screen share for y'all because you asking me the why. And guess what I'm gonna do?
Hold up. I don't mean to be rude or interrupt, but if those guys are so damn smart, then why the hell?
That's God's praise.
Why ain't they here no more?
Why do we got
They're so
this
damn
guy
smart, then
breaking
why
up
they
the
extinct?
positive energy with me and my black brother? Jim?
God told you, I thought you were going to be good. Now
on, bro.
I know you're a nice guy.
Every time he hop on the panel, that Stone Cold Steve Austin music, that shit come on. Like, bro, he need to get out of here with that slick smart liquor vibe.
we're
ain't
not
on
gonna
that.
get
We
nowhere.
raising our
God,
name.
God soldier. That's
No,
brother.
he's on that
God
Caps
soldier.
blue ribbon, and we're on this
God,
Kundalini
he's sitting back here
awakening.
laughing his butt off. He know what he doing, brother Sanchez.
No,
He's sitting in the
that
back
brother,
laughing his
listen,
butt off.
the beer
And
that
he
he
has his
drinking,
little
that's like the
beer.
listen. That's the white man's OE. That's the white man's Coke 45. What he got, and he
That's what
tripping
he
off.
do.
Okay, be
That's
nice.
what he do. That's
He
what he
laughing.
do,
He
man.
laughing. All right. You gonna mute
Come
your
on,
mic,
GS.
God soldier.
Come on, GS.
I know you're a nice man. I know
Only
you're a
thing I'm
nice
saying
man.
is this. He's coming from a literal
on.
biblical papal program mindset. The papacy programmed our people to take all of these ancient symbols literally. Now we believe in mythologies and fairy tales. We never had a belief system. The belief system is the corporate programming that got our people indoctrinated. We had a knowledge system. Knowledge is power, not faith. The enemy lied to us. He tell you to have faith and believe in God while he gets scientists and physicists to help him get in charge. So you can act like, you know, it's blasphemy or some guy in the sky gonna throw me in hell, but that don't work on Sanchez because I know what's gonna happen to my soul after death. So can't nobody scare me with hell, or that don't work on me, God soldier. I'm not one of them kind of Negroes. Right, I broke free from my spiritual slavery and what the white man programmed me about my image. I know that my soul going to my ancestors, and they gonna say, "Job well done, soldier."
All right, so let me ask you a question. According to you, how could I know I'm going to go to heaven?
I don't care where you go. I don't even want to talk about it because I don't care.
So you're
listen.
you don't even care about getting
let me answer your question. Let me answer your question.
No, you did. You said
you
don't care where I go. You don't care about saving people's souls,
I
bro.
want you to, but I ain't through.
You're a false prophet.
Don't be chaotic. Mute him up real quick, God. So, because look, I just want to answer. You can get the flow back. What I'm saying is this. I don't want to talk about your soul. You need to worry about your soul. I'm selfish when it comes to soul. I'm worried about mine going to heaven. You worry about yours, man. And guess what? This personal. You just got through saying we don't need nobody to teach us about this. Now you asking me questions. You're a hypocrite, right? Didn't he just say that, y'all? He said you don't need nobody teaching you nothing. So at that point, bro, cool. Why don't ask me nothing about your soul, bro?
All right, let me have it for a second. All right,
it's in your soul and your hands and mine and my
all right,
hands.
we've heard you talk for 20 minutes, bro. Let me say something. Because here's a real prophet. All right, why did I say we don't need to teach nobody? Hey, shit. Why did I say we don't need to teach nobody else? Because the Bible says that itself. Because God put His moral laws in our hearts, and the Holy Spirit's job is to go convict the world of sin, of righteousness, and judgment of sin because they don't know Jesus. And who's Jesus? He came and he died on the cross and he rose the third day. And if we believe in our heart that God rose him from the dead and confess that Jesus is Lord, we will be saved. Romans 10:9. This guy right here ain't trying to get nobody saved. I just preached the gospel to you guys in 2 seconds.
I ain't gonna.
You know what I mean? I just preached the gospel to you guys, the whole channel, this whole live in 2 seconds.
If you think preaching the gospel gets
Jesus died and rose again the third day, and you get to go to heaven. This guy don't give a fuck if I die.
I disagree.
You should care.
Hold on. I disagree with him all the time. I disagree
God
with GS.
soldier, you gotta stop cursing.
Every time I talk to
GS, you want to know if I care about his soul.
Right. That's what he wanted to know. But at the same time, like I disagree with him all the time when he do this or whatever, because he take the Bible in a literal sense. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that I'm not a Christian. I'm a Christian, but at the same time, he take it to where it's like you will feel like he's trying to convert you to Christianity. You see what I'm saying? And that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm really trying to get to, like, I didn't have my father like really in my life. You see what I'm saying? So the way that I'm being to my children, to my sons, I'm trying to be a better man. You see what I'm saying? So I'm trying to see, I'm trying to do exactly what you're saying, brother Sanchez. I'm trying to like take out the stuff that I learned that wasn't good and relearn. Like that's the point I'm at in my life. I'm trying to relearn what I'm supposed to know, and why is it good? What is it going to help me? And what stuff is really not going to help me? So like having faith in something and putting my time into something that's not going to help me, that's not going to be there for me, just blind faith is stupid. It got me nowhere. You see what I'm saying? So I do understand where you coming from when you say, oh, this white man religion, that I'm gonna just have all this faith in this, while these people have faith in scientists and the lawmakers and this, that, and the third.
Not even that, but that science don't even require faith.
Right. Yeah, it don't. No, I get exactly what you're saying. So that's where I'm at in life. You see what I'm saying? But GS, he just hell bent on the Bible, like word for word. These are the scriptures. You must go by exactly what they say. But I'm like you. I'm thinking like how you thinking. Man, this person rewrote it. It's another version over here. Then you got this context. This is taken out of context. That's taken out of context. Like it's all over the place.
All right, so let me intervene. Let me intervene for a minute, because Brother Sanchez is gonna go in on his channel with this again, because he has even more control over his channel. But let me say this: the Bible, we know, doesn't work for everybody. With God's soldier, and he won't be nice. He needs to be nice because he's getting his little drink on, and he's a little tipsy. And I don't like to be rude to people on my panel. I like to welcome everybody. But I muted your mic, and if you be naughty, I'm gonna put you in the back again. But he's having his little drink, and he's getting his little drink on and his little smoke. And then he runs and talk about Jesus. And that's okay, because that's God's soldier's coping mechanism. June, in reference to you, it seems to me that you're looking for a better coping mechanism, correct? A better coping mechanism, because Christianity, you have many questions. You have many questions that are unanswered. Yes. Have you ever thought about, like myself, it took me a long time to leave Christianity and find something that would comfort me. I read Taoism. Taoism teaches you to learn yourself first, because you got to learn yourself first before you can accept anything else. And Taoism seems to work for me. So you should look into that. Look into Taoism. You could Google it and look at it and read it. And I think you're going to like it, because it teaches you to learn your inner self, to learn who you are. A lot of people go on in life and never know who they are. They never know who they are. They're always told who they are. But who are you? You need to look within yourself. And when you learn who you are, it's easier for you to take accountability. The hardest thing for, I don't care who you are on this planet, if you think you know who you are, taking accountability is like the devil. Nobody wants to be accountable. But when you learn Taoism, it teaches you how to take accountability and accept your shortfallings or whatever. And then you could move on. When you learn about yourself, then you're more comfortable learning about other things. But with that being said, this has been a very long segment. We're going on 5.5 hours. I'm hungry. I'll be live again, probably not tomorrow, Monday. And God Soldier, you're always welcome to the panel. I know you're a little tipsy, but you're a lot of fun.
I'm not that messed up, trust me. I just get that way.
Okay.
I'm a fighter for the gospel, yo.
No, Brother Sanchez, it's tough.
You're a fighter for the Roman Empire. You're a fighter for the Zion.
You know what's funny about Sanchez here? He's a fighter for the synagogue Bible. You got to prove the Bible by proving facts.
He's a fighter for the
guy don't even believe the Bible. You don't even believe the Bible, bro. You
get the last word on my show.
You believe what you pick and choose,
that's disrespectful. I like to end my energy.
I know. I put you in the I put you in the potty house, soldier, because Brother Sanchez is my nephew, and I gotta let him. Brother Sanchez, my nephew, and I gotta let him. That he's my heart, and it is what it is. So, Brother Sanchez, you go out with your last statement, sweetheart, and I'm coming to your channel
Right.
when you do the live.
Listen, guys, white guys like that dude, they act like they fighting for God, but they fighting for Rome. They're fighting for the people that put Jesus to death, right? He's talking about believing in God and in the sky when Jesus said, ye are gods and the kingdom of heaven is within. If God reside in heaven and heaven is inside of me, then where is God? So check this out. People like him, they are bound to the papacy program in June. If you want to know the truth, follow me, bro. I go into deep detail on the people who wrote the Bible, what they would have taught. I teach about why Moses lifted up the serpent before Christ and all that. What he's doing, he's teaching a watered down paper version that they gave a slave to keep us believing and having faith and having this victim funeral service energy. And I'll end right there.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate
Brother
y'all.
Sanchez, I love you so much, nephew. And I'm so happy you came over here to spend 5 hours with me. I'm spoiled. It's official. I am spoiled. Brother Sanchez spent 5.5 hours. And I will be on your channel. I hope everybody is subscribed. Brother Sanchez, when you he left. He gone. He gone. But he did do 5 hours. So this has been a great segment. We learned a lot of different things. This segment will be the April news. Let me see. We get ready to go in March. We already have the March newspaper. That's going to go up the first week of March. So this particular segment is going to be hot. And this segment that Brother Sanchez did today is going to be the April newspaper. And so be looking out, and we'll let you know when it goes up, when we upload it. It's usually between the 1st and 5th day of the month. So today's segment will be the April newspaper. So I'm so glad everybody was here today. And now it's official. They know damn well that I don't have dots in my chat. Everybody is accounted for. I love you guys. Thanks for being here. I'm tired. I'm going to kick back. Brother Sanchez said he will be back again because he likes doing segments on my show. And that's what I love about Brother Sanchez, because he doesn't go everywhere. He doesn't. He only goes in environments that he's comfortable in. And I strongly support Brother Sanchez. He's great. And Soldier God is funny too. He is funny as hell. And I'm sure he'll be back. But I'm going to give him his moment on our channel. So again, you guys, I'm tired. Everybody kick back. Have a wonderful day. And I'll be back probably Monday. Tomorrow I'm going to rest. We're preparing for this storm because we don't even know if we're going to have any damn power. But everybody, love y'all and take it easy.